Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Konoha Village. On the academy playground, a boy in Uchiha clan robes lay on the grass, sighing again and again. His name was Uchiha Yufeng, a boy with little status in the clan. His parents had once followed Uchiha Kagami, the famed Hokage loyalist, and because of that, Yufeng was seen as an outsider. Some called his parents followers, but to Yufeng, they were more like devoted admirers. Either way, the clan shunned him for their loyalty. 3 months ago, his parents died on a top-secret mission. Since then, life had only grown harder. Younger Uchiha, emboldened by the arrogance of their bloodline, mocked him with childish tricks, spoiled water, dead mice, endless harassment. Yufeng bore it quietly, though he felt exhausted. He was a transmigrator after all. Shouldn't life have given him a cheat? Shouldn't he be rampaging through the ninja world with Susanoo already? Instead, he struggled even to refine chakra, failing the most basic techniques. Even when grief from his parents' death hit him like a hammer, his Sharingan never awakened. Was he even a real Uchiha? Looking up at the clouds, his chest tightened. The third ninja war is about to start. Like this, I'll just be fodder. Uchiha Yufeng, the clan leader wants to see you. A cold voice cut through his thoughts. A clansman stood over him, expression full of disdain. The patriarch? Yufeng hesitated. Uchiha Fugaku? The man shoved a leave slip into his hands. I already cleared it with your teacher. Don't waste the patriarch's time. Yufeng sighed inwardly. Against stronger people, he had no choice but to obey. Yes. They walked together to the patriarch's home. When Yufeng stepped inside, a gentle voice greeted him. Yufeng, you're here. It was Uchiha Makoto, carrying a plate of sushi. I know you like this. I made it this morning. Yufeng accepted it, though suspicion pricked at him. Since his parents' deaths, every kind gesture from the clan felt loaded with intent. A child's cry broke the moment. Mikoto excused herself and returned with a toddler in her arms. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes froze. Itachi. The name carried too much weight in his memory. The smiling boy in Mikoto's arms would one day become the god of Uchiha, infamous for the clan's extermination. But for now, Itachi's innocent gaze met his. Mikoto smiled warmly. Itachi seems to like you, Yufeng. Yufeng forced a smile back. And then, ding. The ninja card drawing system has been successfully activated. Yufeng's body trembled. This system binds the host, Uchiha Yufeng. Any drawn card grants the host all of that ninja's abilities. First draw bonus, guaranteed growth type card. Draw now. His pulse roared in his ears. After years of humiliation, his cheat had finally come. Draw. Light surged through his mind as 3 cards materialized, glowing with power. Yufeng's gaze locked onto the last one, a golden growth card. His heart skipped a beat. This is... On the golden card glowed a cold, sharp face. 3 Magatama rotated in crimson eyes. A black-haired boy in a blue shirt and Konoha forehead protector stood proud. Golden growth card. Uchiha Yufeng's heart pounded. It's him. Uchiha Sasuke. Please select a card. Without a second thought, Yufeng's voice was firm. Choose the golden card, Uchiha Sasuke. He ignored the other 2 names, Toss and Sark. Just minor sound ninja, early cannon fodder of the Chunin exams. Compared to Sasuke, they weren't even worth a glance. What mattered most was Sasuke's growth potential. The Uchiha Sasuke card has been used. Host gains all of his abilities. In an instant, memories surged into Yufeng's mind. Training methods, battle experience, torrents of chakra. Everything Sasuke had learned became his own. Lightning crackled faintly in his veins. Yufeng clenched his fists, his heart racing. This is Sasuke's power after the Chunin exams. Even the curse seal can be used. Relief washed over him. Finally, real strength. But his mind flashed back to the earlier prompt. Card can grow. System. Yufeng asked, how do I advance a card? By contacting those with strong bonds to the card's ninja. Host will obtain fragments. Family, friends, Mentors, all count as bonds. The golden Sasuke card shimmered, revealing a progress bar. Progress. 0/100 fragments required to advance. Fragments, huh? I'll need 100 of them. Yu Feng, you eat first. I'll take care of Itachi. Mikoto's gentle voice pulled him back to reality. Yu Feng's eyes lit up. Bonds? Mikoto and Itachi are Sasuke's closest family. Mikoto-san, he said with unusual sincerity, may I hold Itachi for a moment? Mikoto blinked in surprise. First Patriarch's wife, now Mikoto-san. But seeing Yu Feng's gaze on the smiling child in her arms, she understood and nodded. All right. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Yu Feng nearly burst with excitement. It works. He carefully touched little Itachi's soft hair. The child laughed, and Mikoto's eyes softened with maternal warmth. Yu Feng's lips curved. Fragments, just by bonding? Then this family will see a lot more of me from now on. He even pulled out a spare practice kunai from his pouch, presenting it solemnly. Itachi, this is my gift to you. May you grow into a proud Uchiha warrior. The boy didn't quite understand, but Mikoto's expression melted into gentle approval. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragments +2. Nice! Mikoto's voice trembled with warmth. Yu Feng, you're thoughtful. Yu Feng replied seriously, since my parents passed, you've often looked after me. I've little to repay you with, so giving Itachi a gift is the least I can do. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragments +3. At that moment, a calm but authoritative voice echoed from the doorway. As expected of a true Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaka stepped inside, clad in black kimono. Yu Feng immediately bowed. Patriarch. Fugaka studied him, then gestured. Sit. I summoned you for a reason. Yu Feng obeyed, expression calm despite the racing of his heart. Your younger brother, Uchiha Shursui, will be raised by the clan starting tomorrow. Do you agree? Uchiha Shursui, the prodigy, Kagami's descendant. Yu Feng's blood relative, and by lineage, his younger brother. Unlike himself, Shursui was already a genius, perhaps at Chunin level despite his age. Yu Feng understood immediately. The clan would cultivate Shursui as their pride. He bowed his head. If Shursui can be trained within the clan, he will surely become a pillar of Uchiha. As his elder brother, I am willing. Fugaku's stern face softened into approval. So loyal, despite his lack of talent. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. From now on, the clan will double your subsidy until you graduate, Fugaku added. Focus on your studies. Do not bring shame to Uchiha. Yu Feng's voice rang with conviction. I will not fail, Patriarch. I will study hard and restore the glory of Uchiha. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragments +5. Fugaka blinked, almost moved. Such spirit, yet wasted on poor talent. Yu Feng bowed again and prepared to leave. Mikoto quickly stepped forward, pressing wrapped sushi into his hands. It's still early. Don't forget to eat. Yu Feng accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Lady Mikoto. He turned and departed, fragments already tallying up in his mind. Watching him go, Fugaka sighed. That boy's such heart, such loyalty. What a pity. Mikoto's gaze lingered too, her voice quiet. A pity, his talent. Fugaka's eyes hardened. Then we will place our hopes in Shursui. If nurtured well, he will carry the Uchiha name and bring back our clan's glory. Uchiha Yu Feng returned to his home, and the excitement and nervousness on his face was put away, and he returned to calm. Because of the increase in his own strength, he can already feel the chakra fluctuations around his home. A ninja from the Uchiha clan. Now Shursui is still outside and doesn't know when he will come back. It seems that he is spying on him. I didn't expect that a waste like me would be worth their trouble. Uchiha Yu Feng laughed at himself, put the bento in his hand in the kitchen, walked to the small yard, and found a clean place to lie down. Looking at the blue sky, slowly close your eyes. An hour later, the door rang. Brother, why are you sleeping here? A childish voice sounded. This cute boy with black hair came into view. It is his younger brother, Uchiha Shursui. Where did Shursui go to play today? Uchiha Yufeng touched Shirsue's head calmly, sensing the ninja eavesdropping at the door, and spoke as usual. Brother, today I went to help the villagers in the west. Our Shirsue is such a good boy. Uchiha Yufeng sighed. This is not a lie. Other children at this age would get together and play ninja house games, causing mischief. But my younger brother wants to help the old lady cross the road every day, do work for free, and even help him cook when he gets home. Shirsue, what do you think of ninjas? Thinking that she might be separated from her younger brother, who is clinging to her every day tomorrow, and she didn't know how long it would take for them to see each other again. Uchiha Yufeng felt that there were some things she should ask. After all, Uchiha Shirsue now looks like a little adult. The thinking is very mature. Ninja. Uchiha Shirsue's eyes flashed with thought. Ninjas are the nameless ones who support peace in the darkness. Uchiha Shirsue looked at Uchiha Yufeng seriously. Brother, do you have something on your mind when you suddenly ask about ninja? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. It's okay. I'm just a little bit reluctant to leave. Reluctant to leave? The clan leader came to see me today. Starting from tomorrow, the clan will focus on training you. It will be difficult to see you in the future. Uchiha Shirsue froze on the spot. Shirsue, let me ask you, are you from the Uchiha clan? Yes. Since you know that you are a member of the Uchiha clan, starting from tomorrow, you will practice well with the clan leader and the adults in the clan, and you will achieve something in the future and repay the family well. Uchiha Shirsue felt a little confused. Uchiha usually has complaints about her family, but why today? However, seeing the serious look on Uchiha Yufeng's face, Uchiha Shirsue agreed, in order not to worry her brother. Yes. Uchiha Yufeng patted Uchiha Shirsue on the shoulder. When we came back from the family today, the patriarch's wife brought us a lunchbox. This is what we will eat in the evening. There is no need to cook anymore. With that said, the two returned to the room. After taking a few bites, after sensing that the watching ninja left, Uchiha Yufeng approached Uchiha Shirsue's ear and whispered, Whatever I said outside just now, just think of me as farting. Those are all insignificant. When you go to the clan tomorrow, the only thing to remember my words is to protect yourself. By the way, do you know why you're being trained by the clan? Uchiha Shirsue thought for a while. Sharingan. Sharingan is just one of them, because you are too ostentatious. Too ostentatious. At your age, everyone is peeing and playing in the mud. Fortunately for you, Sharingan has been activated, and you can play shuriken in such a fancy way. You are better than some ninjas in the clan. Aren't you showing off? The reason why I say this is to remind you that it is good that you have good talents and abilities, but sometimes you should hide it a little so as not to kill yourself when the time comes. Brother means that I should retain some of my strength and not show it. Uchiha Yufeng patted his shoulder with a serious look on his face. Yes, the best way is to hide your strength as much as possible and survive until the finale. Although Uchiha Shirsue didn't know the ending, she could hear Uchiha Yufeng's concern for her. He stood up and assured Uchiha Yufeng. Brother, Shirsue took note of it. Well, that's right. In this world, living is the foundation of everything. Seeing Uchiha Shirsue taken what he said, Uchiha Yufeng withdrew his gaze. By the way, I'll take you there tomorrow. Don't peek at my ninja school's books tonight. Have a good rest. Tomorrow the strong men in the clan will teach you in detail. After you finish eating, take out the lunchbox, and I will return it tomorrow. Without waiting for Uchiha Shirsue to respond, Uchiha Yufeng wiped his mouth and got up and went to his room. Yes. Looking at the door of Uchiha Yufeng's room, Uchiha Shirsue felt warm in her heart. Although my brother sometimes speaks in a toneless manner, he still cares about me in a real way. Time flies, and nothing happens overnight. The next day, at dawn, Uchiha Yufeng took the sleepy Uchiha Shirsue away from home, running towards Uchiha Fugaka's house. In the past, Uchiha Yufeng had no habit of getting up early at all. Even if he went to the ninja school, he would always go there in a time jam. Today, I just accompanied Uchiha Shirsue to report to the clan leader, which was not a big deal. It was uncharacteristically unusual, which puzzled Uchiha Shirsue. Seeing Uchiha Shursui looking at him with a puzzled expression, Uchiha Yufeng coughed lightly. The day's plan begins in the morning. From now on, you must learn from the masters in the clan and be more diligent. Uchiha Shursui knew that his brother was joking and felt a little helpless. Yes, I understand, brother. Uchiha Yufeng turned his head, looked at the door of Uchiha Fugaku's house, and took a deep breath. Uchiha Yufeng brings his younger brother Uchiha Shursui to pay homage to the clan leader. After a while, the door to the house was opened from the inside. Yufeng, you came so early. Uchiha Makoto's face is full of collagen, and her appearance and figure can't be concealed even in a housewife outfit. Since she gave birth to Uchiha Itachi, she has become even more charming. After all, Uchiha is a famous beauty. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +2. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Hearing the system prompt tone, Uchiha Yufeng felt certain. Yes. How can you be careless about the tasks assigned by the patriarch? I didn't sleep much last night, so I was just thinking about this. Uchiha Yufeng scratched his head and smiled at Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha has a clan member like you. As a clan leader, I am very happy. Uchiha Fugaku's voice came from the courtyard. While talking, he came to the door. His eyes swept across Uchiha Yufeng and finally fell on Uchiha Shursui. He nodded imperceptibly. Lord Clan Leader, I have already told Shursui what you told me. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, Uchiha Shursui stood up sensibly. Uchiha Shursui, everything is decided by the family. A flash of satisfaction flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +5. Makoto, I will take Shursui to the shrine, and I will ask you to look after Itachi today. Uchiha Makoto looked calm and nodded slightly. Uchiha Fugaku then left with Uchiha Shursui. Watching the two people leave, Uchiha Makoto had a touch of tenderness on his face. Yufeng, if you come here so early, you must not have eaten. Why don't you go with your sister? Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +5. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +2. Okay, Sister Makoto, what should we eat today? How about the 3-color dumplings? Uchiha Makoto said, and opened the door. Did Makoto-san cook it herself? Then I must be full. The gentle look on Uchiha Makoto's face was even worse, and he led Uchiha Yufeng into the room. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Sister Makoto, let me help you. Watching Uchiha Makoto serve a morning tea and then walk towards the kitchen, Uchiha Yufeng took a sip of tea and stood up, going straight to the kitchen without wiping his mouth. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. 53 pieces. It's not easy. Early in the morning, on the way to the ninja school, Uchiha Yufeng ate the rice ball in his hand while checking the number of fragments. It's been nearly a week since I last went to ninja school. I went to the playground to invite my Uchiha tribesmen and took 2 days off for myself. Uchiha Yufeng later went to a ninja school and stayed there for half a month. The purpose of asking for leave is naturally to explode as many fragments as possible. This week, Uchiha Yufeng didn't go anywhere. As soon as you have an excuse, head to Uchiha Fugaku's house to try to improve your friendship. In front of Uchiha Fugaku, he is Uchiha's staunch family supporter. In the eyes of Uchiha Makoto, he is a hard-working little brother who talks to him and loves to do housework. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, he is the eldest brother of the family. The only pity is that Itachi is still too young and can't speak. However, just because I often go to Uchiha Fugaku's house, the tribesmen who had disliked Uchiha Yufeng before did not dare to do anything to him openly, but secretly made sarcastic remarks and gossiped about him. In order to obtain the fragments, Uchiha Yufeng didn't care. It was just a little barking. However, in the past 2 days, very few fragments have been obtained. As for yesterday, not a single piece fell off. Uchiha Yufeng asked the system. The system replied that there were countless fragments of the same card dropped from the same person. If you want additional fragments to drop from the same person, there's a cooling time. The cooling time is related to the level of the card and the card's advance level, with a minimum of 1 year. Uchiha Fugaku understands that there is nothing to be gained by staying in favor of Uchiha Fugaka's family. He simply ended his leave early and returned to the ninja school. Yufeng, why haven't you come to school recently? A voice sounded. Uchiha Yufeng turned around and glanced at the boy Uchiha, who was chasing after him while wearing goggles. This man is Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Mika's brother in ninja school. In the ninja school, both of them had the lowest grades. And because Uchiha Yufeng and Uchiha Obito are both members of the Uchiha clan, being shamed by some arrogant Uchiha tribesmen. Talking about the two behind their backs is Uchiha's shame, and Uchiha's two big cranes are waiting behind him. You do not know? Uchiha Yufeng stopped and put the remaining rice balls back into his backpack. What? Uchiha Obito trotted up to Uchiha Mika's. It's just a simple illness. It's okay. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Obito, who was confused and found an obvious reason to excuse himself. Get ill. Uchiha Obito looked Uchiha Yufeng up and down and scratched his head. I don't think you look sick. Uchiha Yufeng did not answer. By the way, Yufeng, can you lend me some money? Why are you borrowing money? Are you short of money? Uchiha Yufeng frowned slightly. He was Uchiha after all. For example, in the family situation of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Yufeng, the family will provide certain subsidies to maintain their lives. I just want to borrow some money to buy some gifts for others. Uchiha Obito scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Giving it to someone? To whom? To Lin. Hearing Lin's name, Uchiha Obito's face turned red and he stared at Uchiha Yufeng with a shy expression. What are you talking about, Yufeng? What's for Lin? That's for Kakashi. In Uchiha Yufeng's impression of Kakashi, he and Obito were classmates in the first semester of the ninja school. Not long after they entered, Kakashi applied for graduation. I heard that he has become a Chunin now. I heard something about Kakashi recently. Uchiha Obito groaned, looked downcast, and whispered to Yufeng. So, I want to go to Kakashi's house with Lin after school this afternoon to see Kakashi. Kakashi? Uchiha Yufeng's heart moved. Kakashi was Uchiha Sasuke's 7th class teacher back then. Such a perfect bond. Just now I was still worrying about how to obtain the subsequent fragment cards. What a coincidence, isn't this? Uchiha Obito scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Looking at Uchiha Obito with a sad look on his face, Uchiha Yufeng patted his shoulder. I paid for the gift. Uchiha Yufeng's words made Uchiha Obito stunned. After coming back to his senses, he shook his head vigorously. No, I'll lend you the money first, and I'll give it to you when I have the money. Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng couldn't resist Obito, he didn't force it and agreed. Yufeng, are you going with us? Let's go and have a look. I haven't seen Kakashi for a long time. Yufeng smiled, which moved Obito very much. Yufeng, I knew you were as kind as I thought. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Uchiha Obito with a look of disgust on his face and strode ahead. If you have nothing else to do, just stay away. I'm not like you. I don't like men. Yufeng, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. After a while, Obito's roar sounded from behind. Is it kind? Uchiha Yufeng, who was walking in front, murmured in a low voice, and his expression had returned to its previous calmness. Uchiha Yufeng's pace became much faster. After a while, he entered the ninja school and arrived in class. Facing the surprised looks from around him, Uchiha quietly returned to his seat at the back of the class. There were students in groups around, chattering. Uchiha Yufeng ignored it. Put down your backpack and lie down on the desk. Today, I'm a 3 Magatama Sharingan, a Chidori, and a Curse Seal. In normal battles, even if I don't use the Cursed Seal and Sharingan as trump cards, I should still be at Chunin level or above. Although his own strength is still very weak compared to the entire ninja world, he finally has some ability to protect himself. In addition, I have been running frequently to the clan leader's house during this period, and now I am in the ninja school. Even some clan members who are unhappy with him and want to make things difficult for him have restrained themselves a lot recently. There should be few blind people who would come to trouble me. After thinking about this, Uchiha Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, I have been taking a good rest at the ninja school. I go to Uchiha Fugaka's house every day and have to pretend and act, which is very tiring. Not long after falling asleep, Uchiha Yufeng felt someone tugging on the sleeve of his arm. When he looked up, he saw that it was his desk mate, Kato Shizen. Is something wrong? Uchiha Yufeng turned sideways and looked at Shizen. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to go to Konoha Hospital with me to learn medical ninjutsu? Did you forget? Konoha Hospital? Uchiha Yufeng suddenly realized. Due to his own talent failure, Uchiha wanted to transform into a medical ninja in the future to leave a way out for himself. As Yufeng, who knows the plot, he naturally understands. The peace in this ninja world cannot last for a few years, and the third ninja war will break out at any time. At that time, if I graduate step by step and go to the battlefield, I will basically die. So after careful consideration, I decided to try becoming a medical ninja and develop into logistics. At least the survival rate is higher than facing the battlefield directly. Oh, I'm sorry about this, Shizen. My family has something to do with me recently, so I delayed it. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Shizen's face was a little unhappy. After all, it doesn't matter if it's a day or two. I haven't come to school for so many days, and I haven't even said a word to Shizen. That's it. Do you have time this afternoon? We can go to Konoha Hospital together after school. I heard that Tsunade-sama will also explain medical ninjutsu-related content today, so we can listen too. Uchiha Yufeng sat up straight and raised his hand to rub Shizen's hair. I have something else to do this afternoon, so I'll go see Kakashi with Obito tomorrow. Shizen glared at Makaze angrily and knocked off Uchiha Makaze's hand that put it on her head. Okay, but Tsunade-sama won't be here tomorrow morning. She should go to Konoha Hospital to give a medical course in the afternoon. Then let's go there together tomorrow afternoon. Uchiha Yufeng nodded in agreement under Shizen's hopeful gaze. Uchiha Yufeng is very sober. Although I now have a system, I have the possibility of peak growth. But after all, growth still takes time. Everything should be kept low-key, and using a medical ninja as a cover is a good idea. After agreeing to Shizen, Uchiha wanted to lie down and sleep for a while. A discordant voice sounded. Uchiha Yufeng, I have been waiting for you for several days. Why are you willing to come to school? Don't just pretend to be dead when you see me. I will teach you a lesson today, no matter what. As soon as these words came out, the students in the entire class stopped talking and turned their eyes over. Uchiha Yufeng stood up from his seat and looked directly at the student with calm eyes. Previously, because this person was not smart, Uchiha Yufeng was afraid that he would suffer a loss. I deliberately avoided him several times, but I didn't expect this person to be so persistent. After so many days off, as soon as I arrived at school today, this person came again. There's really no shortage of blind fools in this world. It's not over yet? Give me a lesson in Uchiha's wind control. Do you have the strength? Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Makaze's figure disappeared from the place. Everyone just felt like their eyes were blurred. Then hear a bang. The student who was very arrogant just now, hunched over like a stone shot from a slingshot, instantly flew out of the classroom and fell into the trash can in the corridor. Several followers came to their senses and ran toward the trash can to check the situation. The student who was pulled out of the trash can had a shoe print clearly visible on his face, and had been kicked unconscious. Go to the infirmary. Quick, quick, quick. Amidst the anxious voices of several followers, they all left the place one after another. There was silence all around for a while. Hey, Yufeng, wake up, school is out. Uchiha Obito's urging sounded in his ears. Uchiha Yufeng rubbed his eyes. Yufeng, are you okay? Are you sick? You haven't recovered yet. Hearing Ruru's voice, Uchiha Yufeng's eyes fell on Noera Lin. There are 2 lines of purple oil paint on her beautiful face. Wearing a pure white top and a brown vest with a delicate blue bow pattern on the front. The brown hair is draped smoothly on the shoulders, and the slightly curly hair tips add a bit of playfulness. Lin, you're beautiful again. Hearing Uchiha Midake's joking words, Noera Lin's delicate face turned red. Hey, hey, hey. Uchiha Yufeng, don't bully Lin. As a childhood sweetheart, Uchiha Obito became anxious and immediately jumped in front of Uchiha Yufeng, blocking his view of Noera Rin. What, Obito? Don't you think Rin is beautiful? Looking at Uchiha Obito, who was looking at him warily, Uchiha Yufeng said with a smile. Lin, how could she not be beautiful? Yufeng, you be asterisk 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 D. You must be trying to trick me again. Uchiha Obito was about to say something when he suddenly remembered that Uchiha Yufeng used to trick him like this before and glared at Uchiha Yufeng. Okay, Obito, Yufeng just said it casually. Aren't we going to see Kakashi today? Let's go. Noara Lin felt Uchiha Obito's emotional changes and walked forward helplessly, speaking softly to Obito. Hearing Lin's voice, Obito calmed down for a moment and scratched his head. I listened to Lin. Yufeng, let's go see Kakashi today. What gift should we bring? Noara Lin finished comforting Uchiha Obito and looked back at Uchiha Yufeng. Or what is Kakashi like? As for gifts, Uchiha Yufeng really doesn't know what to give, but Uchiha Yufeng knows what Kakashi likes. Isn't it a book from the Intimate Heaven series? However, at this time, Jiraiya seems to have not started writing yet. Then let's take Sori. It tastes good. Let's buy a few and take them over. Hey, Yufeng, if you want more fish, let's just go to the river and catch a few. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Uchiha Obito. By the time you catch the fish, Kakashi will have already left the village on a mission. Obito, let's just listen to Yufeng, okay? Noara Lin thought for a moment, then turned to Uchiha Obito and said softly, Since it's Lin, then I have no problem. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Uchiha Obito in disgust. Isn't this kid AB asterisk asterisk CH? Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Uchiha Obito tilted his head in embarrassment, and just in time to catch Uchiha Yufeng's gaze, his face turned red. Uchiha Yufeng ignored Uchiha Obito and walked outside. Obito, let's go too. Noara Lin urged Uchiha Obito to follow. Move. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Yufeng's back, snorted unhappily, and followed Lin like him. After buying 6 Sori at the market, the 3 of them went to Kakashi's house. Kakashi, are you at home? I'm Obito. As soon as he arrived, Uchiha Obito shouted twice, his eyes full of worry. On the way here, Noara Lin told Yufeng the specific reason why she came to Kakashi's house this time. A few days ago, Uchiha Obito happened to see Hatake Kakashi and wanted to say hello to him. But he seemed to be a different person, very indifferent. Uchiha Obito told Noara Lin the news, and the two were worried about Kakashi. Later, after asking around from many people, I found out that since Hatake Tsukumo's death, Kakashi has started to act in his own way. Very few of the ninjas who went on missions with Kakashi came back alive. The mission was just a mission, and they didn't care about their companions. This matter was also criticized by many ninjas in the same village. The two were worried and wanted to see Kakashi. This is how we are today. Uchiha Yufeng heard what happened and understood. Hatake Kakashi's father Hatake Tsukumo's reputation was much better than that of the current Sannin, and he was well known in the entire ninja world. Such a character gave up his mission for the sake of his teammates, was blamed when he returned to the village, and committed suicide under the pressure of all parties. If you look at it from Kakashi's perspective, he must feel that his father did something wrong, and that task should be given priority, followed by companions. It may be difficult for Kakashi to open his heart and change his mind. It's hard to handle. Noara Lin on the side listened to Uchiha Yufeng's emotion and frowned. Yufeng, what should we do? Uchiha Yufeng looked back at Lin. How can I let go of my father's death so easily? It's best to leave it to time. Maybe in the future he will meet some teammates who treat him sincerely. By then, maybe he will be able to change. Listening to these ambiguous words, Uchiha Obito snorted disdainfully. I thought Uchiha Yufeng was being mysterious. Noara Lin on the side was worried, and she obviously understood a little bit. Then if we come today, will it be ineffective? Noara Lin looked nervously at Kakashi's home not far away. There will be, but it's very slight. Having said that, it's good to have a sense of presence. Maybe it will be up to you two to change Kakashi's mind in the future. Uchiha Yufeng said no more and glanced at Obito. Uchiha Obito was confused by the sight of Uchiha Yufeng. You said Kakashi, look what I do? Noara Lin then glanced at Uchiha Obito, seeming to realize something. The sadness on his face disappeared, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Obito, take out the prepared fish. We still have to see Kakashi today. Lin, I'm ready. With a smile on his face, Uchiha Obito directly hooked the tied fish and lifted it out. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito thought about the bad mood Kakashi he saw a few days ago, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. After a few knocks, a cold sound came from inside. Don't bother me. Kakashi, gate of opening. I am Obito. Uchiha Obito heard Kakashi's voice and continued to knock without stopping. Until Uchiha Obito hit it, his hand was a little numb. Kakashi then opened the door for the three of them. Looking at Kakashi, his eyes were fixed on Uchiha Obito. Noara Rin quickly stood in front of Obito and blocked Kakashi's sight. Kakashi, long time no see. The soft voice relaxed the atmosphere between the two. Then an arm was put on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi, this is sorry. While it's fresh, where's your kitchen? We'll have dinner here. Ifeng, isn't this a gift for Kakashi? Why are we still eating? The first person to react was the stubborn Obito. Noara Lin didn't wait for him to finish speaking and covered Obito's mouth. Obito. A soft voice whispered in Obito's ear. Hatake Kakashi cast his eyes on Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito and saw the cautious and worried expressions in their eyes. My heart felt warm, but my face was still frighteningly cold. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Come in, everyone. I still have a lot of fish in the kitchen. I don't need these fish. You can take them back after dinner later. Hatake Kakashi broke away from Uchiha Yufeng's hand on his shoulder and walked towards the kitchen on his own. Noara Lin looked at Kakashi's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting Kakashi is obviously a good start. The three of them found a place to sit down. Kakashi, do you live alone? Looking at the clean and tidy homes around her and seeing no other people, Noara Lin couldn't help but said in surprise. Kakashi walked out of the kitchen, holding 3 bottles of drinks and placing them on the table. Noara Lin did not answer. He looked at the three of them. What do you want to eat? What? Obito scratched his head with a thoughtful look on his face. Uchiha Yufeng took a sip of the drink and spoke first. I want to eat braised fish. Braised fish. Noara Lin was stunned. It seemed like this was the first time she had heard of this dish. Good. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Yufeng and agreed. The two casually talked about 2 simple dishes and headed towards the kitchen. After a while, a burst of oily aroma came from the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good. Uchiha Obito sighed as he smelled the fragrance in the air. The same was true for Noara Lin. Her throat was rolling for no reason. Apparently, he was attracted by the fragrance. Noara Lin suddenly thought of the braised fish that Uchiha Yufeng mentioned just now. She couldn't help turning her head, and her eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng, how shall we speak later? Uchiha Obito withdrew his worried eyes from Kakashi, took a step forward, and said to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng put down the drink in his hand and shook his head. There is no way to explain this. Heart diseases still require heart medicine. Hearing this, Noara Lin's eyes flashed with gloom. What we can do now is just come to Kakashi's place more often to eat and spend time with him. Seeing the silence between the two, Uchiha Yufeng stood up and went to get another bottle of drink. Ifeng, why are you so familiar with Kakashi's family? Uchiha Obito saw Uchiha Yufeng's skillful movements and looked at Uchiha Yufeng suspiciously. One time I was fishing by the river and it rained heavily. I happened to meet Kakashi, so he took me home to hide from the rain. Oh, it turns out you have been to Kakashi's house. Uchiha Obito was stunned and finished the drink in his hand. Lin, I'll take you fishing in a few days too. Good. Noara Rin responded with a smile. The fish is ready. While the three of them were talking, Hatake Kakashi brought up braised fish, fried river fish, and several cold vegetable dishes. Wow! Noara Lin and Uchiha Yufeng had long been attracted by the aroma of the kitchen. When these dishes were served, their eyes widened. Kakashi, so awesome! What's this? Tears of excitement almost flowed from their mouths. This is the braised fish Yufeng taught me last time. This is fried river fish Kakashi foam. It's starting. After saying that, they all started to move their chopsticks. Kakashi, why is this fish so delicious? Yufeng, where did you learn how to cook braised fish? Teach me next time. I will also learn to do it in the future. Uchiha Obito swallowed the braised fish pieces in his mouth and secretly glanced at Noara Rin with a blush on his face. After hearing this, Kakashi stood up and found a piece of paper from the table. This is the recipe for braised fish, which Yufeng wrote last time. After Kakashi finished speaking, he placed it in front of Obito. Thank you. Uchiha Obito looked envious and carefully folded the recipe and put it in his arms. Yufeng, I didn't expect you to develop recipes. Do you want to be a chef in the future? Uchiha Yufeng almost choked. Yufeng eats slowly. Noara Rin handed the soup on the side to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng picked it up and drank it without any ceremony. We will be ninjas and chefs in the future. Uchiha Obito laughed a few times. Yes, we will be ninjas in the future. Haha. With the laughter, the atmosphere at the dinner table became a lot more lively. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +2. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. It didn't take long for the four of them to finish eating, and it could be seen from their faces that they were still unsatisfied. I don't know if it's the delicious food or the warmth of the company. Kakashi, it's getting late. We'll come back to you tomorrow. Uchiha Obito burped and looked at the dark sky outside. He missed his grandmother at home and stood up and said to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded calmly. Lin, let's go. Yufeng, aren't you leaving? Lin saw that Uchiha Yufeng didn't stand up, so she couldn't help but remind him. It's okay, you go first. I'll just go back by myself. Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin looked at each other and left together. I'll help you clean it up. Seeing that Kakashi had already started clearing the table, Uchiha stood up and put the dishes in the kitchen to wash them. One person cleans up and the other washes, which is a tacit understanding. Kakashi lowered his head until all the dishes and chopsticks for tonight's meal were washed. That's what he said. Thanks. Uchiha Yufeng turned his head and glanced at Hatake Kakashi. What's the matter? You invited the three of us to dinner. We should be the ones saying thank you. Hatake Kakashi didn't answer. Place the dishes Uchiha Mikaze washed on the shelf. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +2. During the washing process, Uchiha Yufeng keenly saw a flower in the corner of the kitchen. Uchiha Yufeng couldn't remember the specific name of this flower, but the purpose of this flower seems to be to pay homage to the dead. Kakashi, everyone in the class misses you very much. Please visit the school when you have time. Hatake Kakashi's washing action paused and then returned to normal. Yufeng, do you think companions are more important, or missions? Concrete situation, specific analysis. Uchiha Yufeng put away the washed rag, sat on the sofa, and his eyes fell on Hatake Kakashi. What kind of situation would make someone give up the mission and choose a companion? Uchiha looked at the indifferent Hatake Kakashi thoughtfully and said nothing. Why do you choose a companion, but your companion doesn't understand you? Looking at Hatake Kakashi, whose mood began to fluctuate, Uchiha Yufeng pondered for a moment. Then let's see if that companion is worth giving up the mission. Hatake Kakashi looked over immediately with a pair of dead fish eyes. Yufeng, do you think the mission is more important, or the companions? Uchiha Yufeng has never thought about this issue. Which one is more important? I don't know. However, I will probably choose my companion. Choosing your companions is breaking the rules. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's answer, Hatake Kakashi had many thoughts for a while. A glimmer of light flashed across the corner of his eyes, and he raised his hand to wipe it away. Those who break the rules are trash. Then I heard Hatake Kakashi yelling angrily. People who don't cherish their companions are worse than trash. Uchiha Yufeng was thinking about this line in Hokage, but did not say it out loud. I'm just a student in a ninja school now. I have never experienced a war or this kind of alternative situation of companion missions. How can Kakashi, who has become Chunin, be so evasive? Uchiha Yufeng is not good at escaping with his mouth. Do you understand? Uchiha Yufeng stood up and handed over the sori placed at the door. Hatake Kakashi turned his head away, lowered his head, and hummed. This is the fish we brought here today. It is a tribute to the three of us. After eating so much, these fish will be considered as compensation. Uchiha Yufeng paused, then turned and walked towards the door. By the way, you just mentioned the rules, and you are right. But I, Uchiha Mikaze, am not a rule-abiding person. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi looked up suddenly, and his eyes widened. Before he could speak, he saw the door being closed, and Uchiha Yufeng had left. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +5. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +6. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +3. Uchiha Yufeng walked on the road with a smile on his face. This trip really made him smile. During dinner time, I was actually given 30 pieces. The bond of Team 7 is really nice. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng, Master Hokage is looking for you. Lord Hokage, people have been brought. After Umbu's ninja finished speaking, he left under the look of 3rd Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen. Meet Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yufeng lowered his head and saluted 3rd Hokage. Yufeng, how have you been lately? The 3rd Hokage stood up from the Hokage's seat, came to Uchiha Yufeng, and said kindly, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your concern. I'm doing well. What's the matter with Hokage-sama calling me here today?" The 3rd Hokage looked at Uchiha Yufeng, feeling much more stable than before, and sighed. "Yufeng, I know that your parents passed away and you were very sad. I have seen it all. But things have happened, and you should look forward to it after all. Your parents are both outstanding ninjas in the village and our heroes in Konoha. The reason why they work so hard to protect the village is actually to protect you and countless children like you in the village." Uchiha Yufeng sneered in his heart. It seems that the old guy is about to start this familiar saying again. The 3rd Hokage paused. As long as there are leaves flying, fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. When you want to protect yourself and be a cherished person, the true power of the ninja will be shown. This is the will of fire that your parents inherited. It is also their original intention to become ninjas. After the 3rd Hokage sighed, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yufeng seriously. The village will never forget its heroes. We discussed it 2 days ago. For the descendants of heroes like you, the village will provide more subsidies and living supplies on time every month. Remember not to spend money indiscriminately and buy more things you need. Uchiha Yufeng looked excited at this time, and his eyes were burning. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will study hard and practice while starting from tomorrow. Inherit my parents' will and become a ninja like my father and mother who can contribute to the village." Okay. The 3rd Hokage showed relief on his face and patted Uchiha Yufeng on the shoulder. "Yufeng, you are a good boy. I believe in you. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your trust. By the way, Yufeng and the things your parents left behind before they died, I have sorted them out and put them here. I think the things inside can help you understand what the will of fire is." Parents' relics? After saying that, 3rd Hokage came to the table and handed the small box he prepared to Uchiha Yufeng. At the 3rd Hokage's signal, Uchiha Yufeng opened the box. "This is the ninjutsu scroll. This is the ninjutsu bag that my father used before this." Uchiha Yufeng was flipping through the pages and was about to take out a book that stood out in the box. "Yufeng, this is a relic left by your parents to you. You better go back and take a good look at it." Uchiha Yufeng responded and stuffed the contents of the box back. But I thought in my heart, what is this 3rd Hokage doing? Is it simply brainwashing myself? Although Uchiha Yufeng doesn't understand what the 3rd Hokage is doing, he knows that if he really wants to do something, he should be able to do it inside the relic. "Yes, Lord 3rd Hokage." Just as Uchiha Yufeng was about to leave, 3rd Hokage spoke again. "By the way, how is your brother Shui doing lately?" Shui, as an older brother, you have to shoulder the responsibility of taking care of your younger brother. This is also an important manifestation of the will of fire. Uchiha Yufeng immediately bowed to the 3rd Hokage. "Yes, Master Hokage, I will definitely take good care of my brother." Seeing Uchiha Yufeng's stance, 3rd Hokage nodded. "Okay, Yufeng, it's getting late. I'll have someone take you back." After third Hokage finished speaking, he waved his hand towards Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng left the Hokage office. As soon as he went out, an Umbu ninja came to him. Uchiha Yufeng was silent, and the two of them headed towards the family. Inside the Hokage office, Hiruzen, why don't you consider putting Uchiha Shursui into my roots to cultivate? After everything was quiet, a bandaged man walked out of the shadows of Hokage's office. Looking at this, it was obvious that he had listened to everything that was said in the office. This person is the leader of the roots, Danzo. Third Hokage put the pipe in his hand into his mouth and remained silent for a long time before speaking. Uchiha Shursui is a descendant of Kagami, and I don't want his descendants to enter the dark roots. It is precisely because he is a descendant of Jing that he should be allowed to come to Genbu. I need such talents at Genbu. Danzo thought about the many times Uchiha mirrored Sharingan had saved him from danger, and a touch of greed flashed in his eyes. The third Hokage frowned. Uchiha Shursui is not suitable for roots. Danzo sneered when he heard this explanation. Hiruzen, you're not him. How do you know he's not suitable? Maybe he found the organization by coming to my base. No, Uchiha Mirror is Uchiha who has the perfect will of fire, and I believe his descendants will do the same. The third Hokage looked at Danzo with cold eyes. Danzo, I am Hokage. You have to find your position and be sure to call me Hokage-sama from now on. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo's face turned red with anger, and after speaking, he leaned on a cane and slammed the door angrily to leave. The two talked without mentioning a word about Uchiha Yufeng. After all, in their eyes, Uchiha Yufeng at this time is just a little transparent, far less important than Uchiha's new genius Uchiha Shursui. On the other side, escorted by Umbu, Uchiha Yufeng arrived home. Pushing the gate of opening, Uchiha Shursui walked out of the back room. Brother, you are back. Come on, go on. Seeing the box in Uchiha Yufeng's hand, Uchiha Shursui's eyes were full of curiosity. Brother, what is this? Uchiha Shursui didn't feel that there were many things in the box and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. It's a relic of my parents. Uchiha Shursui's eyes looked more serious. Open it and take a look. If you need it, bring it with you. This isn't. Uchiha Shursui was a little at a loss. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Uchiha Yufeng. Open it and take a look. Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng didn't seem to be joking, Uchiha Shursui opened the box obediently. Take these ninjutsu scrolls. Uchiha Yufeng swept several basic scrolls in the box, picked them up, and stuffed them into Uchiha Shursui's arms. Brother, I have someone to teach me at the patriarch side, so I don't need these. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. What the patriarch teaches may not have these foundations, so they cannot be ignored. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Yes, Shursui listens to my brother. These ninja tools. This time, before Uchiha Yufeng could speak, Uchiha Shursui shook his head vigorously. Brother, the patriarch has all kinds of ninja tools, don't worry. Uchiha Yufeng nodded, and after rummaging through the box several times to make sure nothing was missing, he pulled out the previously eye-catching book. Uchiha Yufeng looked through it for a moment, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. This is a history book about Konoha village, that's all. There are quite a lot of private goods mixed in here. Uchiha Yufeng sneered in his heart. This must be third Hokage's plan. In a simple summary, this is a book for brainwashing and cultivating Hokage thinking. Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and glanced at Uchiha Shursui. It seems like this book is not for you, right? Do you want to give it to Uchiha Shursui with your own hands? Brother, what kind of book is this? Uchiha Yufeng casually threw the book to Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui opened curiously. Sigui. Listening to Uchiha Shursui exclaimed. He looked serious. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand and snatched it away. Do you know what kind of book this is? Uchiha Shursui looked at the seriousness in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Isn't this a book about the history of our Leaf Village? Uchiha Shursui, is all smiles. I have read this book before. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng's pupil shrank. Have you seen it? Uchiha Shursui has read this book. Third generation. Why should I give it to myself? Among the relics, Uchiha Yufeng has already inspected them. Only this book is the most special. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Skip Shursui. Make yourself the successor of the will of fire and brainwash yourself? Uchiha Yufeng thought of many possibilities in his mind. But no matter how I think about it, I don't think it should be. His abilities have never been revealed at all. Even when he was in the ninja school, he could only be faster and have better physical skills. Even against ordinary genin, he would be at a disadvantage. It shouldn't be taken so seriously. He also deliberately called himself over to charge himself with the will of fire. In addition, Uchiha tribesman does not play with eyes, but plays with physical skills. Even if you grow up, in the eyes of these people, you're not popular at all, are not taken seriously, and have no future. It stands to reason that they should have seen the power of Sharingan, not to mention others, but the Uchiha mirror. I think he was also a confidant of second generation back then. How little could they know about Sharingan? How could an Uchiha like me, who seemed to have practiced taijutsu, attended a ninja school, and had the lowest grades, be taken seriously? Is it worth instilling and cultivating the will of fire? Brother, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this book? Uchiha Yufeng heard Shursue's concerned voice, came back to his senses, and met his concerned eyes. He took a deep breath and asked him seriously, "Look carefully. How is this book different from the ones you read before?" Uchiha Shursui took the book again and read it carefully. After a while, he closed the book and raised his head and said doubtfully, "No, it's still the same one I had at home." "No, that's really weird. Is it really for me?" Uchiha Yufeng murmured softly, feeling wary in his heart. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, who was lost in thought, Uchiha Shursui stepped forward and pulled up his sleeves. "Brother, it's very late. Have you eaten?" "Well, I've already eaten." "Brother, what are you worried about?" Uchiha Yufeng smiled at Uchiha Shursui and didn't say much. "Do you want to tell him that he might be targeted by the Hokage faction, etc.?" Hokage Pai. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Uchiha Shursui in front of him. "The younger brother in front of me is a serious Hokage from his ancestors. Just now, third generation also mentioned that he should take good care of Uchiha Shursui." "Yes, that's right. He definitely wants to make himself his first line of defense before Uchiha Shursui has grown up." After understanding this, the tight strings in Uchiha Yufeng's heart relaxed. No wonder he said at the end that taking care of his younger brother is an important manifestation of the will of fire. This old guy. So that's the point. This can't help but remind Uchiha Yufeng of a sentence from his previous life, which is quite suitable for this third generation. "I can make an Uchiha work for me with just 3 words. It's okay. I was wondering why the clouds above Konoha are so dirty." Watching Uchiha Yufeng look over the courtyard, Uchiha Shursui also looked in the direction. Then he scratched his head and wondered whether there were any clouds in the sky. "Shursui, I'm your older brother, right?" Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a serious face and nodded heavily. Uchiha Yufeng looked back at Shursui. "Protecting your younger brother. Is this the inheritance of the Uchiha clan? How is Shursui's practice today? Are you tired?" Uchiha Yufeng withdrew his gaze and took a few steps forward, packed up the relics, held the box, and walked inside while talking. "Not bad. Shursui can handle it." Uchiha Shursui saw this and stepped forward to help. The body is like a spring. When the pressure reaches a certain limit, it loses its elasticity. The same is true for spiritual practice. Remember to act within your ability. Uchiha Shursui said with a serious face, following Uchiha Yufeng. "Yes, brother." Shursui took note of it. "How was your meal there today? How is it compared to home?" "Well, it's not as delicious as my brother's, but it's still good." The two brothers chatted like this until the full moon hung high in the sky, and there was no sound of conversation in the room. A night of silence. The next day, Uchiha Yufeng and Uchiha Shursui separated. One is heading towards a ninja school. The other is heading towards the gathering place of the family. Each has something to do. Didn't go long. Uchiha Yufeng saw someone walking towards the ninja school. The leisurely walking posture looked more and more familiar to Uchiha Yufeng. He has extremely eye-catching white hair, is young, and wears a mask on his face. The man seemed to feel something, glanced at Uchiha Yufeng, and stopped. Kakashi, are you going to ninja school? Uchiha Yufeng was a little surprised to see Kakashi appearing on the street at this time. Didn't you say yesterday that you would let me go to the ninja school? Kakashi replied lazily. Uchiha Yufeng thought for a long time before remembering that he said this. At that time, I just said it casually, but I didn't expect that Kakashi actually listened. Uchiha Yufeng looked Kakashi up and down. Kakashi felt a little uncomfortable with this look. What are you doing? Uchiha Midake smiled. I didn't expect that this piece of wood like you has really awakened. But it's okay. If you wander around more, you won't become autistic. That's good. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes, ignored Uchiha Yufeng, and walked towards the ninja school. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +2. Uchiha took a few steps quickly and walked side by side with Kakashi towards the ninja school. Kakashi. After walking for a while, a high-pitched voice came. Bet your youth and have a fiery duel with me. Uchiha Yufeng looked at a touch of green on the street and came to it in a few breaths. Wearing a green tights, watermelon hairstyle, and looking full of energy. It is undoubtedly Emperor Kai. Uchiha Yufeng turned around and clearly saw a trace of cold sweat streaming down Hatake Kakashi's head. Meet your best friend Kai, Kakashi, and you will be sweating. I refuse. After Kakashi finished speaking, he avoided Kai in front and continued walking. Seeing Kai frozen in place, Uchiha Yufeng raised an eyebrow at him. Kai, there is no shrinking back in youth. Come on, let's duel. How can you give up so easily? Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Kai's disappointment was swept away like a shot of blood. He gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Yufeng and then revealed a big white fang, which almost flashed Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Oh, my dear friend Yufeng, thank you for your support. Youth will not shrink back. After saying that, he jumped away as if there were springs on his feet and chased after Kakashi. Kakashi turned around and gave Uchiha Yufeng a hard look. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +3. Kakashi, don't run away. Burn our youth and come to a showdown. Kai was full of passion and came to Hatake Kakashi with an extremely eager desire to fight in his eyes. Don't want. Kakashi rolled his eyes and refused again. Bypass Kai and leave. Kai followed again. Watching the two running and chasing each other, Uchiha Yufeng laughed out loud from behind. Yufeng, what are you so happy about? Uchiha turned around in the wind. She has shawl-long black hair, a cute baby face, and big red Kazalan eyes that flicker. This cute girl is Yuhi Kurenai. Oh, it's Hong. It's okay. I just remembered something happy. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's perfunctory words, the little girl pouted, and her unhappiness was written directly on her face. What a proud Uchiha tribesman! A sarcastic voice sounded. Sarutobi Asumaji walked over and glanced at the pouting Yuhi Kurenai calmly. Finally, his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng, with hostility written on his face. Whether you are arrogant or not has anything to do with you. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Sarutobi Asuma and said in his heart that this person is really inexplicable. Sarutobi Asuma's expression changed, and he looked very ugly. Sarutobi Asuma never expected that Uchiha Yufeng, who was usually quiet and did not cause trouble, would talk back, and in front of his sweetheart Yuhi Kurenai. You are obviously a member of the Uchiha family, but you have a powerful bloodline but don't know how to exploit it. It's really an embarrassment to the Uchiha family. Uchiha Yufeng saw Sarutobi Asuma blushing at every turn, and then he understood. This is because I want to show off in front of Hong. Uchiha Yufeng looked up and down at Sarutobi Asuma and clicked his tongue several times. Are you teaching me how to do something? Sarutobi Asuma snorted coldly and looked at Uchiha Yufeng with his nostrils turned upward. Uchiha Yufeng crossed his arms. Have you graduated from ninja school now? Sarutobi Asuma lost his momentum and shook his head in embarrassment. No, Are you a ninja? A drop of cold sweat fell on Sarutobi Asuma's forehead, and he spoke shyly. No. Are we at the same level? Sarutobi Asuma's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Yes. Then who are you here to educate me so arrogantly? I thought you graduated and were a ninja? Do you think you were Kakashi and you graduated early just because you said you graduated early? Uchiha Yufeng's harsh words made Asuma Sarutobi unable to get off the stage for a while. His face turned red. Uchiha Midike's. Just watch. I'm going to apply for graduation right now. When I graduate and become a ninja, I'll come back to teach you a lesson. Uchiha Yufeng sneered. Oh, you know how much you weigh? Why are you applying now? Let's wait until you graduate. Sarutobi Asuma was so angry that he gasped and his eyes widened. He pointed at Uchiha Yufeng with a trembling hand. In the end, it turned into a cold snort, and he quickly left the place where he was embarrassed. Uchiha Yufeng sneered. This movie's second generation is really childish. As for graduating early, no need to think. Now on the surface, the villages are peaceful, but in fact, there are undercurrents everywhere. The war is about to break out. Coupled with Sarutobi Asuma's second-generation status, even if he wants to graduate, Laozi will not agree to let him graduate. Just as Uchiha Yufeng was about to leave, a timid voice came from beside him. Yufeng, yes. I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. Uchiha Yufeng looked back at the apologetic little Lolita Yuhi Kurenai. He took 2 steps forward and rubbed her head. This hair is soft, fragrant, and comfortable to rub. It feels great. Oh, did you bring a lunchbox today? Yuhi Kurenai's face turned red. It was the first time she was so close to a boy, and she felt at a loss and a little nervous. Bring it. How much did you bring? Hearing Uchiha Yufeng ask about his lunchbox again, Yuhi Kurenai pouted. Not much. I can't even eat it myself. What do you want to do? He quickly untied his backpack from the back, hugged it tightly in his arms, and looked at Uchiha Yufeng warily. Oh, you just said sorry. If it's an apology, it has to be sincere, don't you think? Yuhi Kurenai bit her lip, feeling a bad feeling in her heart, and reluctantly uttered a word. Yes. In this case, I took away the bento for lunch today, so I'll take it as your apology. Isn't that too much? Hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai's face turned pale. No, not too much. But Yuhi Kurenai's eyes flashed with grievance, and he wanted to refute, but he seemed to think that what Uchiha Yufeng said was quite right. After some mental struggle, he opened the backpack, took out the lunchbox inside, and handed it to Uchiha Yufeng with a look of reluctance but stubbornness. Then I'm not welcome. The lunchbox was full of food, and as soon as I took it out, I could smell a nice smell of fish. After speaking, Yuhi Kurenai didn't wait for reaction. Uchiha Yufeng took it and put it in his backpack. Thank you, Kurenai, for the bento. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the ninja school. Yuhi Kurenai on the side watched Uchiha take his lunch away. Eyes widened. Then I thought that I would be hungry at noon today, and my face became more sad. He stamped his feet on the spot and trotted after Uchiha Yufeng. Not long after, the two entered the ninja school one after another. Isn't this Uchiha Yufeng? It's really weird. When has he not come to school at a certain time? Why did he come so early today? This guy is so diligent, but he's about to graduate. Isn't it too late to work hard now? Who says it's not the case? Uchiha Yufeng is one of the 2 great shames of Uchiha. He is unable to do anything and eats nothing. He is really holding back the Uchiha clan. Several students around who knew Uchiha Yufeng saw his arrival and whispered. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the classmates around him and locked his eyes on one person. Among the students who had hurt me just now, this one danced the most happily, walking back and forth in the crowd like a shit stirrer. Uchiha Yufeng knew in his heart that this person was the mastermind. What's your name? Uchiha Yufeng walked up to the man. My name is Ebisu. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Remember my name well. Uchiha looked at Ebisu's appearance and couldn't help laughing. Good fellow. He is another master with his nostrils turned upward. He is indeed as virtuous as your master. Red, help me get my backpack. Yuhi Kurenai didn't know what Uchiha Yufeng was going to do, but thinking about it, Uchiha Yufeng took his lunch. Without hesitation, he took the Uchiha Wind backpack. Uchiha moved her wrist and looked at Ebisu. Uchiha Yufeng, you want to do? Ebisu watched Uchiha Yufeng getting closer and closer, feeling a little uneasy. Before I could say anything, I felt a pain in my stomach. Bang! After receiving a punch, he hunched over in pain and fell down, followed by punches and kicks on all joints. Ah! Ebisu howled in pain, like a bent shrimp, and was beaten by Uchiha when he was held down. The students around him did not expect that Uchiha Mikaze would be so bold and openly beat his classmates in the ninja school, and they were stunned for a moment. Uchiha Yufeng was playing, and his mouth was not idle. You need to have a background and power to get around. Even if I am a dish, I am from the Uchiha clan. It is your turn to make irresponsible remarks here. Who are you? Do you care about our clan's affairs? Bang! Do you have a blood heir? You are nothing. How dare you pretend to be with me? Bang bang. Being a dog or a pawn for others, does that make you feel superior? Bang bang bang. Yuhi Kurenai had never seen such a scene before. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng as if he was a different person, he couldn't help but feel that he was dazzled. No, I've seen the taijutsu that Uchiha Mifeng performed in class before. It's not like this. How can you hit someone so fast and with so much force? Even I, a student who excels in the physical skills assessment at the end of every year, can't keep up with the pace of this attack. Could it be that Uchiha Mifeng is still a hidden taijutsu genius? Didn't the Uchiha family rely on Sharingan? How did they develop taijutsu? What's going on? Stop fighting. Listening to Ebisu's howling sound getting smaller and smaller, Yuhi Kurenai reacted suddenly. He hurried forward and said to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng ignored Yuhi Kurenai and hit him more than 20 times before stopping. He glanced at the classmates around him, but they all avoided his gaze in fear. Uchiha Yufeng knows, almost. He wiped the blood stains on his hands on the clean area of Ebisu's clothes. After wiping it clean, he stood up. This is what will happen to anyone who speaks ill of me in the future. The students who had been discussing just now were like frightened quails, trembling and lowering their heads, not daring to speak. Uchiha Yufeng patted the dust on his clothes and glanced meaningfully at Sarutobi Asamuruo in the crowd. Sarutobi Asuma felt guilty, and his eyes dodged, and he immediately glanced aside. Uchiha Yufeng stopped caring about him and turned around to take the backpack from Yuhi Kurenai's hand. Seeing that Yuhi Kurenai was hesitant to speak, Uchiha Yufeng looked at her. Is something wrong? Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath before spitting out a sentence. You struck too hard. Uchiha Midake smiled. They're all skin injuries, no muscles or bones. Just rest for a few days and it'll be fine. After saying that, he headed towards the classroom. Hey, Yufeng, wait for me. Why did he leave before he even opened his mouth to get the lunchbox? Yuhi Kurenai gritted his teeth and trotted after him. Uchiha returned to the classroom and put down his backpack skillfully. I went into sleep mode by lying on the table. Yuhi Kurenai returned to his seat, pouting and looking back from time to time, watching Uchiha Yufeng sleeping more and more soundly. Yuhi Kurenai looked resentful. Time flies, and the jingle bell rings. Morning classes are over. It was originally a quiet classroom, but now it was as busy as a vegetable market. Uchiha Yufeng rubbed his eyes and stretched slowly. Oh, I brought a delicious lunch today. Well, how about we go to the rooftop to eat together? Sarutobi Asuma was the first to show off his courtesy, showing off the bento in his hand, and said to Yuhi Kurenai, My name is Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma. We don't seem to be so close that we just call each other by our first names. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Sarutobi Asuma, proudly showing off the bento. Yuhi Kurenai, who was already feeling aggrieved because the bento was given to Uchiha, suddenly became angry. If you hadn't pestered me and caused me this trouble, would I have been hungry today? Sarutobi Asuma, please stay away from me in the future. You have seriously disturbed me recently, which troubles me very much. Also, I will not eat your bento, so please don't ask me again in the future. Got it. The baby's fat face was filled with excitement, and his red eyes were filled with anger. Sarutobi Isuma was a little confused by Yuhi Kurenai's anger, and stood there blankly. Obito, I brought you a lunchbox. Let's go. Noara Lin felt the weird atmosphere here, walked to Uchiha Obito, and whispered, Okay, Lin. The very nervous Uchiha Obito said happily, Keep your voice down. Noara Lin made a silence gesture to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito realized it later and couldn't help scratching his head to apologize, and then followed Lin quietly out of the classroom. Feeling the strange looks from the classmates around him, Sarutobi Isuma's face heated up. He covered his face with his bento and left the classroom dejectedly. After a while, all the scattered people in the classroom were gone. Only Yuhi Kurenai, who was sitting there sulking, and Uchiha Yufeng, who had just woken up, were left. Gah! The sound of the lunchbox being opened undoubtedly did not stir Yuhi Kurenai's nerves. Yuhi Kurenai was lying on the table, but his ears could not help but perk up. TSK, TSK. This bento tastes really good. As soon as Uchiha Yufeng's voice fell, the smell of the bento's food followed. Yuhi Kurenai swallowed. Why don't I choke you to death? Yuhi Kurenai listened to the sound of Uchiha Yufeng swallowing quickly, and felt even more anxious, and whispered bitterly. With his stomach growling, Yuhi Kurenai raised his hands to cover his ears. After half an hour, Yuhi Kurenai was so hungry that she couldn't bear the mental torture of Uchiha Yufeng. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, a box of exquisite bento was pushed in front of him. This doesn't seem to be my lunchbox. Yuhi Kurenai raised his head, and Uchiha Yufeng looked at him calmly. I've finished eating your lunch, and our affairs have been wiped out. I'll be more generous and forgive you. I brought this lunchbox, and now I'm full. The weather is hot. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it if I take it home in the afternoon, so I'll give it to you. In order to save the little girl's face, Uchiha put down her lunchbox and left the classroom directly. After walking a few steps, he sensed movement from the rooftop. Uchiha Yufeng turned around and walked toward the rooftop. As soon as I arrived on the rooftop, I heard a familiar voice. Kakashi, don't waste your youth. Let's fight on the rooftop. A dazzling green color is in the center of the rooftop, dancing and inviting Kakashi. Kakashi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a bento in his hand, refused in a calm tone. Don't want. The posture that Metkai put up suddenly collapsed. Kakashi, then when are you going to fight me? Metkai trotted up to Kakashi and said pitifully. Forehead. Kakashi looked at Kai, who was downcast, and wanted to refuse, but he couldn't say anything when it came to his lips. He sighed and spread his hands helplessly. I have something to do today. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll wait for you at home. When he heard Kakashi promised him, Metkai returned instantly full of youth and passion. You are indeed my best friend. Kakashi, tomorrow I will go to your house to fight with you. Oh! After saying that, Kai left the rooftop like a gust of wind and went to the playground for physical training. Hearing the word best friend, Kakashi's mouth twitched. Facing Uchiha Yufeng, who had just stepped onto the rooftop, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Before, when Uchiha Yufeng was chatting with him, he would talk about his best friends before and after him. I didn't expect that Metkai would use it now, and my friends would pester me to fight every day. Looking at the lazy Uchiha Yufeng, Kakashi always felt that the word best friend was a bit awkward, and when it came out of Uchiha Yufeng's mouth, it didn't sound like a good word. Uchiha Yufeng found a clean place to sit down, stretched out his arms, and leaned on the railing, and looked at Kakashi. Where did you get this bento? Kakashi has graduated from ninja school, and he doesn't have to go to class in the afternoon, so he can go home at any time. I came today just as a formality to see how the classmates of the same period are familiar with each other and how they bring lunchboxes. His lunchbox was given to him by me. Uchiha Yufeng looked back, and Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi full of resentment. Uchiha Yufeng suddenly realized. It seems that some unknown and erotic scenes happened on the rooftop just now. Noara Lin on the side immediately blushed. This bento is Obito's wish. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the three of them. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +2. I'm done eating. Lin, this lunchbox will be delivered to you tomorrow. Feeling Uchiha Yufeng's strange gaze, even Kakashi, whose face was covered, couldn't bear it. I didn't eat the remaining half of the lunchbox, so I put it away and arranged my mask. Oh good. Seeing that there was still a lot of food in Kakashi's lunchbox, the considerate Noera Lin didn't ask any more questions, blinked, and then looked at Uchiha Yufeng. By the way, Yufeng, I heard from Shizun this morning that you were going to Konoha Hospital after school. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Great, just the three of us can be together. When Noera Lin heard the news, a flash of joy flashed across her face. After all, it was Noera Lin's wish to be a medical ninja. Noera Lin will not miss any content related to medical treatment. Lin, I'm going to. Uchiha Obito saw Lin so happy and spoke directly without thinking. What are you going to do? Are you going to be a medical ninja? Kakashi on the side looked over. If Yufeng wants to be a medical ninja, can I be a medical ninja in the future? Besides, isn't Konoha Hospital a hospital? Even if I'm not a medical ninja, can I still go and see it? Uchiha Obito glanced at Noera Lin quietly. His eyes flickered, and he pretended to be calm and said, Since Obito is going, Kakashi, why don't you come too? Uchiha suddenly turned around and landed on Kakashi, issuing an invitation. I don't want it. Kakashi had a cold face and refused out of habit. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +1. Uchiha Yufeng smiled knowingly. This damned Sundara. Kakashi, haven't you become a Chunin? I must have done a lot of tasks when I left the village, and it is inevitable to be afraid of some hidden injuries. I just happened to go to the hospital to give you a good checkup. Yes, Kakashi, I think Yufeng is right. Noera Lin on the side spoke, agreeing with Uchiha Yufeng's statement. Kakashi, come with us to see it. After Noera Rin finished speaking, she also winked at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment, then understood. He looked at Kakashi and followed suit. Kakashi, let's go together. If you have any hidden injuries, it will be difficult to move forward in the future. Tsunade-sama is just here, and if there is any root cause, I will solve it for you. Maybe you can become a Jonin in a few days. Listening to the three people's words, Kakashi lowered his head. After a moment of silence, he spoke. It's really troublesome. Let's go together. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +6. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke fragment +2. Congratulations, host. The Uchiha Sasuke card has met the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade it? Enough? Uchiha Yufeng's mind was immediately attracted by the system prompts, and he muttered silently. Lift! The golden card that originally belonged to Uchiha Sasuke was wrapped in golden light. After a moment, the golden light dissipated. A new golden card appears. The Uchiha Sasuke on the card is significantly older, dressed in white, holding a knife on the waist. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan are slightly rotating, adding a bit of mystery and coquettishness. The name of the golden card also became Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden. The card Uchiha Sasuke is successfully upgraded and gets 10 chances to draw a card. 10 times, a ninja card is guaranteed to be drawn. Do you want to draw cards? The card has been upgraded successfully. Do you want to use it? Uchiha Yufeng pressed the idea of using cards and focused on the 10 opportunities to draw cards. Draw a card. There is more than one chance to draw cards. Please choose the form of card drawing, single drawing, or continuous drawing. Uchiha Yufeng thought for a moment. All pumped. Stud. Between thoughts, cards appeared out of thin air and spun upward, followed by golden light. Golden legend? Could it be that he is the legendary European emperor? Did he withdraw money? 10 cards fell down, flipped one next to the other. Congratulations to host for getting a Tonkatsu ramen coupon. Congratulations to host for getting a Kusanagi sword. Congratulations to host for getting a ninja tool bag. Congratulations to host for getting a training bandage. Congratulations to host for getting a Ronin sword. Congratulations to host for getting 50 kunai. Congratulations to host for getting 100 detonating symbols. Congratulations to host for receiving 20 medical bandages. Congratulations to host for getting a card, Noera Rin. Congratulations to host for getting a golden growth card, Medicine Master's Pocket. Since host has drawn cards more than 10 times, a system space will be given as a gift, which can be used to store system reward items. Gold. Growable cards. Uchiha Yufeng's mind was suddenly attracted by the golden card. The person on the card has short silver-white hair and a neat hairstyle. Wearing a pair of glasses, a black top, and a gray vest, he looks very focused and serious. It's you, Dream Master Kabuto. Kabuto Yakushi is not a simple character. In his early appearance, he was already Orochimaru's right-hand man, grandmaster in medical treatment, scientific research, etc. There is no blood inheritance, no family. With his own efforts, he completed all Orochimaru's experiments and gathered all the results into himself. Later, he learned Sage Mode and became a perfect immortal. The Fourth Ninja War gives everyone a chance to realize their dreams and fight to Uchiha alone. He is a well-deserved strong man in the ninja world. At this moment, Noera Lin looked over. Yufeng, have you really decided to become a medical ninja in the future? I've decided I want to be a medical ninja. Uchiha returned to reality, stood up, and looked in the direction of Hokage Rock. As long as there are leaves flying, there will be fire burning, and the shadow of the fire will shine on the village. And then new leaves will sprout again, and we are the new leaves now. Uchiha Yufeng finished reading loudly. He looked at Noera Lin. Lin, are medical ninjas important in the team? Important. If the enemy sees a medical ninja in a team, will they plan an attack first? Meeting. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. The position of the medical ninja in the team is very special and critical. At certain important moments, the role of the medical ninja can help the entire team escape danger and turn defeat into victory. And it can also allow our companions to survive as much as possible. In missions, letting every companion survive as long as possible is my way of ninja. After hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, several people were stunned. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. No one expected that Uchiha Yufeng would be so enlightened. And he also has the way of ninja that he has to fight for his whole life. Lin, do you know what the 3 principles of medical ninja are? Noera Lin's eyes flashed with thought, and then she said in surprise, Yifeng, are you talking about the 3 principles in the compulsory course for medical ninjas that Tsunade-sama proposed 3 days ago? Uchiha Yufeng nodded to it. The 3 major principles of medical ninjas. First, medical ninjas must not give up treatment before the death of their team members. The second point is that medical ninjas must not be at the forefront of the battle. The third point is that the medical ninja must not die before any member of the team. These 3 points will be my life creed from now on. They are also the guiding light for me to implement the way of ninja. Uchiha Yufeng is impassioned. I almost believe it. There is no way. Who let 3rd Hokage take charge of this ninja school? And just now, Uchiha Yufeng actually felt the feeling of being spied on. Uchiha Yufeng naturally does not think it is a feeling, so he relaxes his vigilance. Even if no one is prying, there are umbu around the ninja school. Today, Kakashi came to the ninja school again. What is Kakashi's identity? He is Hitaki Tsukumo's son. How could those people in umbu not monitor well in the dark? Uchiha Yufeng succeeded in this wave of operations. Noera Lin looked at her with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Uchiha Yufeng knows it and is almost pretending. Yufeng, what you say is better than what you sing. Uchiha Obito's blood boiled when he heard it, but when he thought of these words, they actually came out of Uchiha Yufeng's mouth. As if he had seen a ghost, he held it in for a long time before spitting out this sentence. What does it mean to speak better than to sing? This is called showing true feelings. You Uchiha stick, you know nothing. Obito. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was confused. Sometimes, if you can't describe it, just shut it up. Uchiha Obito came back to his senses and stared at Uchiha Yufeng. Obito, why are you so rude? What Yufeng just said was very good. I have listened to Tsunade-sama's lessons before, and I feel that Yufeng's nindo is the same as what Tsunade-sama said, and it makes me very profound. As soon as Noara Rin said this, Uchiha Obito's angry look suddenly changed. After thinking for a long time, he smiled naively. Really? It turns out Yufeng is so powerful. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Obito speechlessly. This guy's not only a licker, but also a face-changing enthusiast. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back early. We have classes in the afternoon. Noara Lin looked at the time and couldn't help but remind her. Uchiha Yufeng looked back at Kakashi. Kakashi, what about you? Where are you going this afternoon? I'm a little tired. I have to go back. I'll come over when you get out of school. After Kakashi finished speaking, he held the lunchbox under his arm and walked off the rooftop with his pocket in his pocket. Ifeng, Kakashi seems in a good mood today. Noara Lin walked up to Uchiha Yufeng, looked at Kakashi's back, and whispered. Uchiha didn't answer Lin, watching Kakashi's figure slowly disappear, and just looked back. Lin, let's go. Let's go back and let Obito stay here and clean the rooftop. Hey. Yufeng, why do you just leave me to clean up? Uchiha Obito was furious when he heard this. You three are just eating here. Kakashi has gone home. Do you want Lin to clean here alone? This. Uchiha Obito stared at Uchiha Yufeng, and when he heard Lin, he was at a loss for a while. Obito, seeing Uchiha Yufeng trying to trick Obito again, Noara Lin rubbed her forehead and shook her head helplessly and was about to say that she would stay and clean together. Before he could speak, he was pulled down by Uchiha Yufeng. After Uchiha Yufeng returned to the classroom, he let go of Lin. He smiled at him and went straight back to his seat. Stretching out, he lay on the table and continued to catch up on his afternoon nap. Dingle bell, time flies, and the school bell rings. Yufeng, school is out. Uchiha Obito quickly came to the seat and shouted into Uchiha Yufeng's ear. It was obviously revenge for throwing him alone on the rooftop to clean up. Uchiha Yufeng frowned, slowly opened his eyes, and yawned. Looking at Uchiha Obito, who was about to come over, he raised his hand and directly covered his face with his hand and pushed him out. Didn't I tell you, I don't like men. Stay away from me. Hearing that she didn't like men, Shizun, Noara Rin looked at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's face turned red when he saw the change in Lin's eyes that he liked. Uchiha Yufeng, I don't like men either. Don't spread rumors about me. Uchiha Obito pointed at Uchiha Yufeng tremblingly and looked at Lin to explain pitifully. Lin, I'm not. He slandered me. Noara Rin looked helplessly at Uchiha Mikasa. Yufeng, you are teasing Obito again. Uchiha Yufeng smiled, looked at several people who were getting ready, and zipped up his backpack. Let's go. The three of them had just walked to the classroom door. Yuhi Kurenai, who had been waiting for Uchiha Yufeng for a long time, appeared and blocked the way. Uchiha Yufeng, I have something to ask you. Can you come over? Yuhi Kurenai's face turned red, and her cute baby fat face was filled with nervousness. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Just wait for me. Yuhi Kurenai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the other side of the corridor with Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng, this is your lunchbox. Yuhi Kurenai carefully took out the washed lunchbox from his backpack and handed it to Uchiha Yufeng. Oh, okay, I'll accept it. Uchiha Yufeng nodded, took it casually, and left. Seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai became a little anxious and reached out to grab Uchiha Yufeng's hand. Just wait. Uchiha Yufeng was confused. Wasn't this little girl just here to return the bento box? Is there anything else? Yuhi Kurenai bit her lip and lowered her head. Give me back my bento box. Uchiha Yufeng slapped his forehead. I think I fell asleep and forgot about it in the afternoon, so I ate someone else's bento and the box was still here. Uchiha Yufeng immediately opened his backpack and looked at the lunchbox that was clean but not cleaned. I'm sorry. I'm used to finishing lunch and cleaning the box at home. I finished eating your lunchbox today and forgot. Holding the clean lunchbox that Yuhi Kurenai gave him, Uchiha felt a little embarrassed. I thought to myself, isn't my behavior just bullying an honest person? How about I can return this lunchbox to you tomorrow? Yuhi Kurenai didn't say anything and directly reached out and took the lunchbox. No need. I could do it myself. Oh, good. Uchiha Yufeng agreed. Tomorrow. What about tomorrow? Uchiha Yufeng is full of questions. Anything else? Can we have lunch in exchange for lunch tomorrow? Ah, this. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the little girl strangely, and her face became increasingly red. What kind of hobby does this little girl have? If you agree to change the lunchbox, I can also help you wash the lunchbox after you finish eating. Yuhi Kurenai mustered up his courage, raised his head, and looked at Uchiha Yufeng, biting his lip. Also, if you have time in the future, you can teach me. How do you cook? It turns out that he took a fancy to my cooking. It's no wonder that I wanted to eat bento boxes instead. The bento boxes I brought were all huxia dishes made at home. Simple, delicious, and perfect for meals. Looking at Yuhi Kurenai's anxious expression, it seems that he is obsessed with his food. It's because the huxia food we cook is so delicious. Uchiha Yufeng expressed his understanding and agreed since he would not suffer any loss. Okay, but starting from tomorrow, you have to bring an extra lunch. Just one, I don't have enough. After reaching a strategic cooperation with Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Yufeng and others left the school. Looking at Kakashi, who had his hands in his pockets and looked unhappy. Judging from this look, he must have been waiting for a while. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito didn't see the displeasure on Kakashi's face at all and walked up to Kakashi and greeted him. Knowing Obito's temperament, Kakashi looked past Obito and towards Uchiha Yufeng. You came so late. Did some people oversleep? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, Kakashi, after school this afternoon, I was the one who woke me up. Watching the two of them in and yawn themselves, Uchiha Yufeng ignored them. Shizen, we're going to Konoha Hospital at this time. Is Tsunade-sama still there? Still, Tsunade-sama usually comes over in the afternoon and stays at least until after 8 o'clock in the evening. After confirming that Tsunade was still in Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Tsunade is now the pinnacle of Konoha's medical ninja. Being able to get Tsunade's guidance is what many medical ninjas yearn for. Uchiha Yufeng will use the medical ninja as a public identity in the future, so naturally, he should contact Tsunade as soon as possible. Of course, it is best to get Tsunade's approval. But recognizing this thing, Uchiha Yufeng thinks it is almost impossible. After all, his identity is that of the Uchiha clan. Not long after the few people left, a man in ninja costume came in front of them. Are you going to study at Konoha Hospital? Looking at the unfamiliar ninja in front of them, they looked at each other in confusion. Yes. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the bulging backpack behind this man and stood up with a smile to respond. Master Ninja, what do you want? As soon as Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, the man unfolded his clothes, which contained more than 30 pockets. In the pocket, everything is needed for medical practice. This is a newly made bandage, and this is a test tube with a simplified version of the antidote. In this, the ninja watched several people being attracted by his operation and began to explain his products nonstop. How much does this bandage cost? Noira Lin stepped forward, looked at the newly made bandage, and asked, This is 500 taels. Uchiha Obito jumped when he heard the price. Is this bandage of yours made of gold or silver? It costs 500 taels? Isn't it too expensive for you? Hearing this, the ninja smiled knowingly. Expensive? Why is it so expensive? These days they're all sold at this price. Children don't understand and don't talk nonsense. You think it's expensive, but I still think it's expensive. Look where it's sold around here. This afternoon, Tsunade-sama came to Konoha Hospital in person to teach, and the price of the medical supplies used for practice has already doubled several times. Hearing this statement, Uchiha Yufeng looked strange. This profiteer is a talented person, and everything he says makes him angry. Okay, we don't need it. Kakashi on the side couldn't stand, listening, and stepped forward. Huh? Why do you look so familiar? Who are you? The profiteer ninja was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of something, and his face became excited. It turns out to be Kakashi-sama. Oh, you know me? Kakashi looked at this ninja and couldn't remember. We met during Chunin's exam, and your team helped me. Although I failed to become Chunin in the end, I still want to thank Kakashi-sama. By the way, you must be here today to listen to Tsunade-sama's class. This afternoon, Tsunade-sama should be teaching about the production of antidote and the use of bandages. These antidote bottles and several bandages are all given to you. After saying that, he seemed to be afraid of Kakashi's rejection. He tore off a pocket in his arms that held the antidote bottles and stuffed the 7 or 8 bottles and 7 or 8 bandages inside into the arms of Uchiha Obito, who was leaning closest. "Goodbye, Kakashi-sama." When a voice fell, the ninja quickly disappeared into the street. "This guy runs pretty fast." Uchiha Yufeng smiled, walked to Uchiha Obito, and helped take the bottles. "Kakashi, this thing? You can use it if you can. I'm not a medical ninja." Uchiha Yufeng is not pretentious either. He gave the bottle in his hand to Lin and Shizen. As expected of Kakashi, so awesome. Holding the bottle of antidote in her hand, Noera Lin looked at Kakashi with admiration. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito curled his lips and turned his head away. Kakashi looked as usual and walked ahead with his hands in his pockets. Uchiha Yufeng and others walked towards Konoha Hospital again. As soon as I arrived at Konoha Hospital, I saw the open space in front of the teaching building full of people. There are students as old as Uchiha Mikaze, as well as Jinin, Chunin, and even Jonin. Why are there so many people? Uchiha Obito sighed. Are there so many people every day? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Noera Rin and Shizen. The two nodded in unison. Before a few people could say anything more, a ninja wearing a medical coat stood on the second floor and said to the people below, "Tsunade-sama has an order. Anyone who comes to Konoha Hospital for medical treatment should go directly to the medical building. Those who come to study and learn medical skills should go to the teaching building over there." After the man finished speaking, he pointed to the house on the right. "Tsunade-sama will be here in 5 minutes. Hurry up and get to your places." After saying that, the man returned to the building. "Kakashi, let Obito accompany you to the medical building first." Noera Lin looked at it and set her sights on Kakashi. "When we are all done, meet at the door." Kakashi nodded and walked towards the medical building. "Don't worry, Lin. You study hard and don't worry about anything else. I will keep an eye on Kakashi." Uchiha Obito assured Noera Rin. Noera Lin's eyes curved like crescent moons. "I believe you, Obito." Kakashi turned back and glanced at Uchiha Obito angrily. "Let's go." Watching Kakashi and Uchiha Obito enter the medical building one after another, the three of them looked at each other and walked towards the teaching building pointed by the ninja just now. After entering, the three of them sat down next to each other and found a place that did not affect their line of sight. Sakichi, as expected of Tsunade-sama, there are so many people in a random medical class. It seems that some Jonin-sama who are not usually seen are also here. It's natural. Our Lady Tsunade's medical level is the best in the entire ninja world. Who doesn't want to hear it? It must be our Tsunade-sama who has proven his worth for us medical ninjas. Yeah, it's not easy for medical ninjas. As long as we have medical ninjas in the team, the frontline ninjas can just charge, but we medical ninjas have too many things to consider. The ninjas around were talking a lot, and everything was messy. After a while, bang, a loud voice came from the front. The voices around him gradually became quieter. The three of them looked towards the source of the sound. A female ninja stood on the podium and glanced around with sharp eyes. The kunoichi is about 20 years old, with long light yellow hair, styled into a large ponytail. She has fair skin and an extremely plump figure, and even wearing a green robe cannot conceal her majesty. Soon, Tsunade looked in the direction of Uchiha and Yufeng. When she saw Noera Rin and Kato Shizun, Tsunade nodded slightly. When he caught a glimpse of Uchiha Yufeng and the Uchiha clothes he was wearing, he frowned. Then in a blink of an eye, he came to Uchiha Yufeng. "Cross your arms and look down on yourself." "Uchiha brats, if you don't play with your Sharingan, why are you here with me?" Uchiha Yufeng had no surprises. He had predicted this would happen before he came. Tsunade comes from the Senju clan, and the Senju had a feud with the Uchiha clan before the founding of Konoha. Later, when Konoha was established, It was reasonable for people from the two families to dislike each other. When the people around saw Tsunade's sudden movement, their eyes turned over. Tsunade-sama, who said Uchiha can only develop Sharingan and cannot learn anything else. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Tsunade, and her tone was as calm as if she was chatting about family matters. Tsunade was stunned, obviously not expecting the Uchiha brat in front of her to speak like this. His brows furrowed into a tic-tac-toe, and he shot directly at Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha brat, stop being so proud. Uchiha Yufeng watched the huge fist getting closer and closer. The pupils in his eyes shrank, and he instinctively wanted to avoid it. But in the end, reason defeated instinct, and he stood still without moving a step. He knew that Tsunade would not touch him. Sure enough, the punch stopped within a finger's reach of Uchiha Yufeng's forehead. The wind from the fist blew Uchiha's hair, making it dance randomly. Uchiha Yufeng looked directly into Tsunade's eyes with a smile. Bang! Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yufeng coldly, and her unhappy expression disappeared. A finger stretched out and touched Uchiha Yufeng's forehead directly. Uchiha Yufeng's expression froze. I said something bad in my heart. Then a powerful chakra burst out instantly, spreading around Tsunade with Tsunade as the center. The Uchiha who was closest to Tsunade was blown away 10 meters away on the spot, and then fell heavily to the ground. Except for him, no one made such a big move. The precise control of chakra's strength is frightening. The two women beside Uchiha, Shizen Kato and Lin Noera, had their hair blown tousled just now. Uchiha Yufeng coughed a few times and spat out the dirt he had just eaten. Tsunade, I send my greetings to your second grandfather. I have recorded this grudge. Just wait. I'll beat you back sooner or later. Due to the uneven ground, Uchiha Yufeng stumbled after being thrown away. At this time, he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. Tsunade-sama, Uchiha Makaze means no offense to you. He really wants to be a medical ninja. Shizen reacted and said anxiously to Tsunade. Noera Lin on the side couldn't sit still when she saw Uchiha Yufeng's miserable appearance. Run over and help Uchiha Yufeng. Shizun, is this your classmate? Tsunade crossed her arms and looked from Uchiha to Shizun. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent. Uchiha brat, since you want to be a medical ninja, I will give you a chance to tell you the second point of the 3 principles of medical ninja. Tsunade turned around and took just 2 steps. If you are right, medical treatment, including medical ninjutsu, whatever you want to learn in the future, I will teach you all without reservation. If you can't tell, then hurry up and get out of where you came from today. There was a touch of confidence on Tsunade's snow-white and delicate face. These 3 principles of medical ninja were just put forward by myself 3 days ago. Nothing to do with ninjutsu medical technology, just a guideline. If you're a ninja or a student who comes to class every day, the 3 principles will definitely explain why. The Uchiha kid in front of me is here for the first time. Tsunade was sure that Uchiha Makaze could not tell. As long as you can't say it, you'll have a reason to attack. As a medical ninja, you don't know the 3 major principles of medical ninja. How can you be a medical ninja? It's better to go back and play with your family's eyes. In Tsunade's mind, she doesn't like Uchiha's people studying medical ninja. Besides, I still have to learn from a special person in the Senju family like myself. However, Noera Rin, who was originally worried, felt happy after hearing the 3 principles proposed by Tsunade. Real. Uchiha Makaze's feeble voice came. Of course it's true. Tsunade was confident not to look back and walked towards the podium without seeing the change in Noera Lin's eyes. The second point of the 3 principles of medical ninjas is that medical ninjas must not be at the forefront of the battle. Uchiha Yufeng did not hesitate and directly stated the second rule of the medical ninja code. Tsunade paused and turned around neatly. Interesting, interesting. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, the figure flashed. He suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Yufeng again and reached out to grab Uchiha Yufeng's chest clothes. Tsunade-sama, Kato Shizun on the side, was initially relieved, but after seeing Tsunade's actions, she raised her heart again. Tsunade glanced at Shizun, who had a worried face, and snorted coldly. A touch of green chakra surged from his hand and penetrated into Uchiha Yufeng's body like a thread. The swelling caused by the scratch and impact recovered quickly. After a while, Tsunade stopped. Uchiha Yufeng, I remember you. In addition, I, Tsunade, will definitely do what I just said. If you want to learn the future, come to me. Tsunade lowered her head and said coldly in Uchiha Yufeng's ear. After finishing speaking, he slowly returned to the podium. Today I'll talk about the preparation of the antidote first. Tsunade took a bottle of antidote from the table next to the podium. She looked so calm, as if the Tsunade who violently struck just now was not her. Ninjas in the front row seemed to be commonplace. He quickly recovered and took out the antidote for practice. The people in the back row, especially those who had just arrived in the past few days, were very reserved at this time. He was afraid that if he offended Tsunade, he would get hammered. Uchiha Yufeng and the other three have returned to their new seats. From then on, Tsunade never felt sad again. A class ended peacefully and without any disturbance. As Uchiha Yufeng and the two girls left after class, what happened to Uchiha Yufeng in class today spread like wildfire. Inside the Hokage office, the third generation, who was smoking heavily, looked at a record of Uchiha Yufeng's behavior and fell into deep thought. On behavior records, I wrote about all Uchiha Yufeng's actions since leaving home today. Everything from the time he finished his lessons with Tsunade to going to Kakashi's house to eat, etc., was clearly written on it. In the mission, let every companion survive as much as possible. Is this your way of ninja? The third Hokage spoke slowly with some emotion. He's a good prospect, although his talent is a bit poor and he focuses on physical skills. If he really wants to be a medical ninja, the third Hokage put the pipe in his mouth. It's a good way out. Then third Hokage walked out of the office and summoned several Anbu ninjas. From today on, let Anbu remove Uchiha Yufeng from surveillance. Ninja school courses speed up the progress. In addition, some students who often fall asleep in class. Please help me and don't give up. The Anbu ninja agreed and left quickly. The third Hokage stood up and stood on the window, looking at the brightly lit streets around him. Uchiha Yufeng, don't let me down. Uchiha Yufeng, get up and answer the question on how to restore chakra. Just as Uchiha Yufeng was about to lie down, the teacher on the stage pushed up his glasses, and his eyes suddenly fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Chakra is restored in the following ways. First, Uchiha Yufeng stood up and recited the contents of the book. This female teacher, in just one class, called her name no less than 8 times. Whenever I wanted to lie down and sleep for a while, I was called on to answer questions. Uchiha Yufeng has never been so speechless since she came to this world. I don't seem to have offended this female ninja teacher who wears glasses. Dingle bell. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and the female ninja teacher and Uchiha Mifeng on the podium breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Okay, let's finish today's lesson here. Get out of class is over. After the female ninja teacher finished speaking, she quickly left the classroom with her books in hand. Yufeng, have you offended this teacher? Why does she keep asking you questions? Uchiha Obito closed the book and looked back at Lin. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Uchiha Yufeng looking doubtful about life. Uchiha Mikaz rolled her eyes. If only I knew. At this time, Uchiha Yufeng really wanted to use a latent snake hand to go over and tie the female ninja teacher to the warehouse behind the school. Ask yourself where you have offended her. The next practical lesson is, Yufeng, why don't you leave? After a while, Kato Shizun put away the textbooks. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, who was still in a daze, I couldn't help but push him. Practical class? Oh, okay. Go right away. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes lit up. Practical lesson, this is great. In the past, I just dealt with it casually, and there was nothing to do for most of the rest of the class anyway. I just found a chance to sleep. So happy. Uchiha Yufeng thought of this, got up, and walked toward the playground. Before I even got there, the teacher teaching the practical class was already waiting there. Dear students, The content of our practical class today is shuriken throwing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng frowned slightly and then retreated behind the classmates. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Isn't this shuriken throwing something that should be learned in 3 months? Why start now? Where's Uchiha Makaze? Uchiha Yufeng was stunned when he heard the teacher call his name. What's going on with this familiar feeling? Teacher, Yufeng is here. Uchiha Obito on the side raised his hand, directly exposing Uchiha's wind control position. Teacher, seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Uchiha Yufeng walked out of the students. Uchiha Yufeng, shuriken throwing is a skill. As long as you study hard, you will be an excellent ninja in the future. In today's class, you just follow me. If you don't understand anything, just ask, and I will teach you personally. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes froze. Teacher Kiya, are you friends with Teacher Mizuka? Jing is also the teacher who teaches practical classes in front of him. Teacher Shuewa, who is the female teacher with glasses in the previous class. Of course, we are all teachers at the ninja school. We are friends and, even more so, companions. Yufeng, if you want Teacher Shuewa to teach you, I can ask Teacher Shuewa. Uchiha Yufeng didn't see any clues in the teacher's eyes and shook his head. Teacher Jingye is the teacher of practical classes. In actual combat, he is definitely better than Teacher Shuewa. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's praise, he laughed. Then he said to Uchiha Yufeng seriously, your days in a ninja school are getting shorter and shorter, so you must cherish your time and not be lazy. Master Hokage said that as a teacher, you must never give up on the students of the ninja school, and you must teach them well. Cultivating useful ninjas is our responsibility and original intention as teachers. Hearing him mention Lord Hokage, Uchiha Yufeng's eyes narrowed. He said seriously with a calm expression on his face, thank you, Teacher Jingye. Yufeng knows about it and will definitely work hard. Jingye looked pleased. Okay, let's go. Master Hokage has approved a lot of training shurikens and training wind targets today. Get more for training later. After that, he asked Uchiha Yufeng to return to the team and take the students in the class to collect the equipment for actual combat. After one class, Uchiha Yufeng felt very tired. During the practical class, the 3 teachers patrolled and taught back and forth. Anyone who was slacking off would directly step forward to teach the class, and they would be watched closely. Dingle bell. As the sound rang out, the morning class was finally over. After a whole morning of torture and insinuations about the ninja teacher, Uchiha finally understood. The changes in the school may have the shadow of the 3rd Hokage behind them. If things are like today at noon from now on, then the great business of fishing in this ninja school will have to stop. After stricter supervision, those who now have the right to rest are those with excellent grades, like Yuhi Kurenai waiting to eat. Should I also expose a little bit of my unimportant strength and seek some privileges? Yufeng, let's go to the rooftop. Yuhi Kurenai took out the lunchbox and brought it to Uchiha Yufeng, looking at him with hope. Rooftop? Okay. Uchiha Yufeng, doesn't matter where you eat it. It doesn't matter where you eat it. After saying that, he took the lunchbox and walked ahead with his backpack. The 2 of them arrived at the rooftop one after the other. Uchiha Yufeng didn't eat, but found a clean place and lay down directly on it. Close your eyes slightly on the quiet rooftop. The breeze blows, very comfortable. Yufeng, my father told me this morning that our ninja school may have new changes. New changes? Uchiha Yufeng opened his eyes, and his eyes fell on Yuhi Kurenai. What's the meaning? Yuhi Kurenai tried hard to remember, and after swallowing the fragrant ribs made by Yufeng, he spoke. Father, he didn't say it directly. He probably meant that something happened in Sunagakure village, and the ninja school might close early. Sunagakure village, could it be that Kazekage is missing? Uchiha Yufeng thought about the shuriken throwing lesson he learned at noon today and fell into deep thought. The possibility of early graduation from ninja school is very high. Since the beginning of World War II, the graduation time of ninja school has been adjusted. If what happened in Sunagakure village is true, There's a high probability that the ninja school graduation will be much earlier this time. You phone. You have to work hard. Father said that if you really graduate early, the assessment will be more stringent, so I don't want you to not be able to graduate. Yuhi Karinai said with a slight blush on her face. If you need me to help you train, just ask, and I will help you. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely graduate. Yuhi Karinai did not answer the conversation, lowered his head, and continued to eat the pork rib rice in his hand. Uchiha Yufeng moved and leaned against the railing. He knew in his heart that his leisurely life in the ninja school would not last long. After eating their lunchbox, the two of them got off the rooftop and just returned to the classroom. Not much longer. A middle-aged ninja teacher came here and announced the big news. Starting for next week, the school's daily classes will be extended by 1 hour. The school graduation date will be moved forward 6 months. If you need to graduate early now, you can apply to me. In the last period of time, all students should work hard and strive to graduate and become a qualified ninja. 3 days later, the sky turned gray. Hitaki Kakashi held a white flower in his hand and stood in front of a tombstone. The light breeze blew by, and the white hair swayed slightly. Dad! After finishing his words, Kakashi slowly squatted down and placed the white flowers in his hand in front of the tombstone. Dad, you broke the rules for the sake of your companions, right? While I was talking, a light drizzle fell. Kakashi lowered his head, not knowing whether it was rain or tears dripping down his mask. It took a while before he spoke again. I also have a companion now, but I won't be like my father. I will definitely abide by the rules, and I will. After saying that, he stood up and took a deep breath. There is no expression on his face. Dad, I'll come see you next time when I'm free. Turning around, he habitually put his hands in his pockets and walked outside. As soon as he left the cemetery, he glanced aside. When did you come? Uchiha Yufeng handed over an extra umbrella in his hand. It's been a while. Kakashi didn't answer, walked straight into the rain, and disappeared into the street soon. Uchiha Yufeng withdrew his gaze and walked in, looking at the tombstones of his parents in front of him. He stood still for a long time and sighed. There is no point in lamenting the dead. Human life is inherently fragile. A cold voice came from behind. Uchiha Yufeng looked back. The person who spoke had long black hair and long golden pupils, like snakes. She has pale skin and wears blue Magatama-shaped earrings. This chilling feeling and special appearance are none other than Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. So what makes sense? It only makes sense to try to change all this. Change. Think of ways to make life more tenacious and even eternal. There was a hint of fanaticism in Orochimaru's golden pupils. After speaking, he took out a box from his arms. If you want to know about eternity, come to me after you graduate from ninja school. Uchiha Yufeng took over. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden, fragment +5. Ding, the pharmacist pocket fragment +2. Debris? Uchiha Mikaze was not surprised when Yakushi Kabuto's fragment triggered. But Sasuke's fragment also triggered. Orochimaru too? Uchiha Yufeng thought for a while. After Sasuke defected, he studied with Orochimaru for 2.5 years. This seems to be a different kind of teacher-student friendship. Orochimaru watched Uchiha Yufeng take it, and then left here on his own, looking at Orochimaru's back. Uchiha Yufeng is sure. It seems that I will have more contact with Orochimaru after graduation. Uchiha Yufeng lowered his head, sensing that the contents of the box in his hand were not living things, and slowly opened it. Is this the white snake? Shed skin? Uchiha Yufeng was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru actually gave this to himself. The white snake symbolizes luck and rebirth, and is of great significance to Orochimaru. It seems that Orochimaru has high expectations for himself. Uchiha Yufeng then closed the box, left the cemetery, and headed towards the designated direction, the Konoha orphanage. Are you from Uchiha? What are you doing here? The ninja who guarded the Konoha orphanage looked at Uchiha Midike's approaching, and did not look down upon Uchiha Midike's because of his young age. His eyes were very wary. I want to see the dean. Meeting the dean? Several ninjas at the door looked at Uchiha Yufeng, and they made eye contact. One of the ninjas ran towards the inside of the Konoha orphanage. You wait here first. I've already sent someone. Uchiha Yufeng nodded, found a place to keep out the rain, put away his umbrella, and waited quietly. Not much longer. A mature woman in her 20s dressed as a nun and wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses walked out. Lifting the brim of the hat, golden hair spilled out. Hello, I am the director of Konoha Orphanage, Medicine Master Nono. Yakushi Nanoyu did not look down upon Uchiha Mikaze because of his age and always had a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Uchiha Yufeng, and I am from the Uchiha family. I am here today to sponsor your orphanage in my own name. Sponsor? An older woman who was following the pharmacist Nanoyu frowned when she heard this. Obviously, he doesn't believe what Uchiha Yufeng said. After all, no matter how you look at it, Uchiha Yufeng himself is a child. Before my parents passed away, they left several houses and an inheritance of 800,000 taels. I want to donate all of them to the orphanage. Have your parents passed away? When pharmacist Ninoyu heard the news of the death of Uchiha Mikaze's parents, he looked at the immature Uchiha Mikaze with a flash of distress and helplessness in his eyes. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto Ninja, Shard +2. Yes, he died on a mission some time ago. Uchiha Yufeng lowered his head and fell silent after speaking. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto Ninja Fragment +5. It still doesn't work. You are a member of the Uchiha family. If you want to dispose of your property, you need the consent of the Uchiha clan leader. The old woman next to pharmacist Nanoyu sighed and shook her head. Uchiha Yufeng put the backpack from the back to the front, opened the zipper, and handed out a contract inside. Is this a family consent form? Looking at the contents of the contract above, excitement flashed in the eyes of the old woman next to pharmacist Nanoyu. The recent financial situation of Konoha Orphanage is not optimistic. Since the end of the Second Ninja War, the Root organization has arranged batch after batch of war orphans from other villages to be thrown into the orphanage. The current orphanage has a serious financial deficit and cannot make ends meet. If it hadn't been for the director, Yakushi Nono, who has been working as a medical ninja at Konoha Hospital every day to make money to support himself, the orphanage would probably have closed down now. This organization just stuffs people into it, not money. Yakushi Nono's eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng again from the consent form. Although I'm a member of the Uchiha clan, I'm also a member of Konoha. I am alone, and I have a monthly subsidy from the family and a subsidy from the village. I usually can't spend so much, so you can just accept it. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he took out the property document contract from his backpack. This is the transfer letter. Hello, Sister Dean. If you agree, please sign it. The old woman on the side looked at the dean, pharmacist Nanoyu. Master Dean, this is a good thing. If you sign, don't say more. Just say that the money will be enough to maintain the operation of the orphanage for 2.5 years. Hearing the earnest words of the old woman beside him, a flash of struggle flashed in the eyes of the pharmacist Nanayu. Still a little hesitant. Sister Dean, I am the only one in the family now, myself and my younger brother. We are considered orphans. I can understand the pain of not having parents. If possible, I want to help them as much as possible because they will also be our big trees in Konoha in the future. However, when I come to the orphanage in the future, the director must remember to take care of me. Hearing this explanation, pharmacist Nanoyu took a deep breath, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Okay, I'll sign. Uchiha touched the backpack and took out the pen. Yakushi Nanoyu grabbed Uchiha Yufeng's hand and shook his head. I would like to add a regulation here. If you have difficulties in life in the future, or if you want to take it back, I will return it in full. However, when you return it, you have to give me more time to prepare. If you agree, I will sign it now. Uchiha Yufeng was a little surprised. She didn't expect the pharmacist Nanoyu in front of her to be so strong. If she doesn't agree, I'm afraid she won't sign. Okay, Sister Dean, I agree. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed quietly. Uchiha Yufeng is as usual. The ninja school, the orphanage, and the Konoha hospital are 3 points and 1 line. I stay up late every day before going home. I just arrived at the family residence today when I saw a familiar figure pacing back and forth anxiously. This person is none other than Uchiha Yufeng's Bento strategic partner, Yuhi Kurenai. Why are you here? When heard is the voice of Uchiha Mikaze. Yuhi Kurenai quickly turned his head and ran towards Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng, I just heard Hongdo say something. You must pay attention to it. What's the matter? You made a special trip to wait here. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Kurenai with a worried look on his face and couldn't help but ask. Tomorrow, we will conduct the actual combat simulation ranking assessment before graduating from the ninja school. You know, right? Uchiha Mikaze nodded and smiled. Didn't you tell me about this 3 days ago? What's wrong? The qualifying match is going to be rescheduled? Then you don't have to worry so much, right? Yuhi Kurenai shook his head vigorously. I want to say, how about you take leave tomorrow? Uchiha Yufeng was a little confused by Yuhi Kurenai's pleading tone. Didn't you ask me to come on 3 days ago? Why did you change your mind again today? Do you know that Uchiha flame of your clan? Yuhi Kurenai looked seriously at Uchiha Yufeng with a serious face and said a name to his ear. Uchiha Inflammation? Which one is it? Uchiha Yufeng thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't remember who Uchiha Yin was. It's the one who asked you to kick the trash can at the door of the class some time ago. After being reminded by Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Yufeng finally wanted to remember. Oh, you said the guy who wasn't very smart. Remember what happened to him? Yuhi Kurenai looked around, then moved forward and whispered. He went back to school this afternoon. It is said that he has awakened the blood succession limit Sharingan, and he also promised to teach you a lesson in the qualifying match. So, why don't you ask for leave tomorrow? Yufeng, I don't want you to suffer. As he spoke, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes turned slightly red. In Yuhi Kurenai's knowledge, the Uchiha bloodline Sharingan in Konoha is very powerful. Those who have activated the Sharingan are Uchiha's elites. Fighting with those who have not activated the Sharingan is basically 2 levels, and there is no comparison at all. Uchiha Yufeng understood. It turns out that Uchiha Yin returned to school and wanted to take revenge on himself. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand and rubbed Yuhi Kurenai's head, comforting him. Don't worry, I'm no longer what I used to be. Suddenly, Yuhi Kurenai felt someone tap her shoulder. She turned back blankly. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened when he saw another Uchiha Yufeng. Wind control. Yes. Yuhi Kurenai turned around blankly and saw 7 or 8 Uchiha Yufeng standing there looking at him. The red eyes were full of shock. Sigoi, when did you form the seal? Also, why did Yufeng create so many clones? You are too powerful. I have mastered the 3 body techniques and other techniques during this period. Coupled with my taijutsu, I will definitely be able to handle a Sharingan that has just opened his eyes. Don't worry. Besides, during the qualifying match, there are teachers like Chunin and Jonin watching over here, so nothing will happen. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's comfort, Yuhi Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. Yufeng, but you have to promise me to be very careful. Don't show off. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai pouting with worry on her face, Uchiha Yufeng raised her hand and touched her hair. Okay, I promise you, I will pay attention. Looking at the sky that was getting dark, Uchiha Yufeng spoke. Let's go, I'll take you home. No, I could just go back by myself. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. It's very dark in Konoha now. I'm afraid you might fall down while walking. Yuhi Kurenai's face was filled with anger. He snorted coldly, turned around, and walked outside. Yufeng bad. You know how to bully me. My father said that with my current strength, I can graduate early. How can I still fall while walking? However, Uchiha Yufeng said that he wanted to send her as a gift and did not continue to refuse. I didn't bully you. I recently heard that several families' children were missing. The 2 of them walked side by side towards the outside. In fact, not only civilians, but also the orphanage has lost 1 or 2 orphans recently. Uchiha Yufeng didn't even have to think about this matter. It's 100% the fault of Danzo and Orochimaru. I seem to have heard about this matter. My father mentioned it before when I was at home. He also said that Lord Hokage takes it very seriously and has handed over this matter to the person at the root to handle it. The adult at the root? Then, this is a FAR investigation, and there will probably be no more information soon. By the way, Yufeng, I've almost mastered the braised pork ribs you taught me last time. I'll make them for you to try tomorrow. Real. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Kurenai with some suspicion. In the past few days, I have tried other dishes that Yuhi Kurenai experimented with. To be honest, it's a bit hard to describe. Really, I'm serious this time. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng question his cooking skills, Yuhi Kurenai let out a sweet sigh, turned around, and spoke to him solemnly. Okay, seriously. I will definitely taste it tomorrow. But if it doesn't taste good, I will eat what I made. About 15 minutes. Arriving outside Yuhi Kurenai's house. Yufeng, I'm home. Let's see you tomorrow. Uchiha Yufeng hummed and waved his hand. He turned around neatly, put his hands in his pockets like Kakashi, and walked away slowly. At some point, Yuhi Kurenai's father, Yuhi Mahong, was already standing at the door, looking at Uchiha Yufeng, who disappeared and left. Father! Yuhi Kurenai turned around, saw Yuhi Jinhong going out, and bowed obediently. Why did you come back so late? Looking at her daughter's face with undiminished joy, coupled with Uchiha Yufeng, who just left. There is something complicated in Yuhi Jinhong's eyes. Could it be that my own red is the same as that kid? Oh, some school things were delayed. But fortunately, everything went well. Yuhi Kurenai was thinking about going to the Uchiha clan, this time, to tell Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Yufeng also told her about his strength, adding a bit of joy to her face. This is undoubtedly not a step closer to understanding Uchiha Yufeng. In her mind, Uchiha Yufeng had been practicing for so long, hoping to hide it and become famous after graduation. Just because she asked him, she told her everything without reservation. I couldn't help but feel very sweet in my heart. Looking at Yuhi Kurenai's expression of joy and laughter, Yuhi Jinhong didn't ask any more questions. When she turned around, she sighed leisurely. Come back early next time. Yes, father. Humming a little tune, Yuhi Kurenai walked straight to the kitchen. Oh, that's the kitchen. The meal I cooked for you is on the table. Father, I know. I just want to use the kitchen and want to make braised pork ribs. Hearing the braised pork ribs, Yuri turned red and turned dark. In the past few days, this dish called braised pork ribs has almost become my nightmare. I have made it at least 20 times, and I have always been trying it myself. From the beginning of Kurizumi to the present one, it has a good shape. Yuhi Jinhong's contribution cannot be said to be great. The rice is enough. If you make pork ribs, cook less. Dad won't be able to eat much. Yuhi Jinhong looked at the food prepared on the table and said to Hong, Father, don't worry. I will take this to school tomorrow. Taken to school? I have been a food tester for these days, but in the end, the Red Cross made it, and I couldn't even eat a piece. I really failed as a father. Yuhi Jinhong thought about Uchiha Yufeng, who had just sent Yuhi Kurenai, and her face was ashen. Okay, you kid. You must be the one doing it. The next day, on the ninja school playground. Have you heard? Uchiha Yen is going to challenge Uchiha Yufeng today. He even threatened to send him to the hospital to avenge his kick. Shoo, keep your voice down. Yesterday, Uchiha came to school and beat all the top 10 in this level's rankings. According to the students who watched the battle yesterday, he has activated Sharingan, and his strength is not what it used to be. Some teachers even said that he has almost caught up with them. This time he challenges Uchiha Yufeng, and Uchiha Yufeng is in danger. Is it so fierce? Holy shit, I've beaten the top 10 in qualifying, and I still caught up with the teacher. Isn't this a Chunin level? As expected of Sharingan, once it is turned on, it is really abnormal. Then how can this Uchiha Yufeng, isn't it inevitable to lose? Although Sharingan is very strong, I heard that Uchiha Mikaze is studying with the legendary Tsunade-sama recently. I can't tell who will win and who will lose. You just said that Uchiha Yen has beaten the top 10 in this class. Doesn't this mean that today's ranking can determine who is the first in this class? A group of students were discussing excitedly. Today's qualifying match is, as the saying goes, full of highlights. In just half an hour, nearly 100 people had gathered on the playground. Who would have thought that Uchiha Yin, who was kicked into the trash can by Uchiha Yufeng before, would transform into the number one in this level just a short time later? It's true that people's calculations are not as good as Sharingan's calculations. When Uchiha Yufeng arrived, Teacher Chunin, who was maintaining order on the side, looked at him sideways. Yesterday, Uchiha Yin made a huge noise. He challenged the top 10 in the rankings. When he went to find Uchiha Yufeng, he stopped challenging because Uchiha Yufeng had already left the school. He promised to fight again today. Uchiha Yin opened Sharingan and threatened to teach Uchiha Yufeng a lesson. But now, Uchiha Yufeng has really come. I really don't know if he is stubborn or if he's really capable. Wind control. Obito's familiar voice sounded, and Uchiha Yufeng turned around. Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin came to Uchiha Midake's. Wait a minute, or you can just give up. Uchiha Obito was outspoken. Although what he said was a bit unpleasant, it was still out of consideration for Uchiha Yufeng. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, the importance and danger of Sharingan are self-evident. If you don't open your eyes, the battle with the Uchiha tribesmen who have their eyes open is simply not on the same level. I'll just go up and try. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were calm, and he didn't take it seriously. In this ranking match, in addition to the regular random assignment for actual combat, the remaining one is to challenge others. Every student has a ranking. It is not only a random assignment of actual combat, but also a personal challenge. After the competition is over, they will be re-registered to confirm their actual level and ranking. Wind control. Noera Lin's soft voice sounded. Don't force it. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. I glanced at Uchiha Obito, Noera Lin, and it was my desk mate Shizen, who all had worried faces at this time. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary actual combat match. This is not a battlefield. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands helplessly. Yuhi Kurinai, however, looked at Uchiha Yufeng calmly, as usual. When he saw Uchiha Yufeng looking towards him, he smiled. However, the fingers holding the backpack were slightly white, obviously not so calm. Uchiha Yufeng, do you dare to come and fight? At this moment, a hoarse voice came. It's him, Uchiha Yin. Huh? Were these eyes? Sharingan. This Uchiha inflammation really turns on Sharingan. Uchiha Yin's aura is so strong. Sharingan is indeed the strongest blood successor in the ninja world. It's really scary. He is worthy of being the person who challenged the top 10 in the rankings yesterday afternoon. The group of students screamed in surprise. The Uchiha inflammation at this time is much worse than before. With his black hair and a single pair of Sharingan, these students are obsessed with him. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the somewhat gloomy and arrogant Uchiha Yin and nodded. The challenge was launched successfully. Both parties please seal. A Chunin teacher who had been waiting heard Uchiha Yufeng's response and couldn't help but suddenly came between the two of them. He motioned to the two of them. Uchiha Yan's eyes were cold, and he quickly came to him with a cold snort. Only Uchiha Yufeng walked slowly, seemingly not paying attention to this battle. Well, Uchiha Yufeng, I've awakened Sharingan, and you still don't take me seriously. Uchiha Yufeng's behavior was even more of a provocation to Uchiha Yin. Veins popped up on his face, and he said viciously, Before, I was worried that you would back down and give up, but you actually came. Since you were so obedient, I will be gentler later. Today I will defeat you severely and trample you under my feet. Uchiha Yufeng stretched out his hand to form a seal, and when Uchiha Yin saw this, his eyes became even more sinister. Uchiha Flame Seal. Teacher Chunin on the side looked at Uchiha Yin. After hearing the teacher's urging, Uchiha Yin reached out to form a seal with Uchiha Yufeng. Start. As Teacher Chunin's voice fell, Yuka Heian directly launched an attack. His feet kicked hard, and his body rotated in the air. Both feet kicked Uchiha Yufeng in the face. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hands and blocked them one by one. Uchiha Yan's pair of Sharingan glanced back and forth while attacking, They were still looking for gaps in Uchiha's wind control. At this time, Uchiha, who combined Sasuke and Yakushi Kabuto's ninja cards, has rich combat experience. How could a kid who had just awakened Sharingan see through this? For a moment, it seemed that the fight was inextricable. Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng could not attack for a long time, his heart sank. Turn around and land on the ground with one hand on the ground. As soon as he fell, Uchiha Yufeng's figure quickly chased after him. The fist hit his face. Yukahan lowered his head to avoid it and raised his leg to sweep away. The attacks of the two were so fast that even Teacher Chunin, who was standing by them, was dazzled. "This is too awesome." There were endless exclamations and exclamations all around. This is really a feast of physical skills. Huh? Look, I've been caught. In the field, Uchiha Yufeng caught the gap of Uchiha Yan's move and move his body. Passed by Uchiha Yan and came to his back. With a grab with both hands, Uchiha Yan's two arms were caught with a backhand before he could react. Uchiha Yufeng's foot stepped directly on Uchiha Yan's back. Captured. The students on the side were still unfinished. They had thought about the outcome of this battle before, but the reality was often unexpected. In just a short period of time, the outcome has already been decided. I lost. Yukahan half knelt on the ground in frustration, with a look of disbelief and humiliation on his face. Looking at the various emotions flowing out of the eyes of the classmates around him, Uchiha felt so humiliated that the Magatama in his eyes began to turn. I don't believe it. It's impossible for me to lose. Uchiha Yin moved forward and managed to dislocate one of his arms to escape from Uchiha Yufeng's grasp. Hoo-ho! Uchiha Yin endured the severe pain of dislocating his arm, looked at Uchiha Yufeng fiercely, and began to tremble in the seal. Is this ninjutsu? The teachers in the surrounding playground were shocked and quickly moved towards Yukahan. However, one person is faster than them. Great fireball. Before the word zigzag could be uttered, Uchiha Yufeng's figure appeared in front of Uchiha Yin almost instantly. I saw him supporting the ground with one hand. Shadow leaf dance. A calm voice sounded. Yukahan was kicked hard in the face, and Yukahan flew out instantly. The great fireball seal formed just now was also interrupted. Thump! Yukahan fell heavily to the ground and passed out. Someone, send the person to the infirmary. Among the crowd, a pale ninja turned around and left the ninja school with a hint of appreciation on his face. Uchiha Mikaz, who defeated Uchiha Yin and became the top-ranked ninja school in one fell swoop, immediately became a man of the hour in the school. This scene couldn't help but make everyone stunned. Countless students and teachers never thought that Uchiha Yufeng could reach this point. Not that long ago, Uchiha Yufeng is still a loser who sleeps in class and easily slips away in actual combat. Every time the theoretical and practical results were on the line, just passing. Now, with his taijutsu, he defeated Uchiha Yin, who awakened Sharingan, and became the leader of the entire ninja school's actual ranking competition. Defeating Uchiha with taijutsu is even more shocking than Uchiha gaining the Sharingan through fire. Ignoring everyone's envious and amazed gazes, he refused to duel with Metkai's youthful physical skills. Uchiha Yufeng took Yuhi Kurenai and quietly went to the rooftop. I did what I promised you. Uchiha Yufeng habitually sat on the ground, leaning against the railing. Feeling the breeze blowing, he said with a smile. Not only did it happen, but I also got first place. Yuhi Kurenai knew that Uchiha Yufeng did not use all his strength and added. His face was flushed, and his eyes were full of excitement. Yufeng, the top 10 in the actual qualifying competition are eligible to apply for graduation in advance, and they are exempt from the exam. Are you planning to graduate early now? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Now graduation is only 1 month away from normal graduation, so it doesn't make much sense to graduate early. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop. Uchiha Yufeng, summoned by Lord Hokage. Yes, Uchiha Yufeng stood up slowly and patted the dust on his trousers. Oh, you go back first. I'll go back as soon as I can. After saying that, Uchiha Yufeng left with Anbu's people. Inside the Hokage office. See Hokage-sama. Yufeng is here. Third Hokage raised his head and said kindly to Uchiha Yufeng, I already know your performance in school today. You did a good job. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for the compliment. After hearing this, looking at Uchiha Yufeng's neither arrogant nor impetuous appearance, I felt even more satisfied. The third Hokage stepped forward. There's one more thing I need your help with. Help? Uchiha Yufeng asked. Tsunade, how are you doing? Third Hokage put the pipe in his hand into his mouth, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. There was a hint of seriousness in the cloudy eyes. Tsunade-sama did not treat me differently because of my status as Uchiha. During this period, I was teaching me medical-related matters seriously and doing my duty. Naturally, Uchiha Yufeng would not deliberately discredit Tsunade. And after all, Tsunade was also the old man's disciple. The third Hokage nodded. He naturally knows these things. What will you do if Tsunade leaves the village? Leave? Isn't Tsunade-sama fine in Konoha Hospital now? How could she leave? Uchiha Yufeng understood what third Hokage meant, but still pretended to be stupid. Why? The third Hokage sighed. If you want to blame it on this cruel war. The third Hokage then informed Uchiha Midokes about the death of Tsunade's boyfriend Kato Dan and his younger brother Naoki on the battlefield. Tsunade worked hard for the village during World War II. I was also very sad about the death of relatives and friends around me. I also wanted Tsunade to rest, but now the village cannot do without Tsunade. Yufeng, you go to Konoha Hospital every day now and have more contact with Tsunade. You have to fight for Tsunade to stay in the village. Hearing what third generation said, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but give it the middle finger in his heart. Master Hokage, Master Tsunade has her own opinions and may not be able to listen to what I say. I may not be able to do this. Who is Tsunade to listen to her own Uchiha? Unless this Uchiha is captured by Tsunade, it will be almost impossible. A smile broke out on the third Hokage's face. I know, Yufeng, just do your best. After saying that, he walked over and patted Uchiha Yufeng on the shoulder. As long as it is not a mandatory task, it doesn't matter whether Tsunade stays or goes, so that the task will be flexible and will not be tricked by this old man. Yes, Master Hokage, I will try my best to persuade Master Tsunade. Yufeng, I know you won't let me down. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so big. In the future, the village will be counting on you as the new force. This old man is in PUA again. Uchiha Yufeng quickly expressed his position and told the will of fire Uchiha Yufeng version. Third generation looked satisfied, then changed the subject. Yufeng, you are now the first in the actual ranking competition. You can relax while you are getting your ninja diploma. If you want to graduate early, I can also help you issue the certificate now so that you can graduate. The certificate is issued in advance. No, Hokage-sama, I want to graduate with my companions. Hearing the word companion, and thinking about the way of ninja mentioned by Uchiha Yufeng before, third Hokage nodded imperceptibly. It seems that Uchiha Yufeng is a member of the Uchiha tribe who has inherited the will of fire. Then third Hokage said some innocuous words before letting Uchiha Yufeng leave. The only thing Uchiha was concerned about was the partial privilege permission proposed by third generation. During this last moment in the ninja school, I could sleep as long as I wanted. No teacher will bother me anymore. Thinking about how I had been targeted frequently before, it turned out to be the fault of this third generation old man. When Uchiha Mikaze left the Hokage office, Shimura Danzo emerged from the darkness. Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to really train him. This Uchiha Yufeng is indeed a good seedling. It's a pity that his future achievements will be limited. Naturally, third Hokage can tell that what Danzo is referring to is Uchiha Yufeng, a person from Uchiha. Sharingan does not develop, but does medical treatment and physical skills. For Uchiha, who has a Sharingan, medical treatment and taijutsu are equivalent to seeking the distant future, and he feels that his future achievements will be too low. After all, this is still an era where ninjutsu and genjutsu are respected. Tsunade's matter. Tsunade has no right to interfere in Tsunade's affairs. The third Hokage refused directly. Hiruzen, the wood style of the first generation. That is the power to calm troubled times. Don't you want it to reappear in Konoha? Danzo sneered on his face and then said seriously, "Shut up." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo coldly. The corpses of the first generation and even the Senju clan are available for you to study, but what have you found so far? During this period, many ninjas have been willing to be guinea pigs, but so far no one has survived. Now you actually want to trick Tsunade into making your experimental samples. After the third Hokage finished speaking, he closed his eyes with a look of pain on his old face. Too many people from the Senju clan have died. If even the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade, suffered an accident, how will we face other big families in the future? Will they still believe us? Even if we go to another world in the future, how will you and I face the teacher? Letting you study the first generation cells secretly is already the limit. As for Tsunade, no one can touch it. Danzo looked at the third Hokage with an angry look on his face. Danzo, if anything happens to Tsunade, resign and give way to someone else. Danzo snorted coldly and rushed out of the door. Yufeng, come and welcome the competition of youth. A voice sounded, and a green figure appeared from nowhere on the street, blocked directly in front of Uchiha Yufeng's house. Kai, it's not even 6 o'clock yet, and you're here to spar? Uchiha Yufeng rubbed his eyes and looked at his watch. I felt like my mother was selling batches for a while. Yes, Yufeng, you can't waste your beautiful youth. Your performance in the qualifying match inspired me even more. You can defeat even the legendary Sharingan in physical skills. Metkai stretched out his thumb towards Uchiha Yufeng, and his white teeth jingled, extremely dazzling. No wonder he was excited. Metkai has been a ninja since he was a child. Due to his almost insulating physique, Metkai failed the ninja school entrance exam. If you have poor ninjutsu aptitude, then be determined to develop physical skills. With the encouragement of his father, Mat Dai, Metkai regained his confidence and studied physical skills. In Metkai's heart, it was precisely because of his persistence in physical skills that he was able to successfully enter the school. Now, several years have passed since the ninja school training. Metkai's physical skills are already among the best in the entire ninja school. He also knew about Yuka Heian's previous challenge to the qualifying competition. The passionate Metkai would naturally not let go of this opportunity to practice physical skills. But when he actually faced Sharingan, he felt helpless. Due to the function of Sharingan, Metkai's movements are like slow motion in Yuka Heian's eyes. He was quickly defeated by Yuka Heian. At that time, Metkai felt a sense of inferiority and was shaken. With my own qualifications, even if I practice hard, in the end, I can't compare to the blood inheritance limit that others are born with. However, just when Metkai was discouraged, Uchiha Yufeng won again. Although Uchiha Mifeng is Uchiha's person, defeating Uchiha's flames was indeed a physical skill. The blood in Metkai's heart returned again. No matter how talented you are, as long as you practice hard, you will be a genius. His last best friend Kakashi had left the village, so Metkai set his goal to challenge Uchiha Yufeng. Kai, I really have something to do today. I have to go to Konoha Hospital. I'll put the competition aside for now. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Metkai with fire burning in his eyes and couldn't help but said helplessly, Yufeng, you have so much talent and physical skills, you can't let it go to waste. This physical skill is different from others. If you slack off for one day, you will deteriorate. There was almost a desire for battle in Metkai's thick eyebrows and big eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng even had a headache. If I had known better then, I would have used a little genin technique. Kai, are you finished with your taijutsu training? Hearing about physical training? Metkai was slightly startled. No. Then what are you waiting for? You just said that there is no way to slack off in the practice of physical arts. Kai, you don't want to compete with me and let today's plan run aground, right? Metkai immediately shook his head vigorously. No, I'm done competing with you. I still want to continue my physical skills plan. You fought Uchiha Yin before, right? Metkai nodded doubtfully. Then have you found a reason for your failure? Without. Metkai couldn't help but raised his hand and touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. So, you haven't found the point of failure in previous discussions. So how can you make progress? Metkai's eyes became brighter and brighter as he recited what Uchiha Yufeng said. Thank you, Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Metkai, who was about to leave, and grabbed his arm. Kai, don't worry, just listen to me. Were you very nervous when you were sparring with Yukahayan before? Yes, Yufeng. That's Uchiha, who has awakened Sharingan. You must be nervous. Metkai nodded heavily. If you were an ordinary person without a Sharingan, would you still be nervous? In this ninja world, there are various blood inheritance limits. If you really graduate and become a ninja, will you still rush to the front rashly? Then what should I do? A smile flashed across Uchiha Yufeng's face. Wait. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he returned home. Not long after, he came back after searching for a while. Then he handed a book about the limits of blood inheritance to Metkai. This book records the power of the blood succession limits integrated by Master Hokage. You can read more about it when you go back. Looking at the confusion on Metkai's face, Uchiha Yufeng smiled. Let me give you an example. Sharingan is the blood successor limit of Uchiha. After opening their eyes, the Uchiha tribe can clearly see the seals of low-level ninjutsu and general taijutsu movements. You should have heard of this. That's why we don't form seals or use taijutsu in front of the Uchiha people. Metkai nodded affirmatively. He had already discovered this when he had discussed with Uchiha Yin before. Although he knew that Yukahayan's physical skills were not as good as his own, Yukahayan still managed to defend himself and defeated him. Kai, have you ever thought about how Sharingan can defeat you if he's so fast that he can't even see clearly? Hearing this, Metkai's eyes widened. Taijutsu has two important elements. One is speed, and the other is strength. The reason is very simple. Kai, all you need is speed and strength to the extreme. Even if his Sharingan is developed very powerfully, even if he can react, his body may not be able to keep up. These words were like a thunder, and the gloom in Metkai's heart was swept away. You foam. I understand. I want to continue my practice. Today's physical training plan is doubled. Sometimes, hope is the driving force for a person's struggle. Kai, come on. I'm waiting for the day when your physical skills are so fast that Sharingan can't see clearly. Then let's duel again. There was a hint of gratitude on Metkai's face, and he gave Uchiha Yufeng a thumbs up. Yufeng, as a close friend, I won't say thank you. I came here in a hurry today and brought you my gift of feeling youthful. I originally thought I would give it to you after you finish my discussion with me. As he spoke, Metkai pushed the box behind him in front of Uchiha. Oh, a gift. Yufeng, please accept it. Metkai smiled heartily at Yufeng, revealing his dazzling white teeth. It seems that I will need to wear a pair of sunglasses when I see Metkai in the future. These teeth look like they are equipped with flashing lights. Seeing Uchiha Yufeng nod, Metkai increased his power and ran away. When did Metkai become so sensible? He even knows how to bring gifts when he comes to your door. Uchiha Yufeng was a little surprised and brought the box home. I found an open space, opened it, and my eyes widened. This special code. Inside the box, a dazzling green sexy tights appeared in view. Sister Nanoyu, I'm here. Uchiha Yufeng came to Konoha's orphanage with food and gifts in hand. Yufeng is here. Please come in. When the orphan's manager Kazuko Sato saw the arrival of Uchiha Midakase, his face showed kindness. That time, when she brought her family property to the orphanage to donate, she was right next to the principal and witnessed what happened. It wasn't until the money arrived at the orphanage that we found out. It turns out that all this was not a dream. Everyone in the orphanage recognizes kind-hearted people like Uchiha Yufeng. Where's Sister Nanoyu? Is she not here? Seeing that only Sato Kazuko was in the office, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but ask. Master Dean, she went out to work part-time. After hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng didn't ask any more questions. Yakushi Nono is a very strong woman. Ever since Uchiha Yufeng came into contact with her, she has never slacked off. Even if he gave away his family property, she still basically goes out on time every day to work part-time to make money, and then sends the money to the orphanage. When will sister come back? The dean didn't say anything, so I guess I'll have to wait until the end of the night. Uchiha Yufeng nodded, but he didn't expect that today's trip would be in vain again. Okay, then I'll come over tomorrow. Uchiha Yufeng said with a smile, put down the things, and left. Looking at the back of Uchiha Yufeng leaving, a look of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the clerk Sato Kazuko. This child lost his parents at such a young age. He looks like an adult every day, and he still has such a kind heart and such a mature look. It's really heartbreaking. Seeing that it was still early, Uchiha Yufeng turned directly to Konoha Hospital. Is Tsunade-sama here? Here I am. The medical ninja at the hospital saw Uchiha Yufeng and motioned to him where the office was. Uchiha Yufeng nodded and went straight to the office. After pushing the gate of opening, a strong aroma of wine came over. Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Yufeng glanced around the office and fell on Tsunade, who was leaning on the side of the medical bed. Hiccup. A wine burp slowly came out of Tsunade's mouth. She took the wine bottle and poured it into her mouth again. His lazy look at this time was completely different from his usual vigorous and resolute look. What happened to Tsunade today? Wasn't it fine yesterday? Why did you suddenly drink so much today? Thinking about the task assigned to him by the third generation, Uchiha Yufeng thought for a while and walked up to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, you are drunk. Who said I was drunk? Tsunade was drunk and looked towards Uchiha with disdain. It took me a moment to see clearly. It turns out it's you, Uchiha brat. What are you doing here? If you fart quickly, get out of here as soon as possible. I haven't finished the wine yet. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng felt a little dizzy. This special code is Konoha Hospital. If you want to drink, you can go out and drink as much as you want. No one dares to care. Why do you have to drink here? He had promised the third generation before to persuade Tsunade to stay in the village. Originally, Uchiha Yufeng just made a formality and talked casually with Tsunade. But how can I open my mouth when I'm so drunk? Then today is not in vain. Even if you open your mouth, whether you listen or not is still one thing. What if, when Tsunade was leaving, third generation mentioned him? Tsunade said so quickly that she didn't persuade him. Wouldn't this cause trouble again? Everything went really wrong today. I went to see the pharmacist Nono to get some ninja fragments, but I didn't get them. I met this Tsunade, who is still an alcoholic. Come on, you little brat, come here and help me take off this coat. It's too hot in this wretched room. At this moment, Tsunade ordered Uchiha Mikasa. Looking at the 3 layers in Tsuna's hands and the 3 layers outside, plus drinking some white wine, it is indeed easy to get hot. Why are you in a daze, little brat? Come here quickly. Uchiha Yufeng stepped forward helplessly, and just as he raised his hand to grab a corner of his green robe, Tsunade lifted up the clothes underneath. Pay close attention. Tsunade turned sideways and took the initiative to lean over the corner of her coat. Uchiha Yufeng pinched it, and Tsunade shrank her head neatly. The coat and the long coat underneath were also taken off. It's great. Come on, kid, let's keep drinking. Drink next? Sorry, neither of us had a drink just now. You are slandering me. Uchiha Yufeng complained in his heart, but looking at the white navel-bearing dress and the figure that was highlighted, Uchiha Yufeng felt his blood surge. This devilish figure. He died young. So big. What did you eat when you grew up? Why is her belly still so flat? I'll make a big statement. Kid, what a fart. Drink. Without waiting for Uchiha Mikasa to object, Tsunade stood up directly and pushed Uchiha Mikasa onto the seat opposite Tsunade. Wherever Uchiha Yufeng looked, he seemed to see a snowy scene, all white. Tsunade-sama, I am not yet a minor. Underage? Look at your face. You don't look like you are underage. Tsunade's face turned red. Her tongue was a little awkward, and she sneered at Uchiha Yufeng. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to drink another cup. Belch! Cool! Seeing that Uchiha Yufeng was still in a daze, Tsunade used her free hand to hit him on the head. You are a pervert at a young age, and you will surely become the same scourge as Jiraiya in the future. Tsunade-sama, I'm actually looking at the necklace on your chest. By the way, are you drunk or not? Uchiha Yufeng watched Tsunade wake up sometimes not soberly, and was a little confused. Tsunade raised her hand to grab the necklace on her chest. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. What's wrong with you? Uchiha Yufeng raised his eyes slightly, looked at Tsunade, and looked at her. Tsunade-sama, I am entrusted by Hokage-sama to let Tsunade-sama stay in Konoha. When she heard third generation, the remaining drunkenness in Tsunade's eyes disappeared. He directly knocked over the wine glass and even wanted to overturn the table. Stay in the village? There was a hint of self-mockery in Tsunade's eyes. Uchiha Yufeng silently. Tsunade, who has always been strong, is now as fragile as a child. I'm a useless person now. What am I still doing in the village? Useless person? A flash of understanding flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes, and it seemed that he was afraid of blood. There was a ninja who needed medical surgery just now, and now, in the village, I am the only one who can do it. But after he was brought in, he was covered in blood. Tsunade lowered her head and slumped down on the chair. Her light yellow hair obscured her bright eyes, and it was unclear if it was wine or tears dripping down her cheeks. Tsunade-sama, leave the village. Uchiha Yufeng stood up, came to Tsunade, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. From his pocket, I took out some tissues. Gently wiped Tsunade's face. The paper towels became wetter and wetter as they were wiped. Tsunade-sama, there are many beautiful things in this world. You don't have to be too harsh on yourself. Besides, there are some things that you can't change. Go out and walk more. I think one day your heart will be broken. Open. Konoha Village Hokage Office. Third Hokage smoked a cigarette and looked at the list of ninja school students one after another in his hand. Danzo, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly. On the table in front of him, there was a piece of relevant information about Chunin Kakashi. In the office, there was only the sound of the third Hokage pen falling on the paper. After a while, Shimura Danzo stood up. Hiruzen, Kakashi has been at odds with several team members, causing the mission to be hindered. If this continues, it will definitely affect the reputation of Konoha Village, so why not let Kakashi come to my roots? The third Hokage glanced at Shimura Danzo, lowered his head again, and studied the students who were about to graduate from the ninja school. Danzo, you came here in person just for Kakashi? Shimura Danzo was silent for a moment and said seriously, Yes, Kakashi is Hitaki Sakumo's son. I have the ability to train him into a ninja as good as his father. When the third Hokage heard Hitaki Sakumo, the pen in his hand stopped. Roots, not suitable for Kakashi. Hearing the word unsuitable, Shimura Danzo's face flashed with anger. Uchiha Shursui was not suitable last time, and now that I am here at Kakashi, it is not suitable again. What on earth is this third generation thinking? After the recent events in Sunagakure Village, many surrounding forces are eyeing Sunagakure Village. It would be fine if these forces really deal with Sunagakure Village, but some people have extended their hands to us, Konoha. The third Hokage was silent, stood up, and came to the window, with a panoramic view of the entire Konoha Village. The pipe was put into his mouth naturally, and he smoked it. He knew that the current situation in the ninja world was too severe and a war might break out at any time. Use some force to deter them. The Leaf Village is not something they can provoke, but don't do anything too extreme. Leave them a line and try to avoid starting a war. I'll leave this matter to you. Good. As a representative of Konoha's Hawks, Shimura Danzo is capable of doing all this. However, Shimura Danzo has his own little ideas. How can only be a deterrent? It is better to launch a war and gain political capital. Danzo nodded. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Who wouldn't want to take their position a step further? His eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at third Hokage. If war starts again, Hiruzen, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as third generation, right? Can I become a full-time player in my role as a support Hokage? Hiruzen, if Kakashi is trained well, he will be the leader of our new generation of Konoha Village in the future. Are you considering leaving him to me to train? The third Hokage didn't even look back and looked ahead in the direction of the Hokage rock. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. He knew that not speaking would mean rejecting his proposal. Shimura Danzo looked at the back of the third Hokage. I felt in my heart that Sarutobi Hiruzen was getting old and that he had completely lost the passion of his youth. Everything is done in such a submissive manner, with no enterprising spirit at all. Danzo's heart was even more eager to provoke war. If I were to be this Hokage, how could I be as weak as you? So over there at the ninja school, do you have anything you want to give to me? Speaking of the ninja school, third Hokage turned around. The number of people in your root organization has increased a lot recently. Do you still want to expand it? Shimura Danzo looked shocked when he heard the third Hokage's words. Expand your own root organization by yourself, but do it quietly and in top secret. I thought it was perfect, but I didn't expect that Hiruzen Sarutobi would tell him the truth today. Duanzo, do your job well, and it's better not to overstep some things. In the final analysis, I am the Hokage, and the auxiliary shadow is just the auxiliary shadow after all. Ninja school students, you can't move. The third Hokage itself regards the ninja school as Konoha's exclusive training base. So how could it be possible for them to become Jin subordinates? Shimura Danzo's face turned pale, knowing that he had failed to achieve his goal today. Then he snorted coldly and left Hokage's office. The third Hokage returned to his seat. The issue of Kakashi mentioned just now, third Hokage still pays more attention to. After all, Kakashi's identity is very special. He is the son of Tsukumo Hatake, the Konoha White Fang, who made great achievements in the ninja world during World War II. However, since the death of Hatake Tsukumo, the team assigned to Kakashi has been very unhappy almost every time, and his teammates have also complained a lot about Kakashi. If we continue to perform tasks together in the future, I am afraid it will be quite difficult. Naturally, third Hokage saw this situation. Looks like it's time to regroup Kakashi. After reading Genin and Chunin's information, third generation shook his head. Most of these idle ninjas are not easy to deal with Kakashi. Immediately, a few students were selected from the list of ninja schools. Ifang Obito, Noara Lin, Shizumekai. Looking at the student information one by one, third Hokage fell into thinking. From among these people, we selected two teammates, Kakashi Grandmaster Taijutsu Ninjutsu, who is flexible in mind and aggressive in combat. We have to equip him with a medical ninja as a guarantee. Third generation drew out Uchiha Mikaze, Noara Lin, and Kato Shizun. I'm not good at Yufeng. His physical skills are pretty good. It would be a waste to use him alone as a support for Kakashi. Looking at the remaining two student information, he pondered for a moment. Then Noara Rin. They have been on good terms since childhood. After saying that, the names of Noara Rin and Hatake Kakashi were recorded on the paper beside them. In order for Kakashi to get back on track, third Hokage flipped through it again and finally set its sights on Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, although this child is less powerful, he is very enthusiastic. He will definitely inherit the will of fire in the future and kill foreign enemies for our Konoha. The third Hokage identified the three people and felt a move in their hearts. This team includes civilian ninjas, the son of White Fang, who was famous in World War II, and members of the Uchiha clan. In third generation's mind, he thought of Jiraiya's disciple, a sunny and reliable blonde boy. Leave it to Minato. After finishing writing this group, third Hokage looked at the student information of the ninja school. Then let's all divide it up in advance today. Thinking of this, third generation's eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Is Uchiha riding the wind? He murmured softly, with some hesitation in his eyes. Ifeng, can you truly inherit Uchiha Kagame's will now? Thinking of his former teammate Uchiha Mirror, third Hokage had a hint of guilt in his eyes. Hey, Uchiha's people should be taken good care of. How about letting Tsunade take care of him? Third generation couldn't help but shook his head as he thought about Tsunade's temperament. Tsunade, when will you get better from your hemophobia? The third Hokage sighed heavily. He no longer had the mood to continue dividing his classes. Looking at the scene of Konoha village outside the window, feeling extremely melancholy for a moment. Time flies, and the peaceful life finally comes to an end. Today is the last day at ninja school. It is also the day when graduation certificates are issued and classes are divided into classes. Inside Konoha Ninja School, the third Hokage stood on the podium and spoke of the will of fire. Next to Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai was also inspired by the third generation's will of fire theory. Her face flushed, and she was particularly excited. When he turned around and looked at Uchiha Yufeng's listless look, he couldn't help but touch his arm quietly. Yufeng, why are you so listless? Uchiha Yufeng heard this and spread his hands helplessly. I went to the Konoha orphanage yesterday to coax the children. I didn't go to bed until very late, so naturally I was sleepy. Uchiha Shursui rarely comes back because of his hard training recently. In order to catch the ninja fragments, Uchiha Yufeng rarely returns to Uchiha's home. After studying at Konoha Hospital, I went directly to Konoha Orphanage, followed the pharmacist Nono, and stayed with the children in the orphanage. Coaxing children is physical work. Even now that Sasuke from Shippuden, Kabuto Yakushi, and Noera Rinka have been coaxed to rest, they feel a little tired. But then again, going to the orphanage every day like this is a bit tiring. But as long as I meet the pharmacist Nanoyu, the most fragments will fall out of this bag. Coupled with the previous accumulation, the fragments of Yakushi Kabuto cards have exceeded the 80-piece mark. As more Yakushi Nono came into contact, the number of Yakushi Kabuto fragments dropped every day, decreased a lot. Uchiha Yufeng knows that it may not be easy to continue to extract ninja fragments from Yakushi Nanoyu in the future, unless he waits for the cooldown to end and starts over again. Looks like it's time to get in touch with Orochimaru. Oh, you want to see the children again? Yufeng is really caring. Yuhi Kurenai knew that the children in the Konoha orphanage were orphans of the war or abandoned by others. Uchiha Yufeng's actions undoubtedly touched the girl's heart. By the way, where's Obito? Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the crowd, and it seemed that Obito was missing. I don't know. I haven't seen him since this morning. Yuhi Kurenai also looked around and shook his head. Yufeng, Obito hasn't come yet. Not far away, Noera Lin heard Uchiha Yufeng's voice. A flash of darkness flashed in her eyes, and she spoke to the two of them. He didn't delay the old lady by helping her cross the street again, did he? Today is our graduation ceremony. Does it really not matter? Shizen on the side heard this and was a little confused. Noera Lin smiled helplessly. Obito, it's always been like this. Several people thought about Uchiha Obito's normal appearance and said no more. Time passes minute by minute. Finally, congratulations to all the students for successfully graduating from the ninja school and becoming a glorious genin. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but curl her lips while listening to third-generation speech. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. That must be because the fire cannot be controlled. Fortunately, you are in a ninja world and no one cares about you. Otherwise, if you set the mountain on fire, I will put you in jail. Uchiha Yufeng sighed, thinking that third generation was almost finished. As a result, a student from a ninja school took the initiative to ask a question, which once again aroused third-generation speech addiction. There was another mouth-driving output of the will of fire, and then he got off the podium without finishing his thoughts. The students below, all wearing forehead protectors, are depicted by third generation, with eyes full of longing. After all, being able to become a ninja and protect the village is what most of them want. The installation of the will of fire was very successful. After the third Hokage left, the school staff took the students back to the lobby that the school had prepared in advance. Start distributing graduation certificates to classmates. Graduation certificate Hyuga Sachida. This is to certify that the student graduated from the ninja school in Konoha Ninja Village. Here, congratulations on your graduation. The students below began to applaud, and as one by one stepped forward to receive their graduation certificates, Uchiha couldn't help but feel that the atmosphere was very warm. It's a bit like graduating from school in my previous life. Uchiha Yufeng, come forward and receive your diploma. Hearing his name, Uchiha Yufeng regained his mind, moved his feet slightly, and arrived in front of him after a few ups and downs. After the fix process was completed, Uchiha Yufeng took the graduation certificate and walked away. Hey, these fishing days are coming to an end. Uchiha Yufeng sighed with emotion. The graduation ceremony is over. For those students who are not here today, can someone help them get their graduation certificates? Noera Lin quickly stood up and ran towards the teacher who was speaking. The surrounding students also started chatting for a while. Among them, a purple-haired girl with a somewhat slender figure squeezed through the crowd and came to Uchiha Yufeng. Are you Uchiha Mifeng? The number one in this actual ranking competition. Looking at the girl's chubby face, it seemed that she was filled with dissatisfaction with herself. I'm not. You found the wrong person. The girl didn't expect that Uchiha Yufeng wouldn't admit it, so she was stunned and didn't react for a while. Who are you? Yuhi Kurenai on the side heard the movement and looked over, a little surprised, and looked at her. The girl reacted when she heard Yuhi Kurenai's voice, staring closely at Uchiha Yufeng. I just saw you going to get your diploma. You are Uchiha Mikaz. If you have time, let's find a place to discuss it. Yuhi Kurenai looked at the girl. She seemed to be younger than him, but then he frowned. I probably know all the classmates in my grade. The girl in front of me is a bit strange. Isn't he a classmate of this level? If she was at a lower level, why did she come to this graduation ceremony to get involved? She was stunned when her eyes glanced at the forehead protector she was holding in her hand. Have you graduated? Yes. The girl then looked at Yuhi Kurenai and nodded heavily. I heard that there was a taijutsu master in the rankings. He defeated Uchiha who used Sharingan with his taijutsu. I've been looking for you for several days, and I didn't find you until today. Uchiha Yufeng gave it a thumbs up. Could it be another female version of Metkai? Look at this tender face. You can pinch water out of it. In terms of age, at least he graduated from ninja school 1 year early. You are so brave. What are you doing after graduating so early? How about living a good life? Do you really like to graduate early and go to the ninja world to seek excitement? Uchiha Yufeng stayed away from such a hot-blooded fool. I remembered. You are the one Woyuki Shien who graduated early with your sword skills. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes lit up as he looked at the girl with purple hair. Yes, my name is Woyuki Shien. Today, I am here to challenge for the first place in the actual ranking competition. At this moment, a ninja from the Sarutobi family came in at the door. Okay, everyone, please be quiet first. Let's start dividing the classes now. First class, Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai Wazuki Shien. Second shift. Third shift. After reading out the class divisions on the Sarutobi family's ninja roster, he closed the book. The teacher in charge of the class will be here soon. Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he left quickly. Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, and Wazuki Shien stared at each other with big eyes. We are the first class. In the direction of the door, a familiar figure appeared. The outskirts of Konoha Forest. A ninja wearing a ninja hat, black tight combat uniform, and green Jonin mail armor came here with 3 genin who had just graduated from the ninja school. The leader is Jonin Yuhi Mahong, known as Red Sunset. The 3 people at the back are Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, who just graduated from the ninja school, and Yuzuki Yugon, who graduated a year early. The atmosphere between Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, and Wazuki Shien was somewhat awkward. Uchiha Yufeng fell behind the team, his eyes thinking. Third Hokage will form a team with Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shien, if it is carried out according to the Team PK idea. I should be the nurse assistant in 3rd generation, and Yuhi Kurenai is the Jinjutsu sensory harassment assistant. So, is Yuzuki Yuyen the output? Uchiha Yufeng glanced at his new teammate, Yuzuki Yuyen. What? You want to accept my challenge? Yuzuki Shien was already paying attention to Uchiha Yufeng's movements, but when she saw him focusing on her out of the corner of her eye, she turned her head. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. No, I refuse. This little girl seems to have no brains. How do you know how to fight? That's it. Yuhi Jinhong glanced at the surrounding environment, stopped, and focused on the three of them. My name is Yuhi Mako, and I will be your instructor from today on. After Yuhi Mahong spoke to the three of them seriously, her eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Let's start with you. Introduce yourself first. Looking at Yuhi Jinhong, Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yuyen. Whatever you want to see starts with you. Shuri Jinhong looked at this boy and said coldly. Uchiha Yufeng was a little confused. There seemed to be some resentment in this voice. What's going on with Yuhi Jinhong? You haven't provoked him, have you? Uchiha Yufeng took back his random thoughts, cleared his throat, and then spoke. My name is Uchiha Yufeng. I just graduated from the ninja school. I want to become a qualified medical ninja. What is your favorite thing? Braised pork ribs are one of them. What else? Red sunset reminder. In missions, letting every companion survive as long as possible is my way of ninja. Yuhi Jinhong nodded, slowly recalling the impression of Uchiha Yufeng that Yuhi Kurenai told him at home. He raised his hand and took out a booklet. What is recorded on it? After finishing writing, he looked at his daughter, Yuhi Kurenai. Oh, it's your turn. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I want to be Konoha's best Jinjutsu ninja, and I like something, braised pork ribs. As he talked about the braised pork ribs, he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Yufeng. Shuri Jinhong's face darkened and she coughed. Yuhi Kurenai's face turned red. Continue. My nindo is to protect the village, the people I love, my family, my companions, and my friends. After saying that, Yuhi Kurenai lowered his head. Shuri Jinhong's eyes were complicated, and her heart was slightly sad. Do you put your loved ones first and your family second? Regardless of whether you are thinking wildly or not. Yuhi Jinhong now felt that her daughter had indeed grown up. Yuhi Jinhong set her sights on the last one, Wazuki Yuyen. Maiwa Shiyin, introduce yourself. My name is Yuzuki Yugao, and I want to become the strongest swordsman ninja in Konoha. As for my favorites, I like to eat 3-color meatballs. My ninja way. Wazuki Shiyin paused, looked at Uchiha Yufeng, and then spoke firmly. I will challenge all strong men and protect Konoha in the future. Yuhi Jinhong nodded with satisfaction, and then put away the booklet recording the three people's information. Okay, now that the team has been formed, let's start the first lesson. Yuhi Jinhong set her sights on a large open space in the distance. Uchiha Yufeng was slightly startled. Is this going to follow the Hokage class procedure and start grabbing the bell? You three try your best to attack me. I don't care what methods you use. As long as you can leave your mark on my clothes within 3 minutes, you will pass. After Yuhi Jinhong finished speaking, she took out 3 red ink pads from her arms and threw them to the 3 of them. If 2 of you 3 are caught by me, you will fail. Do you understand? Seeing the 3 people nodding, Yuhi Mahong glanced at Uchiha Yufeng emphatically. Understood. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Okay, I understand. Then you can freely discuss tactics. Once the discussion is complete, raise your hands and I will start counting to 321. After the words fell, Uchiha Yufeng looked at each other, Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shiyin, and came to the side to discuss tactics. After a long while, after discussing the countermeasures, the 3 of them raised their hands to Yuhi Jinhong. 3, 2, 1. Yuhi Jinhong opened her mouth to count. Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, and Wazuki Shiyin all rushed towards the forest. Well hidden, Yuhi Jinhong glanced at the jungle, thinking about where the 3 of them were hiding just now, and a flash of appreciation flashed on her face. Then he took out a watch from his arms. However, if there is no action after 3 minutes, it is still a failure. At this moment, a purple figure took action instantly. He drew a training wooden sword from nowhere, held it tightly, and thrust it straight at Yuhi Jinhong's back. If you look carefully, you can find that the training wooden sword has been coated with red ink. Yuhi Jinhong seemed to have no reaction and was hit directly by the wooden sword. So easy. Yu Shiyin was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, Zihi was struck red and turned into a mess. Behind her, Yuhi Jinhong's figure appeared. An easy punch hit Yu Shiyin's wrist, and the training wooden sword flew out immediately. When he saw that he was about to grab his wrist, his heart skipped a beat. If he was caught, wouldn't he be disqualified? At this critical moment, a shuriken flew out from the jungle and flew towards Yuri's waist. Good. The words fell, and the kunai penetrated Yuhi Jinhong. Yuhi Jinhong, who was standing there, slowly disappeared from bottom to top, as if it had been erased by an eraser. Is this Jinjutsu? Woyuki Shien looked at the disappearing Yuhi Jinhong. When she was about to get up, she only felt the fluctuation of chakra on the ground. Thump! An arm grabbed his feet directly from the ground. His feet were unstable, and he fell backward instantly. Whoosh! Several kunai shot out from another tricky direction towards the person who emerged from the soil. Uchiha Yufeng's figure followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Wazuki Shien. He picked her up and left. You've fallen into the trap. Come on, let me see where your limits are. Seeing Uchiha Yufeng appear, she was activating Earth Style's Yuhi Junhong in the soil, and her body suddenly turned into yellow mud. In front of the two people, a figure suddenly appeared there. It's like he's not moving at all. Jinjutsu again. Uchiha Yufeng is clear in his heart, but now is not the time for Sharingan to be exposed, so he touches his hand. He threw the three kunai away, kicked his feet, and tried to jump away in the opposite direction. Yuhi Mahong avoided kunai from left to right, and went straight forward in pursuit. Yui's red pupils showed the appearance of Uchiha Yufeng. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. What a great opportunity. I asked you to seduce my daughter. I won't teach you a lesson today. Finally found an opportunity to educate Uchiha Yufeng, which is not easy. Yuhi Mahong punched Uchiha Makaze in the face without hesitation. On the other hand, Uchiha Yufeng was also unhappy at this time. It is said that a slap in the face is not a slap in the face. This is just a test. What's going on with Lao Deng? I didn't steal anything from him, nor did I offend him. When you introduced yourself just now, you were scornful to yourself. Now, just say hello directly to your face. You don't even have to pretend anymore, right? Uchiha Yufeng is not slow in his movements. Although he was still holding Maui Shien in his arms, he turned his palms and held her diagonally in his arms, freeing up his hands and feet to directly block the attack. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Junhong, who was temporarily forced to retreat. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he raised his hand. A transparent silk thread loomed, and two kunai flew into the air and suddenly turned back. Yuhi Junhong's eyes narrowed, and when she was about to hide away again, a tree vine stretched out from the ground, trapped himself in place. Jinjutsu. Yuhi Mahong instantly realized that this was the Jinjutsu that she had given to Yuhi Kurenai before. She did not expect that it would be activated at this sudden moment, and it would be used so quietly. My daughter has really made progress, but it's a pity that Yuhi Kurenai's strength is really not enough in front of Yuhi Jinhong. He raised his hand to form a seal, instantly breaking Jinjutsu. Before he could continue his action, a purple-haired girl came to him and struck him with a knife. This is? Uchiha Makaze took advantage of the opportunity to be restricted by the red Jinjutsu and threw Yuzuki Yugao over. So this is their ultimate move? The tight attack rhythm is obviously due to their rich experience. Yuhi Jinhong was a little shocked. She raised her hand and took out the kunai from her backpack and blocked the wooden sword. On one side of his body, two kunai hit the open space in front of him. This is the first time these three people have cooperated. They fit together so well. It's really good. Whoosh! Just when Yuhi Jinhong relaxed, Uchiha bit the wind forward, and the last kunai was controlled by the transparent silk thread to turn again and fly back. Without waiting for Yuhi Jinhong's reaction, he wiped his vest and returned it to Uchiha Yufeng's hands. On the vest, a bright red mark appeared. Yuhi Jinhong looked at the red mark on her vest and was stunned. Then she couldn't hide the smile on her face. You passed the test. The news of the graduation of the new class of students from the ninja school brought a lot of life and noise to Konoha. In Uchiha Fugaku's home, several powerful Uchiha tribesmen looked gloomy at this time. The atmosphere was extremely cold. What a humiliation! My Uchiha clan was defeated by taijutsu. The Great Elder Uchiha Toyama glanced at everyone and spoke coldly. Great Elder Fushan, don't get excited. Uchiha Fugaku, who was smiling on the side, filled up the tea in front of him and smoothed things over with a smile. Am I excited? The Great Elder Toyama looked gloomy and his voice was hoarse as he stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Huh. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and put down the teapot. The Great Elder is talking about the actual qualifying competition at the ninja school. The second Elder Uchiha Fushue on the side looked at Uchiha Fugaku, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Actually, I think that in the end, the number one in the actual rankings will still be from our Uchiha clan. That's enough. Hearing this, the Great Elder Uchiha Toyama became even more excited. This is enough. The Uchiha people must be number one, but only with our blood inheritance. A loser who can't open Sharingan actually defeated our excellent Sharingan tribe. How shameful. How will the civilian ninjas view us in the future? I propose that Uchiha Yufeng be taken back to the clan and placed under strict supervision. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed. Great Elder, you've drunk too much. You'd better go back and rest early. The sudden change of attitude shocked the surrounding tribesmen. This Great Elder, Uchiha Fugaku, was thanks to his support when Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader. It is not an exaggeration to say that Uchiha Fugaku is the fundamental pillar of the clan. But now Uchiha Fugaku has publicly refuted the words of the Great Elder. Fugaku, what do you mean? The Great Elder Uchiha Fugaku also did not expect that Uchiha Fugaku would treat him like this and became angry with him. He slapped the table and stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Great Elder, I said you were drunk. Do you understand? As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, his dark pupils turned into blood red. The jet black three Magatama began to rotate. Yes, with just this glance, Uchiha Toyama trembled all over with a look of horror on his face. The surrounding tribesmen were shocked at this time. Unexpectedly, the patriarch of Tian and Shini would become so hard-headed. If there's nothing else, just leave. I'm a little tired. At this time, the Great Elder had not said a word, and his whole body was trembling as if in convulsions. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the second Elder, Uchiha Fumizu. The Great Elder is a little tired. Please be sure to bring him back safely. Yes, Patriarch, don't worry. Uchiha Fusue responded quickly. Master Patriarch, we are leaving first. After speaking, he winked at the younger Uchiha tribesmen around him. They wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads, lifted Uchiha Toyama up, and the group said goodbye and left. It was only then that the Sharingan spinning in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes disappeared. What a shame. Uchiha Fugaku looked towards the door and uttered a sentence coldly. Uchiha Makoto, who came to clear the table, looked at Uchiha Fugaku's face, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Why are you so angry? Those old people are really coming back as they live longer. For the sake of their own grandson, they actually relied on their old age and asked me to deal with Uchiha Yufeng. The grandson of Uchiha Toyama is Uchiha Yin, who was defeated by Uchiha Mifeng. Although Uchiha Yufeng is a member of our Uchiha clan, he is also a graduate of the ninja school and is the number one. Third generation has talked to him several times before and is very fond of him. In this situation, you actually want me to deal with Uchiha Mifeng. If I do this, where will this put my reputation as Uchiha? In the future, when the third generation abdicates, how can I campaign to be the Hokage? Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's bright smile from before appeared in Uchiha Makoto's mind, and he smiled at Uchiha Fugaku. This matter has indeed been done by the great elders. Before Uchiha Makoto could finish speaking, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes changed. Actually, if he really attacks Uchiha Yufeng, the third generation can't say anything. After all, it is a matter within our clan, but now is not the time, and we will not use such despicable means. Uchiha Makoto was stunned. Now is not the time? What do you mean? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes became more fanatical. Of course it's for the family. And for me, Uchiha. Shursui is the genius of our Uchiha clan. Now his strength is comparable to Chunin, and even an ordinary Jonin can defeat him. Over time, Sharingan develops 3 Magatama, and will definitely become a strong player in our Uchiha clan. If it's just like this, it will be a waste of time for me to use the entire family to teach him. No, not enough. In the records of my Uchiha clan, there is legendary power on top of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Shursui's talent is sufficient. No matter what method is used, as long as it can be awakened, it will definitely lead Uchiha to its glory again. What does the advancement of Shursui's Sharingan have to do with Uchiha Yufeng? Uchiha Makoto frowned and murmured, but after a few seconds, he seemed to think of something. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, there was a touch of horror in his eyes. Do you want to? Makoto's jade hand trembled, and the teacup shattered on the ground. Other side, outside Ichiraku Ramen Shop. You did a good job today. The teacher will treat you to ramen today. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, father. Yuhi Jinhong laughed and was in a good mood. Before, I only heard Nuerhong say that Uchiha Yufeng is good. Looking at it today, this tactical arrangement alone is extremely amazing. In addition to being skilled in physical skills and medical care, Uchiha Yufeng is also so experienced in the organization, planning, and layout of the team. He even said that he had even been tricked by Jonin just now. If this were on the battlefield, if I underestimated this team, I would definitely pay the price with blood. Previously, Yuhi Mahone was worried about her daughter, Yuhi Kurenai. When I become a ninja in the future, I will worry about being in danger when I go on missions. Now, go on a mission with such a reliable person in the Grandmaster's battle strategy. The survival rate will definitely be greatly improved. While the 3 of them were eating ramen, a pale man passed by and was slightly surprised to see Uchiha Yufeng. Master Yufeng? Hearing the hoarse voice, the 4 of them turned around. Orochimaru-sama. Yuhi Jinhong stood up. Orochimaru nodded to him, and finally looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Master Yufeng, do you have time to come to my place? Upon hearing Orochimaru's invitation, Uchiha put down his chopsticks, but he looked at Yuhi Jinhong. If you're willing to go, then go. There are no tasks today. Uchiha Yufeng nodded and said goodbye. Then I followed Orochimaru out of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Orochimaru stopped talking and led the way towards a research institute where Orochimaru lived. Ding! The pharmacist's pocket fragment plus 6. Orochimaru brought Uchiha Makaz to his research institute. Teacher, are you back? Hearing the footsteps outside, Mitarashi Anko, who was studying basic research inside, trotted to the door. Uchiha Yufeng, why are you here? Mitarashi Anko's eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng beside Orochimaru, and he was stunned. Yufeng, are you also Mr. Orochimaru's new disciple? Mitarashi Anko is Yuhi Kurenai's best friend, so she is naturally familiar with Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng-kun has his own teacher. Hondo, give Yufeng a cup of tea. There was a smile on Orochimaru's pale face. After explaining Anko to Mitarashi, he turned back to look at Uchiha Yufeng beside him. Please come in. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden, fragment plus 1. Ding, the pharmacist's pocket fragment plus 2. Although this place is somewhat remote, it is not underground. Most of the experimental subjects on this table are mice, snakes, and other animals. On the rows of tables, there are clean glasswares. Orochimaru-sama, do you do experiments here every day because you like it? Uchiha Yufeng's voice made Orochimaru startled. It's hard to say that I like them. They're just tools to achieve their goals. Orochimaru's golden pupils are even more captivating. Mifeng-kun, I heard that you defeated Uchiha Yen with taijutsu and became the #1 in the actual rankings. This is really surprising. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help curling his lips. Orochimaru was obviously watching the show in the crowd. Wouldn't he know? Practice physical skills day and night, and it will come naturally. Here you go, Yufeng. Mitarashi Anko brought the prepared tea to Uchiha Yufeng. Master Yufeng, what do you understand about life? Life? Looking at Orochimaru, Uchiha smiled. Lord Orochimaru, did you call me here today just to discuss life lessons? Orochimaru grinned. and his golden pupils became more sinister. Hondo, I'll give you a day off today, and you'll come over tomorrow. Hearing this, Mitarashi Anko looked at Uchiha with a cute expression and then responded to Orochimaru. Yes, teacher. After a few minutes, the research room became quiet. Lord Orochimaru, I know you are also a pragmatic person. If you need anything, just ask. Uchiha Yufeng gate of opening was straightforward and did not continue discussing the snake philosophy with Orochimaru. Tsunade, are you leaving Konoha? Orochimaru came to the table, poured out the glass bottle experiment made by Mitarashi Anko, and expressed his doubts. Yes, Tsunade-sama has lost too many relatives, and life in Konoha is too depressing. It is estimated that she will leave in a few days. After the words fell, the research room fell into silence. Mifeng-kun, can you help me get something before Tsunade leaves? Orochimaru lowered his head and looked at the shed snake skin in the glass test bottle on the table. His face was covered by his scattered hair, and his expression could not be seen. Get something? Uchiha Yufeng was stunned and answered calmly. Getting something has something to do with Tsunade-sama. Give me a copy of Tsunade's blood. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he immediately turned to look at Uchiha Yufeng. He picked up a test tube as thick as his thumb on the table and walked to Uchiha Yufeng. That's enough. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru as if he was joking and looked at the glass test tube in front of him. Master Orochimaru thinks too highly of me. I'm just a genin who has just graduated from a ninja school. How could I possibly get Tsunade-sama's blood from her body? Orochimaru shook his head. Only those around you can start, and I will help you. Uchiha Yufeng still shook his head. I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama. I really can't do this. Tsunade-sama is very kind to me. She doesn't treat me differently because of my status as an Uchiha, and she doesn't hide her personal interests in medical care. If I help you, wouldn't it be? Is it because I can't do it? Or because I don't want to do it? Orochimaru's golden vertical eyes stared closely at Uchiha Yufeng, interrupting Uchiha Yufeng's words. Both. Orochimaru had a cold smile on his face, quickly raised his hand, and grabbed Uchiha Yufeng. Snakes flew out from the cuffs and flew onto Uchiha Yufeng's body in an instant, and were about to be tied up. Bang! The position where Uchiha was riding the wind just now suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Substitute technique? Orochimaru was stunned. He suddenly activated the technique. How could Uchiha Yufeng substitute so quickly? Lord Orochimaru, is this how you deal with a genin? At the door of the research room, Uchiha Yufeng stood there, looking at Orochimaru with a calm expression. Genin? Haha, Yufeng-kun is hiding deep enough. Seeing how calm Uchiha Yufeng was, Orochimaru was even more surprised. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden, fragment +5. Ding, the pharmacist's pocket fragment +7. Congratulations to host. The Yakushi Kabuto card fragments have met the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Uchiha Yufeng ignored the system prompts, but looked at Orochimaru warily. Lord Orochimaru is joking. I, Uchiha Mikaz, am just an ordinary genin in Konoha. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he felt that the small snakes under his feet were about to come towards him. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand, pretending to be a psychic ninja, and pulled out a Ronin sword from the system space. As he turned his fingers, several snakes that tried to attack him had their heads cut off instantly and died at their feet. Lord Orochimaru, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he held the sword in front of him. Watching Uchiha Yufeng slowly leave, the corners of Orochimaru's cold face curled up. It's really interesting. Yufeng-kun, I'm looking forward to your future performance. Uchiha Yufeng walked on the streets of Konoha, feeling the warm sunshine. The cold feeling in the laboratory just now was instantly dispelled. When facing Orochimaru, Uchiha Mifeng still takes it very seriously. In the original Shippuden, Sasuke killed Orochimaru and fused his power of the White Snake to become the Snake Sasuke. But when Orochimaru was able to be killed, apart from Uchiha Sasuke's strength, Orochimaru did not show his usual strength. At that time, Orochimaru was in an extremely weak state, and his hands were sealed, so he couldn't display some of his strength. Can't be compared to current Orochimaru. Orochimaru is now in peak condition. Regardless of body, age, and intact hands, he thought he would reveal his strength in advance. But fortunately, it was all within control. Orochimaru seemed to have given up and continued to attack him. Uchiha Yufeng knew that he would not suffer a loss if he followed Orochimaru's temperament. I found a meatball shop with not many people around, simply ordered some food, and then found a seat to sit down. Thinking of the system prompt just now, Uchiha Yufeng was calm. System, Ninja Card Yakushi Kabuto upgrades. The process begins. The card that originally belonged to the pharmacist's pocket was instantly covered in golden light, and in the blink of an eye, the golden light receded. A brand new card appears. The pharmacist's pocket on the card is a little different from before. His silver-gray hair and elegant face now had a touch of coldness. The difference from before is that the left eye has a golden vertical pupil, and the smaller half of the face seems to have scales. Looking at it for a long time will make people feel cold all over, as if they are being stared at by something cold and terrifying. The card Pharmacist Kabuto is successfully upgraded and gets 10 chances to draw a card. 10 times, one card is guaranteed to be drawn. Uchiha looked at the name displayed on the new card. Kabuto Yakushi, Shippuden. Just from the shape of Yakushi Kabuto on the card, this should be Yakushi Kabuto fused with Orochimaru's cells. Watching the changes in Kabuto Yakushi's eyes and Shippuden, Uchiha Mikaze couldn't help but ask. System, if you use this Shippuden Yakushi Kabuto card, will 1, I turn into gold like the one on the card? Answer host, no. That's okay. If it's like this with Kabuto, I'll have to wear the entire hood when I go out. Uchiha Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about the number of draws he had just received. The golden legend brought by the last stud, Uchiha Yufeng plans to continue. Let the European spirit be passed down. Calm down the excitement. System, start drawing cards. Study. Then I saw blurry character cards appearing one after another, spinning upwards. Then golden light flashed. F***K. This is the golden legend. My special code has withdrawn money again. Uchiha Yufeng clearly remembers that no matter what card-drawing games he played in his previous life, he always had a big guarantee. He was judged as the ultimate invincible supreme non-chief. But he didn't expect that after traveling through time, he would become a European emperor in the card-drawing world. 10 cards fell down and were turned over one by one. Congratulations to host for getting 100 kanai. Congratulations to host for winning 50 packs of potato chips. Congratulations to host for receiving 10 Bing Liang pills. Congratulations to host for getting 3 medical kits. Congratulations to host for winning a coupon for Ichiraku Ramen. Congratulations to host for getting 2 ninja tool packs. Congratulations to host for getting 30 detonating symbols. Congratulations to host for getting 20 shurikens. Congratulations to host for getting the golden growth card, Senju Tobarama Youth. Congratulations to host for getting a golden prop, an upgrade card. Golden cards, golden props? These are 2 golds. Uchiha Yufeng was shocked. Double gold? Is the probability of withdrawing money from this card so high? System, what is the probability of withdrawing money by drawing a card? Answer host, the probability of withdrawing money is 2%. I drew 3 gold from 20. You tell me 2%? Uchiha Yufeng almost smiled crookedly. Is this what it feels like to be the European emperor? So cool. Think about what life was like in your last life, with that big guarantee for drawing cards. After the joy, Uchiha Yufeng focused on the reward he drew. The ordinary rewards were skipped and placed directly on golden cards and props. Senju Tobarama, that man who possesses all forbidden arts except water style. No. See release. Senju Tobarama is the second Hokage of Konoha village in the Land of Fire. He is known as the #1 speed ninja and master of forbidden arts in the ninja world. So far, almost all the systems of Konoha village were created by Senju Tobarama at that time. Except for a little prejudice against the Uchiha clan, there are basically no problems with them. Personal ability is very penultimate. On the card, a young man with silver hair and red eyes appeared. Wearing a black vest, he placed his left hand on his chin, as if he was meditating or thinking about something. The right hand is placed easily on the leg, looking relaxed and comfortable. Looking back on the past, I can't stop crying. I chose Tobarama as the king of the land. When Senju Tobarama was drawn, Uchiha felt that he was really winning even though he was still a teenager. Senju Tobarama will become the almighty king when his cards are upgraded in the future. System: use the boy Senju Tobarama card. Use Shippuden Yakushi Kabuto. Congratulations to host, the Senju Tobarama boy card was successfully used. Congratulations to host, the Yakushi Kabuto Shippuden card has been used successfully. 2 waves of memories poured in, and the chakra in Uchiha Yufeng's body also increased a lot. In just a moment, the ninjutsu training experience, chakra, etc. learned by the ninja on the card were instantly absorbed and mastered by Uchiha Yufeng. Feeling the strong chakra in his body and the rich knowledge in his mind, Uchiha Yufeng's heart was surging. This wave is a big improvement. After using the 2 cards, Uchiha put his heart on the last golden item upgrade card. System: the golden upgrade card means literally, does it directly upgrade the card? Answer to host: the upgrade card can be used to upgrade the growth-enabled card obtained by host. Host can choose to upgrade the card by using it directly. After the card is upgraded, what will happen to the fragments obtained before? Answer host: the fragments will be converted into the number of fragments required for the next upgrade card on a 1:1 basis. Uchiha Yufeng gained a touch of enlightenment. Upgrading cards can only be used on cards that can be upgraded. After upgrading, the same fragments you obtained before will be converted into fragments of new cards. There are now 3 cards that can grow. One is Uchiha Sasuke, the other is Kabuto Yakushi, and the last one is Tobarama, who just got Senju. Use the upgrade card. The upgrade card turned into golden light points, and the 3 growth cards owned by Uchiha Yufeng were instantly covered with golden light. Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden can be obtained after leveling up. Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan. Yakushi Kabuto Shippuden can be obtained after upgrading Yakushi Kabuto half snake, half canopy. Senju Tobarama Senior upgrade card cannot be used. Please host, choose the upgrade card. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned when he heard that it could not be used. Just now he was thinking about upgrading the Senju Tobarama boy card. Is Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo strong? Is Yakushi Kabuto, which combines all the scientific research results of Orochimaru, strong? Strong. All strong. One transcends the limit of Uchiha Samagatama Sharingan and reaches another level of blood inheritance limit Mangekyo Sharingan. Evaluated by the official formula book, the most powerful celestial eye that can see through the 3 realms and the earth-shattering pupil technique. The other one, Kabuto Yakushi, who integrated all the research results of Orochimaru, has the recovery power of Kirin, the liquefaction ability of Suigetsu, and the power of the white snake of eternal life. Basically, all non-fatal injuries can be directly dealt with ignore. But of these 2, compared with Senju Tobarama, who is a master of forbidden arts, Senju Tobarama is more needed by the current Uchiha Mifeng. Senju Tobarama can understand time and space after all. Ninjutsu is a flying thunder god. You can change your position with just a thought. As long as you want to run away, no enemy in the ninja world can capture you. Wait a minute. What do you mean the system is unavailable? Senju Tobarama, boy, can only be upgraded with fragments, and upgrade cards cannot be used. Why is this? Is the boy Senju Tobarama different from the other 2 growth cards? Answer to host: the upgrade card is not suitable for the final card upgrade needs. Uchiha Yufeng thought for a moment, and then grasped the key. Is it understandable that the Senju Tobarama ninja card will reach its final ninja card form once it is upgraded? Answer host: yes. Uchiha Yufeng felt happy. Upgrade once, and directly have the complete version of Senju Tobarama? That doesn't matter. You could just make up the fragments yourself. Uchiha Yufeng then turned his attention to those two cards. Should I choose Mangekyo or Kabuto, who combines various abilities? Uchiha Yufeng was a little confused. Then I thought about my experience during this period, and the figure of Orochimaru came to my mind, and I was sure. Although Sasuke's Genjutsu is not as top-notch as Itachi's, Orochimaru is also unable to withstand the Genjutsu performed by Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru-sama, don't say I'm targeting you. Why did I offend you? I also know that you are afraid of Mangekyo Sharingan. The card I chose to level up is Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden. Yufeng, why are you here? What a coincidence. A crisp voice sounded. Uchiha Yufeng looked up and saw Mitarashi Anko's mouth full of meatballs. A flash of surprise flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Mitarashi, sweet potato. It's Anko. Anko, why are you still so rude? As he spoke, he walked up to him and was suddenly startled when he looked at Uchiha Yufeng's face. There seems to be something different about you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng's expression changed. Could it be a change in Sharingan? He turned his head and looked at the transparent glass next to him. From the blurred reflection, his eyes were only slightly red, but there was nothing unusual about them. Uchiha Yufeng turned around and glared at her angrily. Sweet potato, when will you change your habit of being startled? This red bean has no right words. He had been pretending to be quiet in Orochimaru just now, but now his true nature was revealed. Looking at the carefree girl in front of him, Uchiha Yufeng became angry. The little girls are all gentle and lovely, but when it comes to her, they look like boys. He fights with those little boys every day, and Uchiha Yufeng is afraid that Hong will be led astray by Anko. What's the matter? It's not enough to praise you for looking so handsome recently. Mitarashi Anko swallowed the meatballs in her mouth, and Uchiha Yufeng glanced at her, feeling baffled. Okay, if you have nothing to do, just go home and go to bed. Orochimaru is waiting for you to get up early tomorrow to do research with him. Hey, Yufeng, you have to call me Orochimaru-sama. Besides, we are already so familiar. Why are you urging me to leave? Where's Hong? Aren't you in the same class? Why isn't she by your side? Uchiha Yufeng has a close relationship with Yuhi Kurenai, and Mitarashi Anko is Yuhi Kurenai's best friend. Hong, she should still be training. Mitarashi Anko walked to the seat opposite Uchiha and sat down. I still have a few more balls in the making. I'll chat with you for a while. I have nothing to talk to you about. Uchiha's meatballs arrived, and he picked one up and put it in his mouth, ignoring Mitarashi Anko and looking out the window. Hey boy, do you deserve a beating? Mitarashi Hongdo snorted coldly and raised his fist to demonstrate to Uchiha Yufeng. While talking, he ate a few more meatballs. This is sweet food, a meatball that is so sweet. If you eat so much, aren't you afraid that you will become a ball after eating it? What are you afraid of? I have to practice tomorrow. This little heat will be thrown away in a short time. Besides, I am still growing. Mitarashi Anko ignored Uchiha's gaze and straightened her back. He snorted and continued eating. These high-sugar meatballs are sweeter than honey. Seeing the meatballs being destroyed one after another, Uchiha Yufeng had to admire her good appetite. Yufeng, how did you train your physical skills? Mitarashi Anko looked at Uchiha and asked curiously while eating the meatballs. You want to learn? But I don't have time to teach you. Mitarashi Anko heard this, and a flash of displeasure flashed across his face. We are still not brothers. He walked forward and put his arm directly on Uchiha Yufeng's shoulder. Tell me, how can I repay you? How many balls can I treat you to before you tell me? Do you really want to learn? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Mitarashi Anko, who was very close at hand, and frowned slightly. That's natural. Teacher Orochimaru said that my physical strength is good, and I will be suitable for developing in taijutsu in the future. Orochimaru? Hearing this name, Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but wonder if this was a reason why Orochimaru wanted Anko to contact him deliberately. Don't believe it. I have had strong endurance since I was a child. You forgot that I passed you several times when I was running before. Uchiha Yufeng had some impressions. She was doing physical training in a ninjutsu school's physical training class at that time, and she did have better endurance than him. If you really want to learn physical skills, I suggest you learn from Kai. That's the right way. K. The action of eating meatballs stopped. Then he shook his head hard. Kai starts running around our Konoha every day, and the surrounding villagers join in to watch Kai train. How can I, a girl, do this kind of thing? Uchiha Yufeng looked Mitarashi Anko up and down. You still know you are a girl? Mitarashi Anko was very unhappy with Uchiha Yufeng's eyes and snorted coldly. After finishing the meatballs in her hand, Mitarashi stood up quickly. Why did Yuhi Kurenai fall in love with you? It's so boring. Yufeng, just wait. When I become stronger in the future, I will be the first to beat you. After saying that, he shook his head and left. This tomboy, Uchiha Yufeng smiled and shook his head, looking down at the meatballs that still contained more than half of the plate. Pack it up and I'll take it back. After Uchiha Yufeng waited for the waiter to pack the food, he left the meatball shop and returned to his home in the Uchiha tribe. Brother, are you back? Uchiha Yufeng just pushed the gate of opening, and Uchiha Shursui rushed out from the back room. You didn't train with the clan leaders today? Why is Shursui at home at this time? I have finished the 1-month course ahead of schedule, so I went home early to wait for my brother. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. As expected of Shursui, this practice is as easy as drinking cold-boiled water. Has your strength improved recently? Yes, although Sharingan has not been improved for the time being, physical skills, chakra, shuriken, etc. have all improved a lot. Uchiha Yufeng patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder. Do what you can, Sharingan. Don't be in a hurry. Uchiha Shursui nodded sensibly. Uchiha Yufeng was still thinking of giving instructions. He opened his mouth and suddenly closed it. Uchiha Shursui was stunned when he saw this. Before asking what happened, an Uchiha tribesman came forward in an instant, then came to the yard and said to the two of them, Uchiha Yufeng, Uchiha Shursui, the clan leader invites you to come over. The two looked at each other. Okay, we'll be there soon. When the man heard the answer, he left immediately. Do you know why we were allowed to pass? After hearing Uchiha Yufeng's question, Uchiha Shursui thought for a while. Maybe you want to treat your brother to dinner? Have a meal. Yes, some time ago, the patriarch said he wanted to invite us both to their place for dinner. Because my brother has been to the orphanage frequently recently and hasn't come back often, and my training time is not fixed, so I have been putting it off. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Let's go. With that said, he turned around and walked towards Fugaku's house with Uchiha Shursui. The power of the Uchiha clan comes from Sharingan. Anyone who can open Sharingan has not experienced strong emotional stimulation. This process has made the Uchiha clan go to extremes. And how could Uchiha Fugaku, who could become the leader of the Uchiha clan and control the clan members, be mediocre? Isn't an all-you-can-eat meal this time? What is this Fugaku trying to do again? Ifeng, Shursui, come here. Uchiha Makoto, as gentle as ever, welcomed Uchiha Yufeng and Shursui into the living room. Sister Makoto, you must be very busy after cooking so many dishes. Can I help you? Hearing the name Mikoto-san, Uchiha Makoto was in a trance. It's okay, sister will do it by herself. Uchiha Makoto refused. Uchiha Yufeng politely returned to the kitchen. Uchiha Yufeng had a panoramic view of this scene. Makoto can take care of himself. You two brothers are guests today. How can you neglect the guests? Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting in the main seat, had a smile on his face, as usual. Thank you, Patriarch, for your hospitality. We are all from the same race, and I am still the elder of you two. You don't need to be so formal, just be casual. The two of them just chatted, and Uchiha Makoto took advantage of this time to bring out the food prepared in the kitchen. Taste it. Uchiha Yufeng was not polite, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Yufeng. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a smile before speaking. Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Yufeng put down his chopsticks and looked over doubtfully. You have to work hard. Shursui's strength has almost surpassed that of Chunin now, so you can't slack off. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui also looked at Uchiha Yufeng. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, He stood up, walked to his room, and took out a small box from inside. These are the ninjutsu scrolls of our Uchiha clan, including the Sharingan ninjutsu. You can take them back after dinner. Master Patriarch this. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned for a moment. His face looked very moved, and he pretended to put off. Yufeng, I have only one request for you, and that is to practice well. As Shursui grows up in the future, you will be indispensable as a big brother. Uchiha Fugaku said and handed the box directly to Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng hesitated again and again, but finally took it. Yufeng will never disappoint the patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku laughed, like a kind senior who has high hopes for his juniors. For a time, the atmosphere at the dinner table became very lively. Uchiha Makoto was in the kitchen, cleaning and washing the dishes, with a sad look on his face, a little absent-minded. Sister Makoto, thank you for your hospitality today. Shursui and I are going back. The kitchen door was opened. Uchiha Yufeng stuck his head in and said to Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto's jade hands trembled obviously. Then he turned around and looked at Uchiha Yufeng, who was full of joy, and forced a smile. Yufeng, come over when you have time. Itachi hasn't seen you for several days, and it's so noisy that he doesn't even eat much at night. Okay, Sister Makoto, I will come over and play with Itachi when I have time. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he turned around and left with Uchiha Shursui. Makoto, you're a little out of your mind today. Uchiha Fugaku glanced over coldly and looked at Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto said nothing and continued busy with the work at hand. Makoto, you know I did this for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, looked at his wife who was close at hand, sighed, and said helplessly, for the Uchiha clan? As long as Uchiha Yufeng is sacrificed, it can be achieved. Uchiha Makoto shook his head, still not understanding. After all, that method is only in legends, and no one has succeeded in reality. Makoto, I have to do this because this is the curse in our Uchiha bloodline. Uchiha Shursui. His talent is comparable to Uchiha Madara, who dominated the ninja world during the Warring States period. As long as we train well, we will definitely shake the entire ninja world in the future. Reproduce the glory of my Uchiha clan. What am I doing wrong? Uchiha Makoto looked in front of him, and with excitement, Uchiha Fugaku opened Sharingan, with a touch of disappointment. When will we start? There's no rush. Let's wait until Shursui opens the 3 Magatama Sharingan and stabilizes it. I see. Hearing that Uchiha Makoto no longer said any objections, Uchiha Fugaku's face felt happy. He strode back to the dining table, filled his glass with wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Uchiha will prosper. No one can stop me. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku's happy appearance in the living room, Makoto recalled the time when Uchiha Yufeng came to the house, Makoto's sister in front of her, and Makoto's sister behind her. He sighed and closed his eyes silently. On the other side, Uchiha Yufeng and Uchiha Shursui returned home. One person found a mat, lay side by side in the yard, and looked up at the stars. An hour passed quietly like this. Uchiha Yufeng glanced around, and then looked at Uchiha Shursui after no one was peeping. Do you remember what I told you last time? Brother told me not to be too ostentatious. Right? Uchiha Shursui sat up from the mat at this time, turned back and nodded heavily to Uchiha Yufeng. Yes, hide your strength as much as possible and survive until the finale. Uchiha Shursui smiled. Brother, we're not making a movie. There is no big ending. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand and pointed it at Uchiha Shursui's forehead. Brother, please be gentle. Uchiha Shursui groaned in pain and covered his forehead with a look of grievance. If you continue with this attitude, someone may take your Sharingan away from you in the future and throw your body into the wilderness, and you won't be able to survive the finale. Uchiha Yufeng said angrily and opened the box he brought back from the side. Have you practiced these ninjutsu scrolls? After hearing this, Uchiha Shursui got up and checked each scroll one by one. I've all practiced. The sneer on Uchiha Yufeng's face got even worse. He is Shursue's older brother, and if he asks for ninjutsu, he will definitely teach it to him according to Shursue's temperament. He actually used these things as gifts for himself, so that he could owe him a favor. This Fugaku is a man who knows how to get things done. Uchiha Mikaze opened the ninjutsu scrolls one by one, and then threw them back into the box. This scene made Shursui on the side stunned. Brother, if you want to practice, come one by one and unseal them all. What are the ninjutsu scrolls for? Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand without saying anything, and Uchiha Shursui felt that his forehead was about to be in danger again. Seeing this, he jumped away. What a boy, you actually used the teleportation technique on your elder brother. Uchiha Yufeng sneered. Chakra surged between them. Uchiha Shursui felt as if his body had lost control and stopped in place. Watching Uchiha Yufeng come to him, his mind went crazy. Brother, when did you practice Jinjutsu? Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Yufeng as if he had seen a ghost. Why? My brother asked you to hide your clumsiness. Don't you know how to do it yourself? Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Uchiha Shursui, returned to the mat, and lay on it. Ninjutsu. No matter how powerful the blood succession Kaikai is, it can't defeat the calculations of the human heart. If you're a hiding clumsy ninja like me, hide by your side. At the critical moment, if they suddenly attack you, your life may be at stake here. Shursui, let me tell you something right now. In this world, no matter where you are in the future, you must not trust anyone. It never hurts to be more careful. Certainly, Uchiha Yufeng looked back at Shursui. Except, brother. The next day, the old place agreed upon by the first team in Konoha Forest. Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, and Wazuki Shien stood separately. From now on, the first shift will take over the mission. But since you have just graduated from the Ninja World School and become Genin, you can only accept D-level missions. Yuhi Jinhong stood in front of the three people and told them some relevant science about the mission. Okay, let's go to the place where we received the mission to see the details first. After saying that, the four of them arrived at the mission. How many D-level missions are there? Yuhi Jinhong stepped forward and asked a working ninja. Lord Yuhi Jinhong, there are 10 more D-level missions. 10? Aren't there more than 150 this morning? Yuhi Mahong was a little surprised. The team led by Minato-sama, just now, one of them, Uchiha Obito's Genin, was very enthusiastic and took on 19 D-class missions in one breath. 19? Yuhi Jinhong was stunned. Although this D-level task is not difficult, it is very laborious and tedious at the end of the day. Taking on 19 tasks at once. Can he guarantee to complete them within the time limit of the task? Obito? That's awesome. Yuhi Kurenai, who was next to Uchiha Yufeng, heard the number of tasks that Minato's squad had taken on, and he felt incomprehensible and praised him repeatedly. Obito must be awesome. He has been doing good deeds since he was a child. He is so good at facing these D-level tasks. You will never envy him. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Yuhi Kurenai thought of Uchiha Obito, who helped the old lady every day, and nodded in agreement. That seems to be the truth. At the side, Mao Yuxian became more determined to refuse to admit defeat. Teacher, I want to take on all the remaining D-level missions. Uchiha Yufeng and Yuhi Kurenai both looked at Wazuki Shien. Seeing the strange look in their eyes, Mao Yuxian was a little confused. For Task D, other classes can handle 19. Why can't we handle 10? Can this all be rolled in? This little girl is so competitive. 10 tasks are not impossible, but you are a team. What do you two think? Yui Mahong did not express an opinion, but looked at Uchiha Yufeng and Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Yuzuki Shien's determined face and was a little infected. There were only 10 D-level missions. Obito and the others had taken on 19. Couldn't they still complete 10 of them? I think you can try it. After saying that, I was secretly cheering for myself. What about you, Yufeng? Yuhi Mahong looked at Uchiha Mikaze. I don't care. Hearing that the two people did not oppose her, Mao Yuxian felt warm in her heart. Is this a companion? In fact, just now, Maui Shien felt a little regretful. She has wanted to be strong since she was a child, but she refuses to admit defeat. But I won't force others to be strong with me. I heard what other classes did today, and I was a little carried away. Give me the task list. We will take these 10. Okay, Master Yuhi Jinhong. Chunin, who was performing the work, then handed over the remaining 10 task orders to Yuhi Jinhong. Let's go. First mission, Yamada Jiro's puppy is lost. Please find it. Then the first class team began their D-level mission trip, catching cats and dogs, taking care of children, fetching water, and watering vegetables, weeding. The day passed by sweating like this. Okay, let's finish today's mission here first. Meet at the same place at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. After Yuhi Jinhong finished speaking, she looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Tsunade-sama sent someone over just now and asked you to go to Konoha Hospital. Okay. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Disband on the spot. As soon as Yuhi Jinhong finished speaking, she left this place with Yuhi Kurenai. What about you? Why are you going? Uchiha Yufeng looked at Wazuki Shien. I want to practice swordsmanship. Mao Yuexian's childish face showed a hint of determination. Thinking of the previous competition with Uchiha Yufeng, but still failed to achieve his goal, he couldn't help but speak. Do you want to come together? We can just discuss it. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands helplessly. Next time Tsunade-sama comes to find me, I'll leave first. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he turned and left. He finally understood Mao Yuxian's character. Diligent, hardworking, competitive, and determined. Uchiha Yufeng only now roughly understand the classification of third Hokage. When Mao Yuxian is placed in the team, her firm will of fire will influence herself or the entire team. When he was thinking wildly, Uchiha came to Konoha Hospital. Tsunade-sama is waiting for you inside. The ninja in a white coat at the door saw Uchiha Yufeng arriving and pointed to the next office. Thank you, sir. Uchiha Yufeng responded politely, then opened the door and entered. Tsunade was wearing a green gown and a high ponytail on her head, standing in front of the window with complicated eyes. Tsunade-sama. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's voice, Tsunade came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and turned around. I plan to leave Konoha with Shizune in the next 2 days. You were right before. It's time for me to go out for a walk. If you have any medical skills that you don't know, please ask as soon as possible in the next 2 days. Knowing that Tsunade would leave sooner or later, she didn't expect it to be so sudden. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy fragment +2. Tsunade-sama, are you leaving before we take the Chunin exam? Chunin exam? Tsunade murmured. A flash of struggle flashed on her face and then disappeared. Kid, do you still want to stay in Konoha? Uchiha Yufeng heard this and shook his head. That's good. If you listen to that old man again and let me stay in Konoha, see if I don't beat you to death today. After Tsunade finished speaking, she walked up to Uchiha Yufeng. He took out a few scrolls from his arms and handed them to him. These are some advanced medical ninjutsu. It doesn't matter if you can't learn it now. When you get stronger later, just keep learning. Uchiha Yufeng looked a little strange, and the clothes Tsunade wore today were a little loose. According to the position where I took out the scroll just now, it should be less than a finger below the heart. If you want to find Tsunade-sama, where should you go? Now that Tsunade is gone, how can I piece together the fragments of my Senju Tobarama card? Do you go to the third Hokage and Danzo every day? As a newly graduated ninja school student, do I go to drink tea with the elders of their group every day and brag? Not realistic. It has to be Tsunade who can get more ninja fragments. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with surprise. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, there was more softness in his eyes. Then he turned his back. Did you see the word gamble on my clothes? From today on, I will gamble all over the ninja world. Speaking of gambling, Tsunade's eyes seemed to light up. From now on, whenever you hear about someone like the Gambler Saint or God of Gamblers in green appearing, it will undoubtedly be me. The Saint of Gamblers? The God of Gamblers. Hearing these shameless words, even Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I'm making a fool of myself. Don't you know what your level is? You really don't want such a thing as a face. When I got home, I looked at the empty room. Uchiha Yufeng was lying on the bed, thinking about his follow-up plan. The cards that can grow now include Uchiha Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto, and young Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Sasuke, right now, except for Orochimaru who can squeeze out some fragments, the others are either cooling down or haven't been born yet. If they're to cool down, they have to wait at least a year. I can only let it go for now. As for Yakushi Kabuto, Yakushi Nono's side has almost been squeezed out, and the only one left is Orochimaru. Young Senju, Tobirama card, Tsunade, Danzo, third generation, etc. can squeeze out some fragments. Comparatively speaking, the fragments of this card can be collected in a short time. After some analysis, Uchiha finally placed the temporary target on the young Senju, Tobirama card. Tsunade will leave Konoha soon, but she has the hands and feet to find her secretly. A few more fragments must have fallen. That big fat sheep in the gambling world will probably lose all his pants in a few days. When the time comes, I will bring some money with me. She will probably be so grateful that she will cry. It's true. As for the people from the third generation who are tied to the second generation, on weekdays, it is estimated that only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sees more of them. Third Hokage? Uchiha Yufeng's heart moved. Didn't he support the will of fire? Over the years, I have pretended to be very skilled. In addition, with the Yakushi Kabuto card who has used spies and has outstanding acting skills, this kind of card is still easy to operate. Orochimaru, I still don't want to give up. I'd better make more contacts if I can. After all, the temptation of 2 fragments of growth cards is really hard to resist. The reason why I chose to upgrade the card Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke is because Mangekyo's pupil technique has a natural restraint effect on Orochimaru. The unpleasant scene in the research room before was remembered by both of them. People like Orochimaru might come over at any time and stab you suddenly. Using the Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke card is enough to feel confident when facing Orochimaru. Uchiha was worried before using the Wind upgrade card whether the snake-type ninjutsu in his body would be affected. The reason is that when Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke is opened in the original work, the snake-type ninjutsu cannot be used. Because Uchiha Itachi had previously removed all the power of the white snake from his body. Plus, you can get this Sasuke card by going up a level. From the look of his outfit, he obviously looks like Takeso wearing Akatsuki robes. After Uchiha Yufeng asked about the system explained. Cards are separated, and the ability of the used card will not disappear. Therefore, the ability that belongs to Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke is now used after Uchiha Sasuke, who awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke's abilities in Shippuden are still there, and he can still use the power of the Curse Seal to fly with wings, and all his abilities will not disappear. Moreover, the Sharingan is also separated on the card. Even if the Mangekyo Sharingan is really used blindly, there is still Sasuke's 3 Magatama Sharingan that can be used normally. After figuring out the follow-up plan, Uchiha Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. Sleep. Uchiha Yufeng turned over and closed his eyes. Day and night go by, and tomorrow comes in the blink of an eye. When Uchiha Yufeng arrived at the old place of Konoha Forest, several people had already arrived. Yufeng, you have a bit of a lack of sense of time. Yuhi Mahong, who was standing upside down on the tree, snorted coldly when she saw Uchiha Yufeng's arrival. Teleport over from the tree. I'm sorry, Teacher Jinhong. When I came here, there were some old ladies crossing the road who needed my help, so I wasted some time. Uchiha Yufeng smiled and looked apologetic. But Yuhi Kurinai, who knew Uchiha Yufeng's temperament, curled his lips in a vague way. These are all Obito's words. When did you ever help an old lady? Okay, now that everyone is here, let's continue the D-level mission that we didn't finish yesterday in the morning. After completing it, I can take on C-level missions for you to practice on. Hearing this, Yuhi Kurinai and Wozuki Shiin's eyes flashed with joy. After all, I had been working on a D-level mission for a day yesterday, and I had a certain understanding of the D-level mission. It just doesn't help improve your strength, and the tasks are cumbersome and laborious. They might have been a little energetic at first, but they couldn't stand doing D-level tasks all the time. Fortunately, there were not many D-level missions, and the entire team completed them very quickly. So far, there are only a few missions left. Yes, the two of them were in high spirits and responded loudly. Yui Jinhong raised her eyes and fell on Uchiha Yufeng to ask for her opinion. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands helplessly. Me? It's okay. Come to me and choose the D-level tasks you want to receive. Everyone, hurry up and try to complete these 3 D-level tasks before 10 o'clock in the morning. Yes, the 3 received the D-level mission and dispersed. Uchiha Yufeng chose a task to find Cat. With the insight of this pair of eyes, even if the Sharingan state was not turned on, he could quickly find the target of the task at the place marked by the client. After handing in the mission, I returned to the meeting point and saw that none of the surrounding teams had returned. He jumped up to a big tree and rested on it. After a while, the Water Gate class came here. Namikaze Minato, who was leading the team, looked towards the tree and was slightly startled when he saw Uchiha resting on the tree with his eyes closed. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Kakashi on the side saw Namikaze Minato's movements and couldn't help asking. "Fine. What time is it?" Kakashi glanced at the sky with dead fish eyes and looked at Noera-Lin. "It's past 9 o'clock. When he heard that it was past 9 o'clock, Kakashi's face became even more unhappy. "Kakashi-Lin, let's rest here and wait for Obito." Namikaze Minato said softly and gently. "Teacher, you dote on him so much. He has already become a ninja, and you just ignore time on the second day after being divided into classes. In the future," Namikaze Minato smiled. Before he could say anything, there was a sound of footsteps. "Minato-sensei, Lin, I'm here." Noera-Lin couldn't help but point to the watch on her hand, and Uchiha Obito touched his head with a silly smile. "Sorry, when I came here this morning, I saw an old lady crossing the road, so I was delayed." Puff! Uchiha Obito, who was resting in the tree, laughed out loud when he heard Uchiha Obito's words. "I got up late today and used this same excuse." Who's there?" When Uchiha Obito heard the laughter, his face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted with a loud voice. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze sighed slightly. It is indeed not easy to take care of students. "Yufeng, why are you here?" Seeing Uchiha Yufeng jump down from the tree, Noera-Lin immediately stepped forward with a look of surprise on her face. "What is Yufeng?" Uchiha Obito is still holding a technique on his hand, preparing to fire a fire style on the person on the tree. When I saw the figure of Uchiha Yufeng, I couldn't help but be stunned. Uchiha Yufeng pointed at the big tree. "After completing the task, rest here." "Finish the task? Really? Are you lazy again? You do this kind of thing in school." Uchiha Obito looked suspicious. Uchiha Yufeng, who was in the ninja school before, did nothing but sleep. Nothing serious at all. Now that he has just graduated, Uchiha Obito will not believe that Uchiha Yufenkai has changed his temper. "I think so too." Kakashi on the side snorted coldly and was also skeptical of Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands. "Believe it or not, can I spend money by lying to you too? What is Yufeng's mission today?" Namikaze Minato asked Uchiha Midikaze with a gentle look on his face. After Uchiha Yufeng came down from the tree just now, the two people in his team who were competing against each other suddenly joined forces. This is a good phenomenon for Watergate. A cat-catching mission. Uchiha Mikaze turned to look at Namikaze Minato. Capable, steady, gentle. As expected of Minato, this smile is as warm as a little sun. In 2 months, there will be the Chunin exam for the second half of the year. Does Yufeng plan to participate? Hearing this, the 3 little ones immediately looked towards Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands. "How could I possibly participate? It's too late for me to hide. I heard this Chunin exam is going to kill people." Watching several members of the Minato squad leave on their mission, Uchiha Yufeng stood there with a flash of thought in his eyes. The Chunin exam? It's coming soon. Will the surrounding ninja villages do something weird? According to time estimates, The Third Ninja World War is coming soon, and the situation outside must be severe now. Among the ninjas who will participate in the Chunin exam, there are many small ninja villages around and ninjas from Sunagakure village who have signed alliance agreements. If there are too many, there will definitely be some demon moths. Unexpectedly, among the ninjas from the surrounding villages who came to participate, some were infiltrated by other hidden villages. They took advantage of this opportunity to come to Konoha to find out, and then start a war. This is all big trouble. Moreover, his identity is still a member of the Uchiha clan, a prominent Konoha clan. They will definitely be targeted by people from other villages. If he is too good at the Chunin exam, Sharingan will have his eyes opened. He will be targeted by the old thief Danzo again. This person is almost crazy about the limits of blood inheritance of the Uchiha clan. He snatched Shirsue's eyes and also sent someone to snatch the eyes that Obito gave to Kakashi. Sharingan, who had his arm wrapped around him, still tried to grab him in various ways. This kind of person is crazy. Even if he doesn't use Sharingan and relies on other abilities to complete the Chunin exam, Danzo the old thief will probably think of dragging himself into his roots. Then he sent someone to monitor him, waiting to use various methods to stimulate him to open his eyes. He was picking his eyeballs. This old thief knows more about Sharingan research than the average Uchiha tribesman. Just when Uchiha Yufeng was struggling with the Chunin exam, half an hour passed. Yuhi Kurenai, Watsuki Shien completed her mission and came here. Wind control. Yuhi Kurenai came quickly and frowned when he saw that Uchiha Yufeng was very clean and did not look like he had completed a mission. Have you not completed your mission yet? Come on, let me help you. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the seriousness on Yuhi Kurenai's face, raised his hand, pinched Yuhi Kurenai's delicate face, and smiled. Don't worry, the task has been handed in long ago. Yuhi Kurenai raised his hand and knocked Uchiha Yufeng's hand away with a scolding sound. Don't pinch my face. Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand and put it on her head again. Like petting a cat, he gently stroked her hair. Yuhi Kurenai, so cute. Ahem. Yuhi Jinhong didn't know when she came here and looked at Uchiha Yufeng with gloomy eyes. Hearing his father's voice, Yuhi Kurenai was startled and hurriedly slapped Uchiha Yufeng's hand away. He cautiously looked towards the direction where Yuhi Jinhong was speaking. Her pretty face was already flushed. I just checked the place where the tasks were entrusted, and all the tasks I received have been completed. Hearing Yuhi's words, Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yugao had smiles on their faces. Don't be too quick to be happy. What you have completed now are just some D-level tasks. Just now when I want to check on the tasks you completed, I heard something. The team you graduated from together this year is called Yukahayan, and they completed a B-level mission just this morning. B-level mission? Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened. Yuhi Jinhong told the three of them before about the introduction of this ninja mission level. B-level missions require at least an excellent Chunin team to complete, because during this process, it is inevitable that ninjas will appear to fight. Could it be that the Uchiha Flame Team has reached this point? Well, it's a B-level mission, but you don't need to underestimate yourselves. Your potential is no worse than their team, and you will also perform it in the future. Everyone was silent for a while. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Wazuki Shien. What you do? Wazuki Shien suddenly felt Uchiha Yufeng's gaze and was a little stunned. Why didn't you say you were going to do a B-level mission? Thinking about Maui Shien's behavior before, it stands to reason that this situation should be able to stimulate her desire to win. After Woyuki Shien heard this, she rolled her eyes at Uchiha Yufeng. Although I have a bit of a winning mentality, I'm not stupid. Besides, I remember that we don't have the right to accept B-level missions. After hearing the conversation between the two, Yuhi Jinhong explained. B-level missions can only be carried out by Chunin or above in the entire team. You are all Genin and cannot receive the commission. Although I don't know how they completed the B-level mission, I know that their team must have received other missions. After completing the mission, they were upgraded and confirmed that the difficulty reached the B-level mission level. Okay, you should go get a C-level mission to practice your skills. Don't be too ambitious. If you can't complete the C-level mission, don't even think about the B-level mission. Yuhi Kurenai held Woyuki Shiin's hand and whispered comfort. Shiin, we will have a chance when we become Chunin. Woyuki Shiin knew that Yuhi Kurenai was comforting her, so she gratefully held Yuhi Kurenai's hand and nodded heavily. Uchiha Yufeng felt speechless next to the two of them. Yesterday, the two of them were still at odds with each other, neither of them looking down on the other. Today, they were as good as best friends. These two fickle girls. Maiwa Shiin felt the atmosphere of the team and had a smile on her face. She knew that the difficulty of the B-level mission was not something that a newly graduated team like them could complete. However, I just heard that people who also graduated from the ninja school completed B-level tasks in one fell swoop. For a competitive person like Yuzuki Shiin, it is undoubtedly not a shot in the arm and makes him ready to take action. Fortunately, in the end, reason prevailed, because she knew that she was no longer alone, but the entire team. Uchiha Mikaze yawned. He took out a bottle of eye drops from his pocket and dropped it on his eyes. Uchiha Yufeng's idea is very simple. After all, he is now a man who is open Mangekyo. He must take good care of him. He may not be able to use more Mangekyo pupil skills in the future. Yufeng, what's wrong with your eyes? Yuhi Kurenai saw Uchiha Yufeng's strange behavior and couldn't help coming to him with concern and asked, Fine. Why are you still using eye drops when everything is fine? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Yuhi Kurenai obviously didn't believe it. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Kurenai as if he was breaking the casserole and asking the end. I had no choice but to make up a reason. I heard that if you put more eye drops in your eyes, there's a chance that I can awaken Sharingan, the limit of family inheritance. After hearing this reason, Yuhi Kurenai obviously believed it. Is there any other way to say this? Yufeng, then you drop more. Or I can help you. Ahem. Yuhi Mahong looked at her daughter and wished she could hang on to Uchiha Yufeng. The corner of her mouth twitched. The sound of coughing somewhat conveys the feeling that iron cannot become steel. Yuhi Kurenai came to his senses. It's so bad that I forgot that my father is still around. He blushed silently and lowered his head. Let's go. Yui Jinhong couldn't bear to talk about her daughter, Yuhi Kurenai, so she could only glare at Uchiha Yufeng and lead the team in front. 3 people followed closely behind, heading towards the mission entrustment office. After the team arrived, they waited at the task entrustment office for nearly half an hour before Yuhi Jinhong came out with a pamphlet. We got a C-level mission, but the target of this mission is a bit far away and we need to leave the village. If we set off now, we should be able to get there in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them responded. Teacher Jinhong, what kind of mission is it? Ziyi Jinhong opened the booklet and read it again. A group of bandits were wanted on the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, after they robbed villagers of their food and money. According to the latest news, those rogue bandits have now arrived at the border between Hyo Country and Rain Country. Because of their fierce fighting, ordinary soldiers cannot defeat them. Okay, let's discuss the details on the way. Let's go now. Yes. The red team went straight to the outside of the village. It took about half a day. The first ninja team crossed the fire country and arrived in the early country. The leader, Yuhi Jinhong, put away the map in her hand and turned to face the 3 of them with a serious expression. Although there are some C-level tasks that are relatively easy, I still help you take on this task of annihilating bandits, because only in battle can you grow better. Also, don't look down on the previous D-level missions. These missions will help you who have just graduated from the school to master various ninja skills faster, and the content you learned in the ninja school will also be gradually applied. After Yuhi Jinhong finished speaking, she looked at Uchiha Yufeng. I heard that when you were in school, you knew how to sleep. If you don't understand anything, just ask Hong. I was supervising her basic courses during her ninja school period. Every theoretical course was excellent. Uchiha Yufeng didn't refute and nodded. After all, what Yuhi Jinhong said is true. If there were no unexpected encounters, he would have studied step by step. These are all techniques to increase the survival rate in the ninja world. However, who asked us to plug in? Not to mention Sasuke, just Kabuto. He performed espionage missions for a long time when he was a child, and his theory and practice are quite solid. I told you the specific information about this mission on the way here. From now on, you have to act on your own. Be careful in everything. I will wait for your return in the town where we stayed before coming." As soon as he finished speaking, he left instantly. The remaining three looked at each other. "Shien, let's let Yufeng formulate this battle plan." Yuhi Kurenai thought about Uchiha Yufeng's battle plan last time, and even his father Jonin, who was experienced in combat, was confused. Yuhi Kurenai admired Uchiha's ability to control the wind. The same is true for Mao Yuxian. Thinking about the combat plan he came up with last time, he fully utilized the advantages of the small team and recognized Uchiha's ability to control the wind. So he readily agreed. "All right." Uchiha Makaz shrugged indifferently. He took out the map that Yuhi Mahong gave to the three of them on the road. According to the map, this bandit's lair is on the mountain ahead. There are a total of 29 bandits stationed in the mountain. They are all desperados and their methods are extremely ruthless. Since the beginning of his evil deeds, he has killed 100 innocent people in the Kingdom of Rain. He also escaped from the pursuit of ninjas sent by Yuin village and escaped here. From these aspects, these people have some skills. Uchiha Yufeng analyzed this mission, and a trace of worry and nervousness flashed in their eyes. After all, this is the first time such a mission to exterminate rogue bandits has been launched. However, there is no need to think too highly of them. If they have the ability to fight against ninjas, they will not go out of their way to avoid being chased by the ninjas in Yuin village. Judging from their desperado operations, if they have the strength, they can do it. Even ninjas are killed. When the two heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the two of them were not as nervous as before, they then put the map away. But these are all intelligence matters. Yuhi Kurenai was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. News lag. After all, I got the commission until now. One day has passed. Should we start the investigation again? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Let's go to the mountain first and investigate. If we really find a target, don't rush to take action yet. Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yuya nodded seriously to Uchiha Yufeng. Start. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, they exchanged a look. The three of them ran towards the destination mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Uchiha Yufeng pointed in two directions to signal the two of them. The three of us will divide into 3 areas to gather information on the mountain, focusing on hiding in dark places and gathering information. Then we will gather here. Disperse. The words fell. The two of them went up the mountain separately, one on the left and the other on the right. Seeing the two people leaving, Uchiha Yufeng stood still. Then 4 or 5 small snakes came out of the 2 cuffs and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he got into the grass and climbed up the mountain. In about 5 minutes, all the snakes came back. It seems that these people were transferred urgently today. Fortunately, the transfer place is not far away, just on the top of the mountain in front. Uchiha released the wind control technique and looked forward. A long while passed. The two came back here one after the other. Nobody. Mao Yueshi's words are concise and concise. It's the same here, but there are signs of life here on the mountain, and I also saw some ashes from the fire. They must have left not long ago. Yuhi Kurenai thought about it before answering. Nice observation. Uchiha Yufeng smiled at the two, and then turned his eyes. Did you see the hilltop ahead? They have moved there. Yuzuki Shien glanced at Uchiha Yufeng in surprise. I didn't expect Uchiha Yufeng to have this kind of perception ability. Let's go. Good. The two responded and quickly ran toward the mountain pointed by Uchiha Yufeng just now. Not even close to the mountain. Etc. Uchiha Yufeng stood still and remained silent for a moment. Take out several things from system space. This is the detonating talisman. This is the shuriken, the kunai. The two of them looked at Uchiha Yufeng taking more and more, and couldn't help but be stunned. Yufeng, why did you bring so many things when you went out? So much. How much does it cost? Yuhi Kurenai reacted, saw more and more objects in his hands, and quickly stopped Uchiha Yufeng. By the way, there are also Bing Liang pills. You two can each take one. Yuzuki Shien also came back to her senses at this time. looking at Uchiha Yufeng with a somewhat complicated look. Yufeng, I don't need any of these. I just need a good weapon. Weapons? There are some too. Uchiha Yufeng thought that he still had a Kusanagi sword in his hand and rummaged through the system space. Then he took it out. Give. This is... Mao Yuxian looked straight in the eye. Yuzuki Yugon, who practices swordsmanship herself, is also a very grandmaster when it comes to weapons. When she saw this weapon, the sharp feeling on it couldn't help but make Woyuki Shiin's blood boil. Put them all away. I'll rely on you later. On us. Yuhi Kurenai looked confused. Of course it depends on you. I am a medical ninja. As a medical ninja, I will never expose my target. Just wait for the two of you, one on the left and the other on the right, to kill directly. I'll take care of you below. If you're injured and can't stand it anymore, just come to me. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I also learned medical care from Tsunade-sama, and I will definitely help you treat it neatly and without leaving any scars. As he was talking, he saw Yuhi Kurenai pouting with reluctance on his face. Good. But Mao Yuxian on the side responded directly. You go to the left. I just saw a road going up the mountain on the left. The road is relatively flat. I leave it to you. Carrying the Kusanagi sword, he went to the right and rushed up the mountain. This woman is very decisive. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the face of the moon and the sunset and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. When he saw that Woyuki Shiin had gone up the mountain, Yuhi Kurenai became anxious. He hurriedly put away his things, held the shuriken in his hand, and quickly ran up the road to the left. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Uchiha Yufeng raised his hand to form a seal. Two identical shadow clone appeared in front of me. He immediately followed the two of them up the mountain. Listen to the roar of the detonating talisman on the mountain. Uchiha Yufeng found a clean and shady place, leaned in front of a tree, and took a nap. About an hour later, the two of them went down the mountain out of breath. Yuhi Kurenai's clothes were spotless, and he still held a handful of kunai with a detonating talisman in his hand, but his fleshy face was a little white. On the other hand, looking at Wozuki Shiin, there were some blood stains on her clothes. The Kusanagi sword in her hand was shining with cold light, and her eyes were a little sharper than before. The shadow clone following the two of them turned into smoke. Uchiha Mikaz came out of the shade. The mission was completed well. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuzuki Shiin stepped forward and handed over the Kusanagi sword in his hand. This is yours. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Kusanagi sword, then looked at Yuzuki Shiin's current state, and smiled. I think you lack a decent weapon, so I'll lend it to you first. Wozuki Shiin was stunned, glanced at Uchiha Yufeng, and took a deep breath. He put it away without being pretentious. Tell me what you think. From the memory obtained from Shadow Clone, Yuhi Kurenai just went up the mountain and saw that all the bandits were honest. It was a little difficult to start at the beginning, but luckily in the end, rationality prevailed and the mission was successfully completed. Yuhi Kurenai lowered his head upon hearing this. Ninjas, no matter what the circumstances, are not allowed to show inappropriate emotions. The highest priority is to carry out the mission. Yes, I know. Yuhi Kurenai bit her lip. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes. Uchiha Yufeng reached out and touched her head. After all, she's a little girl who has just graduated from ninja school, so this situation is normal. If you do more of this kind of task in the future, you'll get used to it. It was precisely because of this consideration that Uchiha let Shadow Clone follow. Yufeng, these are the unused detonating charms and shurikens. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Save it for next time. As soon as he said this, Uchiha Yufeng frowned, looking to the west. What's wrong? Yuhi Kurenai's confused voice just fell. A strange team came from the west. There were about 10 people in the team, led by a young Kunoichi. She is wearing a pink coat with a warm brown collar that echoes the color of her hat. The eyes are like orange amber, crystal clear. When she saw clearly the Konoha forehead protectors worn by Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shiin, the leading woman was a little surprised. A ninja from Konoha? The blue-haired woman came forward and gently took off her hat. Hello, a gentle voice and an angelic face. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned when he saw the appearance of the visitor. "What the hell, Conan? I am Conan from Yuin Village. We are here for a commission from the villagers. We are looking for a group of bandits who escaped from Yuin Village and came here." Conan from Hidden Rain Village? Looking at Conan's delicate face and the forehead protector of the Hidden Rain Village on his forehead, he looked as bright as a flower. He looked at Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien looking at him, seemingly wanting him to make up his mind. Seeing this, Uchiha Yufeng took a step forward to negotiate with Conan. "We are ninjas from Kimura. We came here this time because the village received a commission. The purpose is the same as you, and we are also for a group of bandits." Uchiha Yufeng then made a simple comparison between the mission scroll and the commission information obtained by Conan, and finally concluded that they were indeed the same group of people. "What a coincidence. Thank you for your help. However, we still have to go to the mountain to find out if we have robbed the villagers' tokens so that I can bring them back to their families as a memory. Can you?" Hearing Conan's request, Uchiha Yufeng nodded. "If you don't mind, we can act together." Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's words, Conan's eyes lit up. "I don't mind. Thank you." Although Uchiha Yufeng believed everything about Conan and his party. However, due to the sensitive nature of Amage Cure, Uchiha Yufeng did not want to return to the village and leave an accident that would cause trouble for herself. They can keep an eye on them on their way up the mountain. A smile appeared on the faces of Conan and others. After all, this bandit has been killed by the people of Konoha. Where the body is found, there are 3 people from Uchiha and Yufeng with help. If you act like this, you will get twice the result with half the effort. After half an hour, Conan and others completed the search. Conan thanked Uchiha Yufeng and the other 3 and left. "Okay, let's go back too. I'm afraid the teacher can't wait any longer." Uchiha Yufeng looked at the sky, which was getting dark, and spoke to the 2 of them. "Yufeng, do you know the person who led the team from Yuin Village?" Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward and asked Uchiha Yufeng in a low voice. "I don't know." Uchiha Yufeng saw an inexplicable smell in Yuhi Kurenai's eyes. Uchiha Yufeng smiled and reached out to touch her hair. Yuhi Kurenai frowned and quickly broke away from Uchiha Yufeng's hand. "Don't grab my hair. It's all messed up. I grew up in Konoha. How could I possibly know people from other villages?" Hearing this explanation, Yuhi Kurenai nodded. "Yes, it's our first time out of the village." Thinking of this, the smile appeared on Yuhi Kurenai's face again. Mao Yuxian on the side actually curled her lips when she heard this. When she saw the female ninja leading the team approaching, Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were straight. Is the focus of this question whether you know something or not? Mao Yuxian couldn't help complaining in her heart. But thinking that I still have the Kusanagi sword that Uchiha Makaze lent to me, there is no need to fan the flames of Yuhi Kurenai. Secretly giving Uchiha Yufeng an "I understand you" look, Uchiha walked in front, and when he turned back, he saw Yuzuki Shien's somewhat strange eyes and was confused for a moment. "This girl, what are you trying to say?" The 3 of them left the mountain and walked for about an hour before arriving at the agreed-upon town. "Come so late." A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, his brows furrowed. "Father, we just met people from Yuin Village." Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward and briefly recounted the mission and his encounter with the ninjas of Hidden Rain Village. "People from Yuin Village? Are they really here to do the commission task?" Shiri Jinhong murmured, her face solemn. "It's not that he is making a fuss, but that the Rain Hidden Village is too sensitive for Konoha. I have decided in my heart to report this matter to Master Hokage after I return. Okay, let's rest in this town tonight. I have found 3 rooms here for the 3 of you. Here are the room keys. Meals are also prepared for you in the room. Come with me." The 3 of them followed Yuhi Mahong to the hotel. As soon as they arrived at the door, Yuhi Jinhong and Uchiha Yufeng stopped and looked towards a roof at the same time. 4 or 5 figures are chasing each other up there. When she saw the forehead protectors on their foreheads, Yuhi Jinhong frowned, not waiting for a reaction. 3 kunai were thrown directly towards Uchiha Yufeng, Wazuki Shien, and Yuhi Kurenai. Uchiha Yufeng threw 3 shurikens from his pocket, and the 3 kunai were accurately shot away by the shurikens and landed on the wall nearby. Then Uchiha Yufeng's eyes narrowed. One hand in each hand, they hugged the waists of Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien and stepped back and jumped away. Plop! Where the 3 of them were standing just now, 2 human hands quickly poked out of the soil. If they were a step slower, the 2 women would definitely be grabbed by this man's legs and feet and become passive. Yuhi Jinhong stopped the seal she was about to form on the 3 of them. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she was quite appreciative of Uchiha Yufeng's operation just now. Then he crossed his hands in a seal and changed into a ninjutsu. The figure turned into the breeze and disappeared in place. Just for a moment, the ninja who just jumped out of the earth had his eyes dull for a moment, apparently falling into an illusion. Uchiha Yufeng did not hesitate, let go of the 2 women, and quickly threw out a kunai with a detonating talisman in his hand. The ninja who fell into the illusion was immediately shrouded in fire. His flesh and blood were shattered, and he died on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 figures seized the opportunity of the explosion, quickly jumped out from the darkness in 4 directions, and stabbed Uchi Yufeng and the others with kunai in hand. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the 4 people coldly and stood still without any movement. Magic tree, binding, killing. Yuhi Jinhong's voice sounded at the right time. Under each of the 4 people's feet, a big tree quickly rose up, and its roots spread over, binding the 4 people tightly like ropes. The movement of the 4 people forward suddenly stopped. Yuhi Jinhong slowly showed her figure, then walked up to the 4 people, and each of them fell down after being stabbed in the heart with a sword. These ninjas looked ferocious, and it seemed that they did not break away from Jinjutsu until they died. Shiri Jinhong raised her hand to form a seal, and the tree and vines disappeared instantly. Uchiha Yufeng walked up to them, checked the corpses, and pulled off the Sunagake your forehead protectors from their foreheads. Teacher, there are no survivors. They are all dead. After Yi Jinhong was safe, she quickly took out her notebook and wrote it down silently. Yufeng, your reaction was good just now. After Yuhi Jinhong finished remembering it, she looked at Uchiha Yufeng with admiration. Yuhi Kurenai on the side has just come out of his dazed state. His eyes are a little complicated, seeming to be reflective, but also annoyed. Yuzuki Shien looked at Uchiha Yufeng's back, tightened her grip on the Kusanagi, sword in her hand, and became a little more determined to compete with him. It seems we can't stay here tonight. Let's pack up. We'll head back to Konoha overnight. Yuhi Jinhong glanced at the 3 people. What happened today should serve as a reminder to you that the ninja world is not peaceful now. No matter what you do when you leave the village in the future, you must not let down your guard. Yuhi Jinhong looked at her daughter's serious face and breathed a sigh of relief. This incident can teach my daughter a lesson. How can she let herself know the difference between her and Uchiha Yufeng, so that she can be stimulated to practice harder? By the way, those people just now are not weak in combat ability and have extremely tacit cooperation. They are obviously a team of Chunin and above. If our mission is them this time, they are all B-level at least. That's it. Come on, you have experienced a B-level mission today. Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien nodded heavily. Obviously, he realized his own shortcomings and the horror of B-level tasks. Yuhi Jinhong said, after simple repairs. He led the 3 of them and continued to rush towards Konoha. Given today's unexpected situation, the right way is to rush back to Konoha quickly. Time passed quickly. After running for most of the night, the first team finally returned to Konoha. Yuhi Jinhong handed over the commission and reported to the Hokage office, while the rest of the group dispersed and went back to rest. We agreed to meet at the same place in 3 days. At Uchiha Yufeng's house, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Sister Makoto, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Uchiha Fugaka's wife, Uchiha Makoto. I heard that you left the village for a mission and just came back today. I came to see you. Uchiha Makoto had a smile on his face and something in his hand. I brought you something you like to eat. Uchiha Yufeng smiled, took the gift, and walked in front to lead Makoto. Sister Makoto, please come inside. The two walked through the small courtyard and entered the living room. After putting down the meal, Uchiha took a bottle of milk from the kitchen, heated it, put some snacks and cookies on it, and brought it over. Sister Makoto, there is nothing else at home except this. Please forgive me for not taking good care of you. Looking at the steaming milk, Uchiha Makoto took it and put it in front of him. Yufeng, these are enough. You are determined. Uchiha Makoto then sat opposite Uchiha Makoto. Looking at Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Yufeng felt that she seemed more attractive than before. How have you been in life lately? Well, everything is fine. Uchiha Yufeng picked up a cookie, put it in his mouth, and said with a smile. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's carefree look, Uchiha Makoto actually had a touch of envy in his eyes. Yufeng, I came here today to tell you something. Things? Did the patriarch give orders? Uchiha Yufeng was surprised and looked at Makoto. Yes. Fugaku said that you ranked first in the ninja school's actual combat rankings, and Shursui is the pride of our Uchiha clan. Therefore, he said that he would like you to participate in the Chunin exam that will be held soon. Fugaku asked himself to take the Chunin exam. You are a child who has practiced hard and is probably far stronger than Chunin. The reason why you are still Jinin is because you are not confident. Uchiha Yufeng heard this and smiled. Good guy. In order to let myself participate, it's okay to say that I surpassed Chunin. Is the strength you have shown so strong? Seeing the change in the expression on Uchiha Makoto's face, Uchiha Makoto was about to drink milk. If I think I am not capable of taking the Chunin exam, will the clan leader blame me? Uchiha Makoto shook his head. Taking the exam is voluntary, so how can I blame you? Uchiha Yufeng didn't believe this at all. Uchiha Yufeng ate the cookies and stopped talking for a while. But Uchiha Yufeng raised his head and stared at Uchiha Makoto's snow-white face. Shursui has now developed the double Magatama Sharingan. According to the elders, his strength is close to Jonin's level. As Shursui's older brother, you can't lag behind, right? After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, he sighed for no reason. These words were all what Uchiha Fugaku asked her to say last night. He also said that this child cares about his younger brother very much, and it is most appropriate to use Shursui to stimulate him. This morning I thought I had done enough ideological work to convince Uchiha Yufeng to take the exam. But when I really saw Uchiha Yufeng looking at the people close at hand and saying this, I felt hypocritical. What's wrong with me? Is he like Fugaku, a cold-blooded person who only cares about the future of his family and sacrifices his people for a possibility? Sister Makoto, I just graduated from ninja school a few days ago. I thought I was strong enough. But since I left the village today, I have realized that my strength is weak and my combat experience and reaction ability are far behind. I think if I really take the Chunin exam, I won't be able to advance. Uchiha Yufeng showed a helpless smile. But since Sister Makoto came here to talk about it in person, I will go and try it out when the time comes. Uchiha Makoto lowered his head, guilt and other emotions hidden in his eyes, and said no more. Uchiha Yufeng took in Uchiha Makoto's expression and raised the corners of his mouth. He showed an imperceptible smile. Sometimes the gap between people comes from the guilt of others bit by bit. Boiling a frog in warm water is the most deadly. Fugaku, you plot against me. Why can't I plot against you? Besides, I think Sister Makoto still has her charm. Following you, Uchiha Fugaku, she ended up being exterminated by her own son and was killed at the hands of her son. It is a pity. Sister Makoto, if we were not members of the Uchiha clan, but just ordinary civilians, wouldn't we be less calculating and our lives would be more harmonious? Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto raised his head suddenly. A complex look flashed in his eyes. Yufeng, hey, could it be that you? Before he could finish, a ninja wearing a fox mask came to Uchiha Yufeng's home. Uchiha Yufeng, Hokage-sama invites you. Come to the Hokage office. Looking at Yuhi Mahong, still standing aside, a flash of thought flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Could it be that he was asked to come here to determine the status of the ninja today? I've met Hokage-sama, Red Sensei. With a kind smile on his face, third Hokage stood up from his seat and came to Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng, the Red Jonin has informed me of the unexpected incident of this mission. As a member of the team, you were able to react quickly and protect your companions. You have done an excellent job. Excellent, then what? Just talking about ideals. As for money, you should give me some. Uchiha Yufeng quickly lowered his head. It's because of the power given to me by the will of fire that Master Hokage once said that I can protect my companions in critical moments. Hearing Uchiha Yufeng say this seriously, third Hokage laughed. Ding, Senju Tobarama, youth, shard +5. Mifeng, you are worthy of being my ninja of Konoha. In just a few days, you have made such rapid progress. Progress? Is it an improvement in the ideological level of will of fire, or is it an improvement in strength? This third-generation speech is still so ambiguous. Uchiha Yufeng took a sneak peek at Yuhi Mahong. Yuhi Jinhong's face remained as usual, as if she didn't see Uchiha Yufeng's gaze. Yufeng, do you want to enter Umbu? Umbu, the full name is the Assassination Tactics Special Forces. Umbu members are all outstanding ninjas selected from the village and are directly commanded by Hokage. Uchiha Yufeng was slightly stunned when he heard the news. A low-key genin who just graduated from a ninja school could actually join Umbu directly? It's all up to Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yufeng doesn't know whether what the third Hokage said is true or false. But entering Umbu has more advantages than disadvantages for him. The first point is also the most important point. That is, as Umbu is directly under the Hokage, the number of times he comes into contact with the third Hokage will inevitably increase, which will help increase the collection of Senju Tobarama card fragments. The second point is that it allows the Uchiha clan or others to first consider whether they're qualified or not when planning against them. Good. The third Hokage smiled and picked up a document from the table. Uchiha Yufeng took it and glanced at it. It's Umbu's acceptance letter. Take it back, study it carefully, and report to Umbu tomorrow. Yes. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Hokage, waved his hand towards him, and retreated wisely. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha put the documents away and waited there. About half an hour passed. Only then did Shiri Jinhong come out. Teacher Jinhong. Uchiha Yufeng stepped forward. Yuhi Jinhong nodded when she heard this, and seemed not surprised that Uchiha Yufeng was waiting. If you have anything to ask, just say it directly. Uchiha Yufeng pointed to the document in his hand. Every outstanding ninja who graduates from the ninja school will be included in Umbu's assessment list. You encountered a ninja raid this time, and your on-the-spot reaction and your own strength have reached the recommended standards. So I was attracted by Master Hokage, and I will join Umbu in the future. Yuhi Jinhong shook her head. In your case, you are not entering Umbu, but entering Umbu for training. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. What does this mean? Isn't this the admission notice from Umbu? Why didn't you enter Umbu? Open the file and see if it's a candidate. Uchiha Yufeng listened and opened the file. Next to the number, there are 4 words written on it. Alternate member. Oh, I understand. I'm Umbu's temporary exchange student. Exchange. Yuri Jinhong heard this and nodded. It's almost the same thing, but I haven't changed it. You will enter Umbu for training starting tomorrow. As long as you perform well and achieve excellent results, there is no chance of entering Umbu's official establishment in the future. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Jinhong, still a little puzzled, and asked, Then what's the point of doing this? Yuhi Mahong looked at Uchiha Makaz seriously. You're good at taijutsu, and I am good at jinjutsu. Although I have dabbled in taijutsu, the upper limit is too low and I can't teach you anything. Umbu is different. He is very training. He can polish your strength, especially the practice of ninjutsu, which can help you achieve a spurt in strength. Yuhi Jinhong breathed a long sigh of relief. You're different from Xian. Xian has practiced swordsmanship since she was a child and has specific goals in her pursuit of swordsmanship. As long as you work hard in the future, you will eventually be able to achieve your goals. So I took Xian with him, and with my many years of Jonin experience, I was able to help her grow quickly. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. Yuzuki Yugon has been honing her sword skills since joining the team. I have a hunch that there will be a war soon. By then, if it really goes to the battlefield, it will be too fragile. I don't want the outstanding students I brought out to become the heroes on the memorial monument. Therefore, after you enter Umbu, you must improve your strength. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng put away his smile. He bowed seriously to Yuhi Jinhong. I'm going to Umbu tomorrow. Settle down and train hard. I will teach Hong, Xian, and Xian carefully. When you leave Umbu in the future, when you think about it again, you will definitely understand what I said today. After Yuri Jinhong finished speaking, she strode away. Looking at Yuhi Jinhong's back, Uchiha Yufeng was silent for a long time and murmured, Teacher Jinhong, she is still a very nice person. Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, and after eating ramen, he went home. Lying on the bed, holding the documents in his hands, I have a deeper understanding of Umbu in my heart. I will enter Umbu tomorrow as an alternate member, and the treatment I will enjoy is quite generous. Not only will you receive corresponding rewards according to the number of tasks each month, but the ninja tools you use will also be provided for free. Even as an alternate member, you can still view most ninja genjutsu below B level. No wonder there are so many ninjas eager to join Umbu, even if it is dangerous and the tasks are heavy. Anyway, let's go to Umbu tomorrow. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yufeng closed his eyes and fell asleep. And at the same time on the other side, several Uchiha tribesmen also sent the news of Uchiha Yufeng entering Umbu to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the courtyard, his eyes uncertain. Master Patriarch, what should we do? Several Fugaku confidants all looked at Uchiha Fugaku, waiting for his decision. The Chunin exam is in 2 months. Don't be in a hurry. Uchiha Fugaku drank the tea in front of him and spoke calmly. Mr. Patriarch, are we really going to take action against Umbu's people? Hearing these worried words, Uchiha Fugaku put the cup in his hand on the table. Umbu? Who said they would take action against Umbu? In the Chunin exam, our security team needs to maintain order. However, in the past, we were only responsible for external security, leaving internal security to Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the full moon hanging in the sky with a confident smile on his face. Isn't it good that the students who took the exam were infiltrated by spies from other villages, such as Sunagakure, and took the exam with the mission of killing Konoha's new generation of genin? After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, several people became energetic. Understood. Several people bowed to Uchiha Fugaku. Okay, starting tomorrow, we will speed up helping Shursui practice. Try to let him reach the 3 Magatama Sharingan and stabilize it within 2 months, and the rest. Just wait to witness the extraordinary power of the transcendent Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Makoto, who was accompanying Itachi in Uchiha Itachi's room, sat quietly and sighed quietly. The next day, Uchiha Yufeng left home. Follow the places marked in the Umbu file. Successfully entered the underground Umbu organization. This place is underground. Although it is illuminated by lights, it is still a bit dark and deserted. Here, you can see Umbu ninjas wearing masks walking alone, with almost no other movement except the sound of footsteps. Judging from the fluctuations of chakra on their bodies, they all must be at the Chunin level at worst, and they all carry a vague, killing intent. These talents are the foundation of Umbu. Continuing to walk inside, a ninja in front saw Uchiha Yufeng. He quickly came over and patted Uchiha Yufeng on the shoulder, signing to follow me. He turned around and entered the room on the left. Uchiha Yufeng followed in silently. Entering the room, the light in the room was very bright. The masked ninja took out the file from the drawer of the table in front of him. Uchiha Yufeng. Yes. Your code name. Wind. The ninja marked the file. This room is the dressing room of Umbu's members. Everyone will have their own exclusive locker. This is the key to locker number 29. Umbu's uniform costumes and several masks have been placed in advance for you. If there is anything inappropriate, please notify me. Yes. Uchiha Yufeng took the key and looked at the storage cabinet next to it. Each one is marked with a number. Judging from the size of the number, it should be not far inside. Exit this locker room and walk along the road. In order, there are the places where tasks are released and handed over, the customized ninja tools, and the ninjutsu scroll storage room. Uchiha Yufeng didn't expect that this Umbu has so many functions. After listening carefully, he nodded. Clear. Okay, the introduction is almost done. You are an alternate, and your rights will be somewhat limited compared to those of a formal Umbu member. But it is relatively freer. As long as I can accept Umbu's assessment every week, it will be fine. After the explanation, the Umbu ninja left the room. Assessment naturally refers to the number of tasks completed each week. Uchiha glanced at the locker, took the key, and walked to his locker in number 29. It opened with a click. Looking at the brand new Umbu costumes and masks inside. Apparently, it was just put on this morning. Uchiha Yufeng did not hesitate, and while no one was changing clothes, he randomly picked a fox-like mask and put it on. Yes, it still fits well. After leaving the locker room, Uchiha Yufeng first went to the ninja tool to get some shuriken and kunai, and then went straight to the place where he received the mission. Code name: Win. The ninja who issued the mission found information about the code name Win from the file. This is a mission you can claim. After he pulled out a few mission scrolls, he pushed the rest in front of Uchiha Yufeng. I opened the scroll and read each one. When I saw a mission about Tsunade, my eyes lit up. I accepted this mission. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he registered the mission with the man and quickly left Umbu's location. At noon, outside Konoha Hospital, Tsunade walked out with Kato Shizen. Tsunade-sama, shall we leave now? Tsunade said easily as she walked away. What are you doing here if you don't leave? The Konoha hospital system is now complete, and I have taught everything that needs to be taught. With those medical ninjas here, it is enough to train the next generation of medical ninjas. Hearing this, Shizen carried the big box and looked at Konoha Hospital with a somewhat reluctant look in her eyes. Don't worry, Shizen. I will take you back when you want to come back. What's the big deal? Hearing Tsunade's comfort, Shizen looked away. The ninja world is so big. We have to have fun while we're young. Tsunade stretched out, and the ravines on her chest were eye-catching. Tsunade was suddenly startled. Umbu! Uchiha Yufeng, who was hiding in the dark, walked out directly. Hokage-sama has an order to send Tsunade-sama away. Tsunade frowned and looked Uchiha Yufeng up and down, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. This voice! Shizen behind her was stunned when she heard this familiar voice. Oh! Tsunade didn't take it seriously and took 2 steps away. Shizen, please give the things to Umbu. Didn't they give them away? They just happened to help you carry the box. Tsunade-san. Shizen didn't come back to her senses. Ding! Senju Tobarama, boy, fragment +2. Yes. Uchiha Yufeng didn't hesitate, came to Shizen and took the box. Looking at the pair of eyes exposed under the mask and the jet black hair, Shizen's eyes widened. You're not. Before Shizen could say anything, Tsunade interrupted her. Shizen, don't wait any longer. Let's get on the road quickly. Yes. Shizen withdrew her gaze and came to Tsunade. Shizen, I taught you Sage Jutsu yesterday. The first step is to activate all the cells in the wound. Do you still remember? Shizen was confused. Didn't I just teach you how to control chakra accurately yesterday? Palm Sage Jutsu? Did you teach it yesterday? Without waiting for Shizen to answer, Tsunade spoke again. There is also the practical application of the art of extracting minor troubles, the amount of chakra injected. Do you still remember? Shizen was stunned. Yesterday, Tsunade-sama taught me so much. Also, have you memorized the order of the seals of the chakra scalpel, the depth of the wound, and the specific data? Along the way, as long as there is no one around, Tsunade started talking about medical care and some medical ninjutsu. From low-level medical ninjutsu to high-level medical ninjutsu, we have talked about all the things that need attention, expansion, etc. Looking at Shizen's helpless and doubtful appearance on the side, Tsunade smiled helplessly. Okay, it's almost done. After Tsunade, said the last medical ninjutsu, she looked back at the gate of Konoha. His eyes turned and fell on Uchiha Yufeng. Go back and tell third generation that if there is nothing urgent recently, don't come to me. I'm very tired recently and don't want to be disturbed. After saying that, the corners of his mouth curved upward. Also, tell that boy Uchiha Yufeng for me and ask him to give me good training and medical treatment ninjutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Yufeng heard the system prompt tone again. Ding, Senju Tobarama, youth, shard +5. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Tsunade's graceful back as she turned away, knowing that she had already seen through his identity. Otherwise, she would have given him so many medical ninjutsu along the way. Then he silently took off the mask from his face. Tsunade-sama, have a nice trip. I have memorized everything you taught me. Shizun on the side looked at the familiar face of Uchiha Yufeng, and the hand holding the box trembled with excitement. Although Shizun has roughly guessed that this Umbu person is probably Uchiha Yufeng. But when I really saw Uchiha Yufeng's face, I was still a little excited. A satisfied smile appeared on Tsunade's beautiful face. Without looking back, she snorted coldly. Uchiha's annoying brat. Goodbye. Returning to the Hokage office, Uchiha Mikaze gave a brief report to the third Hokage on the mission of escorting Tsunade. Tsunade's final words to the third generation were also conveyed by Uchiha Mikaze. The third Hokage stood up and came to the window, looking at the Leaf Village, smoking loudly and feeling very lonely for a while. It took a while to calm down. I know this. After he finished speaking, he returned to his seat and waved his hand to Uchiha Yufeng. Ding, Senju Tobarama, boy, fragment +1. Uchiha Yufeng nodded and left immediately. Returning to Umbu's mission, Uchiha Yufeng picked again. If you want to squeeze the fragments of Senju Tobarama from the third Hokage, it is indeed useful to increase your presence. The mission continues. Try to squeeze out all the pieces of third Hokage within a month or two. This scroll said that secret patrols were conducted around Konoha Hospital to prevent suspicious persons from appearing, and that force could be used in emergencies. Konoha Hospital? Uchiha Yufeng took over this task and completed the registration. Go straight to your destination. Uchiha Yufeng found a relatively wide place that could take the entire surrounding area of Konoha Village into view. Standing on the tree, hiding his figure, observing the surrounding movements through the gaps in the leaves. Uchiha knew most of the ninjas who came in and out of Konoha Hospital. Most of the teams are made up of ninjas who have graduated from this level. After all, they have just become genin. This is when they're most motivated and want to take on many missions in one day. The more missions you have to do, the more bumps and bruises you will inevitably encounter. So you will have to visit Konoha Hospital more frequently. Suddenly, 3 familiar figures appeared at Konoha Hospital. The 3 of them were the team, led by Yuhi Jinhong. Although they were some distance away, they could still clearly hear the conversation between the 3 of them. Father, when will Yufeng return to the team? Yuhi Kurenai muttered, as if he had lost his mind. I'll come back when I'm almost done practicing. Hearing these perfunctory words, Yuhi Kurenai pouted even more. Displeasure was written all over his face. Xian, do we still want to continue carrying out this D-level mission? Maoyue Xian imitated Yufeng's movements and spread her hands. The team no longer has its only medical ninja. If a medical ninja cannot be transferred within a short period of time, it will be impossible for us to complete missions above sea level. Hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai sighed. The village attaches great importance to the lives of ninjas. Ever since Tsunade proposed that a team of 4 must have a medical ninja, for any mission above sea, the team must be equipped with a medical ninja. It is now an established practice, unless it is a non-combat special team. Yuhi Jinhong heard her daughter's complaint and shook her head helplessly. He himself never thought that his daughter would be so dependent on Uchiha Yufeng. But under the current circumstances, Yuhi Jinhong really didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. After all, Uchiha Yufeng is very strong and protects his daughter Hong, but there will always be a day when he is not around his daughter. Kurenai, If she doesn't take advantage of Uchiha Mika's absence to grow up, she might become a burden to Uchiha Mika's in the future. Looking at the aggrieved expression on her daughter's face, she started to say harsh words, but in the end she didn't say them out. Just wait a little longer. After all, my daughter is still young and has just graduated from the ninja school. Red. At this moment, people from the Minato class also appeared at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. Noera Lin saw Yuhi Kurenai and couldn't help but stepped forward to say hello. Huh? Where's Yufeng? Why isn't he here? Uchiha Obito looked at the first team, looked around, and without thinking, he started shouting in a loud voice, causing all the passers-by to look over. Obito, Yufeng has gone to Umbu. Yuhi Kurenai saw this and walked up to him, motioning him to keep a low profile, and then whispered to Uchiha Obito. Huh? Umbu? Uchiha Obito's brain is a little down. Uchiha Yufeng? Umbu? How do these two unrelated words come together? Uchiha Obito is a bit confused. Oh, not bad. They all went to Umbu. They are much better than some genin who can get injured even if they do D-level missions. Kakashi on the side had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but looking at Uchiha Obito's naive appearance, an annoyed voice came over. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was furious, clenching his fists and looking at Kakashi in protest. Minato Namikaze looked at the two people facing each other, touched his hair awkwardly, and smiled at Yuhi Mako. Excuse me, Senior Jinhong. Yuhi Mahong sighed. These guys really don't make people worry. And just then, a female medical ninja near the medical ninja who was checking Obito's injuries had a kunai in her sleeves. He stabbed Obito directly. Uchiha Obito was stunned by this sudden attack, and suddenly froze and became unresponsive. Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed, and he was about to take action. A shuriken flew over first and hit the ninja directly on the wrist, causing his offensive movements to stop. The ninja who had taken action just now. His face darkened and turned into clay. Earth Clone, Uchiha Obito, finally came to his senses and took out a kunai from his waist. Looking around warily, bang! Among the crowd, a man wearing a medical ninja costume was kicked to Uchiha Obito's feet. Who is this person? Namikaze Minato and Yuhi Miku looked at the unresponsive ninja and were about to step forward to investigate. The ninja who attacked just now is still alive, but he was knocked unconscious by my kick. Uchiha Yufeng's voice sounded, and the two looked at Uchiha Yufeng's Umbu costume and the mask on his face. Knowing it was Umbu, I took a few steps back to make way for him. However, when the voice that just spoke sounded familiar, the two of them raised their eyes to look at each other. The movement here soon attracted the arrival of other Umbu personnel. This person should be a spy. I took him away. Please help maintain order and ensure safety here at Konoha Hospital. I will come back as soon as I drop him. Uchiha Yufeng briefly explained the situation to several Umbu, then grabbed the person's shoulders and headed towards the Umbu interrogation department. Watching Uchiha Yufeng leave, Yuhizenhong's eyes became even more appreciative. Obito, are you okay? Noera Lin stepped forward and looked at Uchiha Obito worriedly. Lin, I'm fine, thanks to that Master Umbu just now, otherwise, Uchiha Obito was a little embarrassed and scratched his head stupidly. Obito, be careful next time you go on mission. The injury has worsened again. Hearing Noera Rin reminding him again, Uchiha Obito sighed and said dully, I know, Lin, I made you worry. I will definitely protect myself well next time. After hearing Uchiha Obito's assurance, Noera Lin felt relieved. Looking at the direction where Uchiha Yufeng left just now, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. That person from Umbu just now seemed a bit familiar. Kakashi on the side lowered his head thoughtfully. A month and a half passed quietly. During this period, Uchiha Yufeng went to Umbu's mission every day and never had a day off. It seems that we have almost squeezed out the pieces from third generation. Thinking about completing the Umbu mission in the past 2 days and reporting to the third Hokage, the fragments exploded were very few. Uchiha Yufeng knew that there were not many fragments left in the third Hokage. Umbu, everyone, gather in front of the Hokage building. As soon as he left the locker room, Uchiha heard the voice of Captain Umbu Ninja. One after another, Umbu ninjas gathered towards the Hokage building. When Uchiha Yufeng saw this, his eyes narrowed. With such a big battle, could something big happen? After a while, he followed the team and ran towards the Hokage building. After everyone gathered outside the Hokage building, the third Hokage glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Starting from today, we will strengthen 24-hour secret patrols and inspect various training venues. We must carry out re-examination and absolute control to ensure that the upcoming Chunin exam is successfully completed." After third Hokage explained the necessary preparations before the Chunin exam, he looked at Uchiha Yufeng in the crowd. "Phone, stay, others disperse." Wind is the code name of Uchiha Yufeng. Umbu's people scattered and ran in all directions. In just a few breaths, Uchiha Yufeng was left alone. The third Hokage glanced at Uchiha Yufeng with his cloudy eyes. "Follow me." After saying that, Uchiha Yufeng followed third Hokage back to the office. "Yufeng, there are only a few days left for the Chunin exam. I'm afraid your Umbu life is coming to an end." Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng raised his head, pretending to be confused. "Yufeng, your recent performance has been very good. If it were normal, I would have absorbed Umbu into you and become an official Umbu ninja. But," speaking of this, third Hokage sighed, "the ninja world is not peaceful right now, and I'm afraid there will be a war. Your abilities are good in Umbu, but as a ninja, being able to kill the enemies of the village and stop the progress of the war is the value that a ninja should aspire to. Yufeng, what do you think?" The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a hopeful look on his face. Uchiha Yufeng has a deeper understanding of third Hokage. "These high-sounding words sound good. Can you translate it? Umbu should stop being impatient and seize the time to go out and be cannon fodder. If you can play the role of ninja on the frontal battlefield, you will definitely gain great glory, but it is also the most dangerous." On the memorial monument alone, the series of people without corpses were just ninjas with only one name. Until now, how many people in Konoha can remember those people? "You should fight for Konoha. Eliminate all enemies." A smile flashed in third Hokage's eyes. He walked up to Uchiha Yufeng and patted him on the shoulder. "Yufeng, I know you will not let me down. I leave this Chunin exam to you." "Chunin exam? Master Hokage wants me to maintain order." Third Hokage shook his head. "I want you to take the Chunin exam and protect my Konoha Genin as much as possible." A flash of understanding flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. "It's Hokage-sama. Your strength, vision, and thinking have surpassed the level of ordinary Chunin. I feel relieved when you are here." The third Hokage is not complimenting Uchiha Yufeng, and with the status of the third Hokage, it is not complimenting a Genin. It's because during this period he has secretly adjusted the tasks assigned by Umbu. But no matter how Uchiha Yufeng's authority is adjusted, any commission he comes into contact with will be completed perfectly. And the amount of tasks in 1.5 months is much more than what some official Umbu members can complete in a year. But because Uchiha Yufeng, is from Uchiha, he had heard reports from some Umbu people before. Uchiha Yufeng seems to have a very close relationship with the Uchiha clan chief and his family. In addition, his strength has improved too quickly during this period, which is a bit strange. Although the Sharingan has not been awakened, it is still inevitable to be wary of it. If it is Uchiha Shursui, after some investigation, third Hokage will definitely let him enter Umbu and make it a formal establishment. After all, Uchiha Shursui is the descendant of Uchiha Mirror who inherited the will of fire. Before the village, Uchiha Shursui was monitored every day. Basically, I grew up watching Uchiha Shursui. Third Hokage knows very well what kind of personality Uchiha Shursui is like, how well he has been instilled with the will of fire, and whether he has Hokage-style thinking. Uchiha Yufeng is different. She was at the bottom of the ninja school and was not outstanding in all aspects. Later, it seemed that he grew up overnight and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. There are too many doubts here, and there always seems to be a layer of fog surrounding him. An Uchiha tribesman's strength has reached the level of Chunin or above, but he has not activated Sharingan, and there is no record of practicing physical skills under surveillance. You know, Taijutsu is now Uchiha's signature skill. The ninja school's actual ranking match made him famous and was talked about by many people. Third Hokage speculates that all this may be related to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the final comprehensive judgment is made in Third Hokage. Uchiha Yufeng can be used but not reused. Even if you come to Umbu, you will be a substitute and cannot become a permanent member. Uchiha Yufeng is not surprised. He is quite clear about the nature of the Third Hokage. Hearing what he meant, he naturally didn't want to continue working in Umbu. But it's okay. After all, Senju Tobarama's ninja fragments have been extracted from the Third Hokage's body. And even if there are only a few fragments. Just in time to take a break. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, I will definitely complete the mission. Okay, then you go back and hand over the situation in the next 2 days. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Yufeng exited the office in the blink of an eye and left. Looking at the back of Uchiha Yufeng leaving, Third Hokage sighed for a long time, seeming a little annoyed by his attitude towards Uchiha Yufeng just now. Hiruzen, I think you're right to do this. Not all Uchiha people may have the will of fire like the Uchiha mirror. Danzo's figure emerged from the shadows. He actually gave Third Hokage a rare thumbs up. Danzo, let's not talk about Yufeng. Sand Hidden Village has been on high alert recently. What happened? Hearing Third Hokage mention Sand Hidden Village, Shimura Danzo had a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Hiruzen, according to the report from the people we arranged in Sunagakure Village, the Kazekage from Sunagakure Village is missing. It said that he is missing, but I still prefer that he is dead. Hiruzen, now is a good opportunity. Should we go out? Upon hearing the news, Third Hokage was stunned. However, when he heard Shimura Danzo talking about a good opportunity and wanted to make a decision for himself, he frowned and interrupted Shimura Danzo's words. Then an understatement made Shimura Danzo's face turn pale. Danzo, I am the Hokage, returned to the first shift and worked with the team on D-level missions for a few days. The Chunin exam, which is in full swing, has finally arrived. For the Chunin exam, Konoha currently requires 3 people to form a team and compete in team mode. Due to the task given to Uchiha to control the wind by the 3rd generation, and the recommendation of the Uchiha clan to participate in the Chunin exam list. The first class lived up to expectations and was successfully selected to take the Chunin exam. Later, news came out that Uchiha Yufeng had taken the Chunin exam, and other students who had just graduated from the same level as Uchiha Yufeng were greatly encouraged. Several teams participated enthusiastically. Suddenly it rolled up. The Chunin exam is held in Konoha Village, and is held together with several small ninja villages around it. Because the armistice agreement was signed with Konoha Village and the Chunin exam was jointly supervised, the senior management of Sand Shinobi Village will also be present this time. Uchiha Yufeng saw that Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yugao looked excited from the beginning to now and couldn't help but sigh, although the two of them also completed many tasks and tempered their character. After all, she is still a little girl, and she is more energetic and impulsive when faced with novel things. Not to mention the important matter of taking the Chunin exam for promotion. However, the Chunin exam is not just a game, and you may be stabbed in the back by the participating ninjas. Uchiha Yufeng is not careless like the two of them. Uchiha Yufeng, I didn't expect you to have the courage to take the exam. In the waiting room, a hoarse voice sounded. Uchiha Yufeng looked back. In the impression of Uchiha Yufeng, it is the Uchiha person with a weak head, Uchiha Yen. He is the genius who turned on the Sharingan before graduating from the ninja school. Uchiha Yen? Yes, not only did he awaken the Sharingan, the limit of family inheritance, but he also completed a B-level mission the day after graduation. It's really amazing. What? A B-level mission? That's a mission that only an entire Chunin team can take on. He is truly a genius from Konoha's famous family, and he is worthy of being called a genius Uchiha. When Jinin talked about Yuka Heian's deeds, Yuka Heian raised his head as proudly as a wild duck flying into the sky. There was a hint of disdain in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Uchiha Yufeng leaned against Yuhi Kurenai, lying on the table, stretching and yawning. Seeing Uchiha Yufeng being so indifferent, Uchiha Yin suddenly turned blue and white. You are Yufeng's defeated general. You can come to participate. Why can't you phone come? Uchiha Obito on the side spoke bluntly, looking at Uchiha Yin with contempt, and spoke in a loud voice. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly stagnated, and everyone looked at Uchiha Yin with complicated eyes. Some ninjas from other villages snorted disdainfully. I thought he was some kind of master from Uchiha, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. Who says it's not the case? How can a loser have the nerve to talk to a winner like this? Uchiha genius? Uchiha just a clown? Yuka Heian's evaluation suddenly changed. Okay. Uchiha Yufeng, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. Yuka Heian's eyes were cold, and his pair of Sharingan flashed out in anger. As soon as Sharingan appeared, Waitsu and Jinin, who had been mocking him just now, suddenly became more honest. Sharingan's famous name is naturally well known to them. Uchiha Yin suppressed the urge to kill everyone and sat directly opposite Uchiha's wind-controlling position. Uchiha Yufeng ignored him and turned his head to look at Yuhi Kurenai. It's still our little red, good-looking, and eye-catching. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. I am the examiner of the first Chunin selection exam, Yamanaka Haichi. A medium-thick voice sounded, and the classroom door opened. What caught the eye was a streak of yellow hair, wearing a Konoha Jonin vest and a red cloak. Some kid, you better be more honest before the exam. Yamanaka glanced at everyone. Fighting is not allowed without the examiner's permission. Even if you get permission, you cannot kill your opponent casually. After finishing speaking, he paused. If there is any violation, the right to take the exam will be revoked immediately. Seeing that everyone in the classroom had stopped, Yamanaka announced, "Now begins the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Please come forward one by one to receive your number plates. Find your seat according to the order of the number, and take the exam." After saying that, the ninjas lined up neatly and stepped forward to receive them. After everyone was seated, Yamanaka ordered people to formally distribute the test papers. Written test officially begins. After hearing the official start, several ninjas began to take pens to answer questions, and Uchiha glanced at everyone with his peripheral vision. Two of his teammates, Yuhi Kurenai, seemed unaffected. Although my eyes are a little tangled, it seems that I know what to write and the basic theory is solid. But the other one, Maue Shien, is completely different. His eyes were wide open, and the hand holding the pen seemed to be trembling. Not very rich in theoretical knowledge. This is the sequelae of graduating early. If you graduate a year early, you'll have an extra year of studying theory at the ninja school. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Don't rush. He will finish writing first. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the test paper. The questions were not very difficult. I was immersed in writing and just started writing. Suddenly, a familiar chakra was sensed by Uchiha Yufeng. It's Sharingan. Uchiha Yufeng sneered in his heart. Among the people present, the only one with Sharingan was Uchiha, who had abnormal brain. You actually used Sharingan to copy my movements like copying ninjutsu? Uchiha Yufeng secretly removed the pen tip and started drawing directly on the test paper. Uchiha Yufeng felt that he had finished drawing a turtle and then a dog before the sense of prying eyes disappeared. Demo, play copy with me, right? Play Sharingan with me, right? You're still too young. Uchiha Yufeng knows the rules of the Chunin exam, which is that the more people eliminated, the greater the chance that his team will advance. For example, ninjutsu's peeping tricks, such as the Eyes of Sand, were defeated one by Uchiha Mikaze. Copy my test paper? I won't let you copy it. After Uchiha Yufeng finished, he looked at Wazuki Shien out of the corner of his eye. It seems like she hasn't started yet. Uchiha Yufeng pushed the pen to the ground, and a crisp sound sounded. Yuzuki Shien tilted her head and just met Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. Jinjutsu. Using Jinjutsu, Uchiha told her the contents of several questions over and over again. After Wozuki Shien remembered it, she unlocked Jinjutsu. Uchiha Yufeng calmly picked up the pen, lay on the table, and turned on sleep mode. Number 24, unqualified. Number 3, unqualified. Number 9, unqualified. As one student after another was caught cheating, Uchiha Yufeng was completely unaffected and slept soundly. The duration of an exam is too stressful. Some people couldn't stand this atmosphere and quit the exam one after another. Time ticks by. In the end, after eliminating nearly 2/3 of the people, all the remaining ones passed. When the Chunin examiner on the side was collecting the test papers, Uchiha Yufeng slowly woke up, yawned and stretched. Sure enough, sleeping during the exam is the most enjoyable. At this time, the door opened. A sinister figure appeared in the examination room. "I am the examiner for your second exam." When the voice fell, some genin present who knew the examiner were startled, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, and they exclaimed. The second test turned out to be one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, as the Invigilator. Hearing Orochimaru's name, Uchiha Mikaze suddenly wakes up. Orochimaru glanced at everyone, and his eyes fell on Uchiha Yufeng. The examination room for the exam is practice ground number 38. Her gentle voice and kind smile made everyone feel colder. For the specific gathering time, location, etc., you can go back and ask your guide Jonin. Everyone, have a good rest today. Tomorrow will be fatal. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of cruelty flashed through Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. The next day, outside exercise venue number 38, Orochimaru looked at a group of genin signing the life and death certificate and receiving the earth-coiling axis belonging to the team. The murderous intent in his eyes was even more naked. Uchiha Yufeng, among the crowd, was extremely vigilant. Orochimaru's proctoring is definitely not a good sign for himself. I bet Orochimaru will have thoughts about himself. The Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. This exam revolves around the two scrolls. The teams compete for each other. In the battle, there are no restrictions on rules, no restrictions on means, and no restrictions on death. If the team can pass through the number 38 exercise ground within 3 days, the team must collect the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth and reach the central lighthouse to be considered qualified. Everything else is considered unqualified. Also, the scroll cannot be opened. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a deep look, stretched out his scarlet tongue, and licked his lips. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden, Fragment +2. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fragment +4. Facing Orochimaru's gaze, Uchiha Yufeng's face showed no expression at all. It seemed that Orochimaru was not looking at him. After hearing Orochimaru's words, all the genin started discussing in a hurry. This is too difficult. This martial arts arena looks like a big forest. How can you get there in 3 days? And forget about the restrictions, you still have to snatch other people's scrolls. Stealing other people's scrolls? You are too naive. If you rob other people's scrolls, you'll have to steal them again. Damn it, isn't this just betting on the team's luck? Orochimaru, however, ignored the reactions of other ninjas and slowly walked to the entrance of the training ground. He took out the key from his pocket and opened it directly. From now on, the second exam begins. After the words fell, several ninja teams who reacted rushed in directly. Looking at the back of Uchiha Mifeng in the crowd entering the martial arts arena, the cold smile on Orochimaru's face became even bigger. I wonder if you will give me any surprise today. No, it should be called a miracle. A team from Sunagakure village, one of the kunoichi with oil paint on her face, said to her teammates while running. Remember our mission, right? Let's find some Konoha ninjas to inquire about the situation. By the way, see if we can get the scroll. Yes, pass by in a hurry, and a long while passed. Wait until the surrounding area is quiet. Uchiha Yufeng's figure slowly walked out from under the big tree. Yuhi Kurinai. Mayushi's face is on the left and right, and the figure is also revealed. It was so dangerous, I almost got discovered. Yuhi Kurenai patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. This, on the tree, an 8-meter-long red python discovered the 3 people below. He crossed his body, spit out the letter, and bit directly towards the nearest Woyuki Shien. The Kusanagi sword in Wazuki Shien's hand was immediately placed across her chest. Chakra was injected into it and chopped over. Blood splattered, and the big snake was beheaded directly by Woyuki Shien. A fishy smell suddenly dispersed towards the surroundings. Change somewhere. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the two of them, winked, and ran inside. Not long after, the ninja team from Taki Ninja Village came here. The blood is still fresh, Chase. One of the ninja team looked at the blood on the ground and stood up to leave. Suddenly, I just felt a little itchy on my neck. He touched a creature the size of 2 palms, and it was lying on his neck. What? That Jinin shouted in horror. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. The other 2 people looked around in horror as blood-sucking leeches jumped from the trees onto the ninja. In less than a moment, the remaining 2 people also lost their reaction and fell to the ground. Just as they were about to be eaten by blood-sucking leeches, a big snake sprang out from nowhere and swallowed the corpses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Listening to the frightened shouts coming from the forest, Orochimaru's hoarse and cold voice slowly spoke out. Is this any experimental material caught? Uchiha Yufeng and the others had now left the jungle with blood-sucking leeches and came to an open space, listening to the screams coming from behind one after another. Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien also had a touch of nervousness and caution on their faces. It's okay. I'm here and I will protect you. Looking at the 2 people, Uchiha Yufeng said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed. A kunai was shot at the spot where Uchiha Yufeng was just now. Who? Yuzuki Shien immediately waved the Kusanagi, sword in her hand, and looked around cautiously. Uchiha Wind Control uses chakra to attach to the soles of the feet and hang upside down from the trunk of the tree. Could it be that Orochimaru couldn't help but want to do something to him? Uchiha touched the wind on his waist, and a Ronin sword appeared. Hey, are you very alert? A chuckle sounded. 3 ninjas wearing Yuin Village forehead protectors appeared in front of the 3 of them. The ninja who just spoke was wearing a gas mask and looked at the 3 people looking back and forth. What a blessing! After saying that, he threw the kunai in his hand towards Uchiha and Yufeng. The moment he was thrown out, his 2 teammates rushed towards Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yuyen. One of them was about to catch Yuhi Kurenai when the big tree under his feet suddenly came to life. The branches grew rapidly and were directly tied to the tree. Behind the big tree, Yuhi Kurenai held a kunai in his hand and stabbed the man on the shoulder. After all, I still had a hand. Didn't kill it. On the other side, Wozuki Shien began to play with the Konoha-style swordsmanship in her hands. The Kusanagi sword in his hand is like a snake swallowing Nobuko, fast and tricky. In the blink of an eye, Rain Shinobi was stabbed in the legs and fell to the ground. Uchiha Yufeng stood where he was, not moving. He watched as the kunai stabbed him. The expressions of Yuhi Kurenai and Woyuki Shi changed. Wind control. Bang! The hit Uchiha Yufeng fell towards the ground and turned into a wooden pile while in midair. Substitute technique? Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shien breathed a sigh of relief. The ninja of Amage Cure Village wearing a gas mask was shocked. Before he could react, a figure slowly appeared from behind him. This person is none other than Uchiha Mikaze. The Ronin sword in his hand was raised silently and stabbed to the heart. The ninja from Hidden Rain Village died without the fear fading from his face. Chakra surged on his sword, and a trace of water suddenly appeared. Then wash away the blood, jumped down from the tree, and hit Yuzuki Shien and Yuhi Kurenai's opponents one by one, striking them one after another. Those 3 people just wanted to kill us. We must not be lenient at this time. Do you understand? Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien nodded seriously. Yufeng, I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so outstanding. Just now, Uchiha took action with the Ronin sword. The basics of the move were simple and direct. There's no waste of energy at all. It seems like they're just practicing moves to kill the enemy. Yuzuki Yugon pursues the somewhat fancy Konoha-style swordsmanship. There is a strange feeling which opened a door to Yuzuki Shiyin in the direction of swordsmanship. Uchiha Yufeng didn't answer. He immediately raised his hand and touched it and brought out a few kunai. Thrown around. The kunai collided in the air with a clanging sound. None of the kunai thrown with precision fell, and all the kunai thrown towards the three of them were knocked down. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 or 8 more kunai, and they all fell to the ground. Yuhi Kurenai and Woyuki Shiin's hearts sank. Is this another enemy? Uchiha Yufeng, I finally caught you. 3 figures came to the front. The leader is none other than Yukahan. Hand over your team and the scroll on the ninja of Hidden Rain Village, and I will let you go. Uchiha Yin looked at Uchiha Yufeng, sweeping around. It was obvious that he had just finished the battle, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Uchiha Yufeng, let me catch you. Uchiha Yin, we are all Konoha ninjas. Now, it's the Chunin exam. Why do you still target Yufeng? Yuhi Kurenai on the side saw Uchiha Yin, and a flash of anger flashed on his face. In her heart, she felt that this Yukahan was too much. In the ninja school before, it was just a fight between classmates, which was regarded as competition. But when it came to the Chunin exam, all the people from other villages were here, and they were faced with bloody deaths just now. At this time, the ninjas in the village should unite and fight against the outside world. Do we have to fight to the death so that the ninjas from other villages can take advantage? From the beginning of the written examination, this Yukahan has been looking for trouble. Now, those who are fighting for the scrolls instead of trying to rob other villages have actually decided to become the ninjas of their own village. It's so abominable. Yuhi Kurenai, stop being so hypocritical. Who doesn't know that you and Uchiha Yufeng are wearing the same pants? You didn't mention the shame I suffered at the hands of Uchiha twice before. In addition, today's matter is a family matter of my Uchiha clan. You, a foreigner, should not interfere. Yuhi Kurenai turned pale with anger, and when she was about to speak, Uchiha Yufeng raised her hand to stop her. Can you explain human reasoning to a dog? I told you before that he has a bad mind. When Uchiha Yufeng mentioned that he was mentally ill, Uchiha Yan's face suddenly darkened. A pair of bright red Sharingan suddenly appeared in his eyes. Okay, Uchiha Yufeng, I like your tough talk. I originally wanted to save some face for you as a family, but it seems you don't need it anymore. Today I'm going to show you what the real Uchiha is, and what the bloody successor Sharingan, which is famous in the ninja world, is. Yukahan stopped talking and started to spin his pair of Sharingan crazily. From a single pair of Sharingan, just now, it turned into a pair of Magatama and 1 or 3 Magatama. Feeling Sharingan's sudden change, Uchiha's face was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of ferocity and excitement appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! God helps me. My Sharingan actually broke through at this time. Uchiha Yufeng, I see how arrogant you will be from now on. I will let you know the horror of Sharingan today. When Uchiha Yufeng saw this, surprise flashed in his eyes. Since this Uchiha Yen was beaten by himself, every time he sees himself, this Sharingan will evolve accordingly. Sharingan, known as the pupil of soul reflection, continues to evolve through intense stimulation. Does he have such a great hatred for me? It's such an incomprehensible hatred. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Uchiha inflammation. Put your hands together and start forming seals. A huge fireball came straight towards Uchiha Yufeng and the other 3. His 2 teammates saw this situation and rushed over bravely. Holding shurikens and kunai in their left and right hands, they threw them at the critical points of the 3 of them. Uchiha Yufeng formed a seal with his hands and opened his mouth to spit. Water-style water barrier. In this environment where there was no water around, a large area of water was suddenly created. The displayed water barrier appears in a circular motion around the 3 people. The great fireball made a squeaking sound when it came into contact with the water barrier and was directly blocked. Uchiha Yufeng, you hide so deeply. seeing that his great fireball technique was directly extinguished by this water style. Uchiha Yin was very afraid, looking at the water barrier, unable to break through at all, and then used the provoking method. Uchiha Yufeng, do you know how to defend yourself? Uchiha Makaz then clasped his hands together. Uchiha Yan's heart skipped a beat. Water style, water shockwave. The water style water barrier that had just surrounded the three people quickly rotated and rose. It looked like a fountain at first, and then turned into a waterfall in the blink of an eye. When the tree was as tall as this, he rushed towards the three of them. Yukahayan and the other three didn't wait for a reaction, and were immediately rushed away by water style. Yukahayan felt sad when faced with water style on such a scale. I don't eat or sleep for more than 3 hours a day, and spend the rest of my time doing brutal training, whether it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, or Sharingan, which Uchiha is good at. During this period of crazy training, there was no time to stop. I didn't expect that this kid would be easily defeated again today. Isn't he from Uchiha? Why is he not good at fire style but water style? Furthermore, how did he progress so fast? Just cast ninjutsu and form a seal to release it? Could it be that he, like me, only knows how to practice every day and doesn't sleep much? Wrong. I have sent people to investigate this Uchiha Yufeng before. He recently came back from Umbu and seemed to be very slack. How is it possible to perform this level of ninjutsu? Did you learn it specially when you were in Umbu? At this time, the Uchiha inflammation is somewhat broken. Just as he was stunned, Uchiha Yufeng came to him in an instant. Repeat the old trick. Kicked Uchiha in the face again. Uchiha Yin came to his senses urgently. Looking at this familiar physical technique, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. This Uchiha Yufeng actually uses the same taijutsu to humiliate himself for the third time, just when he was about to be kicked in the face. Sharingan turned wildly and reluctantly put his hands in front of his face to block the kick. However, due to the strong force of Uchiha Yufeng's kick this time, he retreated nearly 10 meters before barely stopping. That's it. Uchiha Yufeng held the Ronin sword in his hand, and his soft words hit Uchiha Yan's heart like a heavy hammer. Team leader, his two companions also climbed out of the water. Facing a water style of this scale, just now, the two of them were completely useless. The two men, covered in water, quickly came to Uchiha Yin. Withdraw. Seeing the two people's dejected looks, Uchiha Yin felt aggrieved and could only shout loudly. Why don't you go and leave your scrolls behind? Uchiha Yin only felt extremely humiliated at this moment. He was obviously called a genius, and I still worked so hard. But thinking about how Uchiha used the wind seal just now, he could have such a terrifying water style. In a short period of time, the scale of water style can even transform the existing ecological environment. The gap seems to be getting bigger again. If he were to make a few more water styles of that scale, he would probably die here, right? Uchiha Yin didn't dare to think further. With trembling hands, he took out a scroll from his arms and threw it towards Uchiha Yufeng. The three of them saw that Uchiha Yufeng didn't take action, so they left in embarrassment. Yufeng, why did you just let him go? He should have been beaten again. Yuhi Kurenai looked confused, and Uchiha Yufeng smiled. Sensing the surroundings, there are several faint chakra fluctuations that are not weak. According to the strength, it should have reached the level of Chunin or above. Could it be the Umbu ninja hiding in the dark and monitoring? Uchiha Yufeng was suddenly possessed by the will of fire. He is a ninja of Konoha. Master Hokage asked me to protect the village's ninjas. How could I go against Master Hokage's will? I believe Uchiha Yin will understand the will of fire sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the two women's eyes widened. What's going on with this sudden change? Did Uchiha take the wrong pill just now? Uchiha Yufeng ignored the two of them, rummaged through the ninjas in the Hidden Rain village a few times, found the scroll, and then picked up the scroll that Uchiha Yin had just thrown. Two heavenly scrolls. The ninjas of Amage Cure village and what Yukahan left just now are all scrolls of heaven. Then we are all together. The Wind Control team received the scroll of earth at that time, and now they just have a pair. Okay, let's go then. Go directly to the destination ahead and pass. As he finished speaking, 3 ninjas wearing the costumes of Sand Hidden Village suddenly appeared and stood in front of them. Uchiha Yufeng frowned. Looking at the visitor, I noticed a chakra fluctuation that was unique to Sharingan. A Sunagakure ninja who was hit by Sharingan Jinjutsu? The leader didn't say a word the whole time. Directly faced the Uchiha Wind Formation seal. Wind release, wind cut technique. Uchiha Yufeng immediately stood up and stood in front of the two of them. Raise your hands and close them. Open your mouth and spit out water-style water barrier again. The wind hit the water barrier, causing ripples. Then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the leading Sunagakure ninja and kicked him quickly in the chin. Covered by the tyrannical chakra, with the crisp sound of bone cracking, he was kicked directly into the tree and then fell heavily to the ground. Puppetry ant. Sand Shinobi, who was carrying the puppet on his back, untied the puppet from his back, and the bandaged puppet was released directly. The weird friction sound of joints colliding was heard. At this time, a purple figure seemed to come to the front. The Konoha-style swordsmanship in his hand is fast, accurate, and ruthless, and seems to have some meaning as Uchiha used the sword just now. It was inserted directly into the puppet's neck, and only a click was heard. The sharp Kusanagi sword cut off the puppet's head directly. The puppets seemed to have lost control and were scattered on the ground. The ninja who controlled the puppet looked at Wazuki Shien, took out his shuriken, and threw it out. Ding ding. Yuzuki Shien quickly waved her Kusanagi sword to block it. When the man wanted to continue attacking, his body could not move at all. Looking down, he saw that the roots of the towering tree had bound his body at some point. Yuhi Kurenai's figure emerged from the towering tree, came behind the man, and stabbed the kunai in his hand directly into his heart. Wind escape, pressure. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Yufeng had already teleported behind the last Sunagakure ninja, raised his hand with Chakra's Ronin Tachi attached, and chopped it down to the ground. Looking at the 3 people who fell to the ground, Uchiha Yufeng quickly stepped forward. 1 man, 1 knife, and careful follow-up shots. After finding the scroll from the 3 of them, Uchiha threw it to Yuhi Kurenai. You two wait here for me. As soon as these words came out, they didn't wait for the 2 people to respond. He left in an instant. The direction Uchiha Yufeng was heading towards was the ninjas above Chunin Chakra who had just spied on the 3 of them. Uchiha Yufeng thought he was Umbu's man just now, so he opened his mouth and shut up about the will of fire. But who would have thought that he would then encounter 3 ninjas from Sunagakure village who were controlled by Sharingan? Obviously, they are not Umbu's. Umbu since the death of Uchiha Mirror. There is no one for Uchiha. Uchiha Yufeng's feet are getting faster and faster. As it was about to get closer, the great fireball headed towards Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were cold, and he didn't give in at all. He raised his hand to form a seal, and a strong stream of water spat forward. By the time Uchiha Yufeng arrived at this location, the great fireball had been extinguished. You can't escape. Looking at the 8 figures in front, Uchiha Yufeng's voice sounded. With a flick of his hand, several kunai with detonating talismans raised their hands and threw them forward. Hearing the sound of kunai breaking through the sky, he rushed directly in front of them. These masked ninjas wearing genin costumes stopped immediately. Then the roar of the explosion was deafening. Looking at the devastation caused by the detonating talisman, these masked ninjas had a touch of cold sweat on their faces. If he had gone faster just now, he would have exploded. Kid, why are you chasing us? The leading ninja's voice was a little hoarse, and he looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a pair of bloodshot eyes. If I don't do anything, I'll just kill you, Uchiha said with a sneer, raising the Ronin sword in his hand, with streaks of water attribute chakra attached to the sword. The figure disappeared instantly. With the blessing of the water attribute chakra, the sword can directly pierce the chest of the nearest person without any hindrance. Do it. Seeing that their companion died in the blink of an eye, the remaining 7 people stopped pretending and began to use ninjutsu on Uchiha Mikasa. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shuriken Jutsu. Water Style Water Chaos. The 7 ninjas used their specialty ninjutsu. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they looked at Uchiha Mikaze being swallowed up by ninjutsu. I didn't expect this kid to be so tough. He could catch up with us. One of the water-style ninja laughed. You are still young after all, and you actually chose to go against us. No, you are buried here. What kind of combat experience can a genin who just graduated from the ninja school have? At most, he can only deal with those genin. This time things were a little twisty, but the result was good. He died, and we successfully completed the mission. One of the masked ninja said proudly. Oh, what mission? Of course. Before the man could speak, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. The 7 people all looked towards the source of the sound. Uchiha Yufeng stood on a trunk of a big tree, holding a Ronin's sword in his hand. Why are you okay? How is that possible? When did you come here? What is this Jinjutsu? Uchiha Yufeng did not hesitate, and his figure disappeared instantly. Woo! The leading ninja felt a pain in his waist, and a sword penetrated directly from behind. Look at me. Uchiha Yufeng's free hand grabbed his hair and made him look directly at her. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan rotated in the eye sockets. With just one glance, the man's eyes fell into confusion. Who sent you? Uchiha's chief. How many of you are here in total? 8 people. What is your mission? Yes, it's a cleanup. If those Sunagakure ninjas can't kill you, we will help them continue until they complete their mission. Who controlled those Sunagakure ninjas before? It was Uchiha's clan chief used Sharingan to control it in advance. Uchiha Yufeng's calm face had a smile instead. Fugaku, is this your method? Kid, let our leader go. A fire-style ninja immediately formed a seal and shouted to Uchiha Yufeng. The sword in Uchiha Yufeng's hand slashed the neck of the ninja in front of him neatly, and he jumped to a high place to hide his figure in an instant. 6 kunai appeared in his hand, and water attribute chakra was injected into them. A pair of blood-red 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. Water-style, water whip technique. A whip condensed with water attribute chakra accurately bound 6 people in an instant. Without waiting for anyone to react, Uchiha quickly threw out the kunai infused with chakra. The kunai penetrated the vitals of 6 people, killing them instantly. The 3 Magatama in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes disappeared, and he instantly came to the fallen corpse. Ronin's sword appeared in his hand again, and he performed last-ditch attacks one by one. Uchiha Yufeng finished the last strike, and the water-based chakra on the sword surged, and the bloody blade was washed clean in the blink of an eye. He took back his sword and rushed in the direction of Yuhi Kurinai and Wazuki Shien. Just left for a few minutes. His eyes fell on a patch of grass. The kunai was thrown out of his hand. A 10-meter-long brown snake was nailed to a tree. Orochimaru's little pet. Uchiha Yufeng grabbed the air with one hand. 7 or 8 snakes appeared in the sleeves and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed the snake clean. Does he want to touch his bottom? Or does he just want to watch the fun? Uchiha Yufeng couldn't figure out what Orochimaru meant, so he murmured in a low voice and stopped thinking about it. Everything must be steady, and the best strategy is to use silence to break and strike later. He glanced coldly at the roots of the trees. There was no murderous intention. There were probably just a few rats. Then he didn't stop and ran towards the direction where the team gathered. After the people left, 3 ninjas wearing sand shinobi forehead protectors appeared. Quan, that person just now, his aura was so scary. The girl named Wan's eyes were a little dazed, with 2 streaks of oil paint on her delicate face. She was wearing green short sleeves, black shorts, and a pair of fishnet stockings, panting heavily. Just now, through the cracks in the leaves, I saw the scene of Uchiha using the wind to kill the big snake. The girl felt cold all over her body. Is this Konoha's genin? In terms of momentum, it feels even scarier than Mr. Yi Kura's. Are you okay, Yufeng? When Uchiha Yufeng caught up with the 2, Yuhi Kurinai came to him full of worry. Let's go. Uchiha Yufeng rubbed Yuhi Kurinai's little head, gave her a reassuring look, and then walked in front. Time is running out. Hurry up and hurry up. I think some people may not be able to wait anymore. Some people can't wait? Yuzuki Shien looked at Uchiha Yufeng thoughtfully. Along the way, it felt much calmer. Getting closer to the destination, Uchiha Yufeng's foot speed increased by 3 points. Not long after, we saw the lighthouse in the distance. Orochimaru happened to be standing at the top of the lighthouse at this time. He seemed to feel Uchiha Yufeng's gaze and looked here. The two people's eyes met, and the corners of their mouths curved inexplicably at the same time. That should be the lighthouse. We finally arrived. Yuhi Kurenai felt happy when she saw her destination. The three of them basically didn't stop at all along the way. When they were hungry, they took Bing Liang pills, and when they were thirsty, they took water bottles and drank while running. Fortunately, Yuhi Kurenai had trained in taijutsu before. My physical strength has increased a lot. Otherwise, my body would really be overwhelmed by such a high-intensity journey. Watching the lighthouse getting closer and closer, the three of them rushed over in one go. Return the scroll ahead. When they arrived at the place, the three of Uchiha and Yufeng were led to the mission by a Chunin examiner from the Sarutobi family. You are the first team to come to the lighthouse. You are really strong. Hearing the examiner's praise, Uchiha Yufeng smiled. We won't hand over the scroll yet. The Chunin examiner from the Sarutobi clan was stunned. Is it still time? Yes, there are still 5 hours until the end. The Chunin examiner nodded. Uchiha Yufeng reached out to Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuhi Kurenai handed over the scroll he was carrying. Uchiha Yufeng did not answer it, pointed at the scroll, and looked at the Chunin examiner in front of him. The Earth coiling axis is here, and you can hand in the mission at any time. But Hong, don't rush to hand in the mission before I come back. Uchiha Yufeng's face smiled more. The Chunin examiner looked at Uchiha Yufeng and was shocked, guessing what Uchiha Yufeng was thinking. I just feel that although he is not very old, this kind of blind confidence seems to be a bit too much. Who among those taking the exam is not the elite genin in the village? You actually have such thoughts. If you do this, something will happen. This Chunin examiner from the Sarutobi clan still wants to persuade Uchiha Yufeng. Before he could finish speaking, a hoarse voice sounded. Let him go. Orochimaru walked out from behind the building on the side. He looked at Uchiha Yufeng playfully. The rules have been set. As long as the mission of returning the Earth coiling axis can be completed within the specified range, it will pass. As for the rest, don't worry about it. I've met Orochimaru-sama. The ninja of the Sarutobi clan saw Orochimaru arriving and said. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Orochimaru, his face calm. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden, Fragments +5. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fragment +2. Thank you Orochimaru-sama for your understanding. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, he looked at Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien. You and Shien are resting in this lighthouse. It's only 5 hours. I'll be back when I go. Without waiting for the two to respond, Uchiha Yufeng left in an instant. Yufeng is going to... Yuhi Kurenai looked at the disappeared Uchiha Yufeng, and his heart skipped a beat. On the side, Mao Yuxian was deep in thought. She knows the second game rules. As long as you turn in the Earth coiling axis task, you will be considered as completing the second exam. During this period, you cannot interfere with others to continue taking the second exam, but as long as you don't touch the Earth coiling axis, the mission is not completed, and you can perform some special operations within the Obey the Rules. He wants to break the rules of the Chunin exam. Yuzuki Shien looked at the direction where Uchiha Yufeng disappeared and murmured in a low voice. After leaving the lighthouse, we came to the surrounding area. Uchiha Yufeng glanced around and locked the position directly. In a flash, he came directly behind a Konoha village ninja and knocked him out with a slap. With a swipe of the kunai in his hand, he took out the scroll in his arms. 1. Uchiha Yufeng stood still on the spot and raised his hand to form a seal. Uchiha Yufeng's figure slowly disappeared. This time, Uchiha Yufeng did not kill him. Uchiha Yufeng is not a murderous person, nor does he want to be the second Zabuza. The goal of going down to the lighthouse this time is just to snatch the scrolls and eliminate the opponents, not to kill. In the forest where I could only listen, ninjas fell one after another. Not long after, the surrounding 10 miles of forest fell into deathly silence. About 3 hours passed. A San Shinobi team came here in confusion. Is that a lighthouse in front of you? Yes. The lighthouse has finally arrived. Let's go up quickly. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, you three, you can't go to this place. Uchiha Yufeng jumped down from the surrounding trees and landed on the ground. Yes, it's you. The kunoichi, with 2 streaks of pain on her face, looked like she had seen a ghost when she saw Uchiha Yufeng's appearance. What's wrong? Do you know him? A ninja next to him looked at Uchiha Yufeng and cautiously took a step back and looked at Maki. He's the ninja who killed the big snake before. When they heard this, the two of them were shocked. The terrifying figure in his memory suddenly overlapped with the person in front of him. It's him. It's broken. The three of them looked at Uchiha Yufeng in preparation. I'm not interested in you. If you can hand over the scroll. Uchiha Yufeng crossed his arms and looked at the three of them coldly. Impossible. The kunoichi named one was very determined. When we took the Chunin exam, we gambled on our dreams and the prestige of the village, and we risked our lives to persist until now. How could you ask us to give up now? Uchiha Yufeng listened to this, and his mouth moved slightly. Dream? Prestige? Never give up. Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. This kunoichi actually tried to hide from her. Did she think she was Naruto? Since you don't take the initiative to hand it over, I will take it myself. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the three of them, his eyes focused. Raising his hand, 3 kunai shot out. Water-style water horn. Uchiha Yufeng quickly formed a seal, spit out a water column, and rushed towards the three of them. The extremely powerful water style, coupled with the kunai, blocked the movement of 3 people in advance. The water column hit the 3 of them firmly. Puff! The 3 of them were so dizzy by the water column that they fainted within a moment. In the face of absolute strength, they have no chance at all. Uchiha Yufeng stepped on the water and came to the front of Maki. He quickly reached into his clothes with his hands. Then he took out the earth-coiling scroll he had found and sealed it in the blank scroll he carried. One Yu woke up, holding his head with a splitting headache, and saw Uchiha Yufeng riding on him, with a touch of shame and anger in his eyes. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Wan, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this girl was the first ninja to wake up in their team. He lowered his body and struck her neck with another blow. Wan rolled his eyes and fainted again. Uchiha Yufeng slowly stood up, climbed into a big tree, and hid, waiting for the next lucky person. Time passed by minute. Only 10 minutes before the final end time, 3 figures appeared from the woods and ran quickly towards the lighthouse. Where do you want to go? Uchiha Maka's voice sounded. The 3 of them suddenly became nervous. Uchiha Maka's, what are you doing here? Uchiha Yin watched Uchiha Yufeng's face getting closer and closer to him, and his heart suddenly sank. What to do? Of course, I'm going to steal your scroll. What? Do you have any objections? Bang! As he spoke, Uchiha Yufeng punched Uchiha Yan's 2 companions. Ahem! The 2 of them were unprepared, their chests felt like they were being hit hard, and they fell to the ground instantly with stars in their eyes. Uchiha Yufeng, you dare! Yukahan looked at Uchiha Yufeng in front of him, feeling a sense of fear for no reason. He seems to be stronger than before. Did he deliberately hide his strength when he defeated him before? Without waiting for Uchiha Yin to react, Uchiha Yufeng came to him and punched and kicked him directly in the face. Uchiha Yin blocked in a hurry and was hit hard to the flesh. Yuka Heian felt that his arms were numb from the shock. This strength, why has it become heavier again? Uchiha Yufeng missed a single blow and turned over instantly. He bowed, put his hands on the ground, and kicked Uchiha Yan's chest with both feet. Uchiha's body flew uncontrollably into the air, looking at Uchiha Yufeng on the ground, getting further and further away from him. Uchiha Yan's heart was lifted. Bang! Yuka Heian didn't wait for a reaction. He only felt a palm touching his lower back and opened it. Sharingan's eyes suddenly widened. What? Impossible. Reluctantly looking down at the previous position, I saw Uchiha Midafang's figure there. I said something in my heart. It's over. Lion combo. There are still 5 minutes left. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, standing on the lighthouse, were sweating profusely as they looked at the clock hanging on it. Because up to now, not a single ninja team has come to hand over the earth coiling axis. Did that Uchiha boy really do it? Yufeng, why haven't you come back yet? Yuhi Kurenai stood on the railing of the lighthouse, looking at the lush forest below that was extremely calm, with a flash of worry in his eyes. Red, don't worry. Woyuki Shien stepped forward, held Yuhi Kurenai's hand, and comforted her softly. Think about it. If Yufeng was really defeated, how could there be no one where we handed over the scroll now? There's not a single team now. From another aspect, Yufeng is safe. And Maue Shien swallowed, her voice trembling with excitement. He probably really blocked all the ninjas who came here to hand over the scrolls. Yuhi Kurenai looked at the forest below with worried eyes. Although she knew that Yuzuki Shien was right and there should be nothing wrong with Uchiha Yufeng, she couldn't help but worry. 1 more minute. Suddenly, a figure jumped up from the railing. Red, you can hand over the scroll. Uchiha Yufeng's figure appeared, and Yuhi Kurenai quickly stepped forward and came to the Chunin examiner. This is the sky, earth coiling axis. He handed over the scroll that was held in sweaty hands. The examiner gave Uchiha Yufeng a complicated look. Register your name and team information on the earth coiling axis. Master Yufeng, you are really awesome. A cold voice sounded from the darkness on the side. Orochimaru looked straight at Uchiha Yufeng, with a hint of surprise and excitement in his golden vertical pupils. Ding, Yakushi Kabuto, Shippuden, Fragment +2. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fragment +1. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama, for the compliment. Uchiha Yufeng is neither humble nor arrogant, replied. When he jumped from the lighthouse, Orochimaru sent his little pet to follow him. In the forest, when blocking all teams from entering the lighthouse, Orochimaru witnessed the entire process. Uchiha Mifeng didn't make any twists and turns with Orochimaru and admitted everything frankly. As long as he doesn't provoke him, he won't go against him. Time's up. As Orochimaru's voice sounded, one by one, examiners Jonin and Chunin and a few Anbu appeared on the scene. Everyone was surprised when they saw that only 3 Genin came to the scene. In the second competition of this Chunin exam, the ones who passed are Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuzuki Yugao. The rest of the contestants failed. Listening to Orochimaru's announcement of the results, the examiner Chunin behind him looked at each other. Genin, a group of 30 or 40 people, participated in the second competition, and only 3 of them passed. Moreover, they were worried about the number of people who passed, so that they prepared for the third team competition later. Now there's only 1 group left. Is this still worth comparing? Will the team competition become an individual competition? Okay, the Chunin selection exam ends today. The list of people who will become Chunin will be posted the day after tomorrow. Orochimaru immediately concluded the decision and looked at examiner Chunin and Anbu's people. For the rest of you, do it. The rest is about the aftermath, such as going to the forest to search for a live genin. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he glanced at Uchiha Yufeng and left. What is Orochimaru's identity? He is one of the world-famous Sannin in the ninja world. He is also a direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage in Konoha and the chief instructor of the high school entrance examination. Putting these buffs on one person, Chunin's examiners had no choice but to obey. Yufeng, the way Mr. Orochimaru looked at you just now seemed a little strange. Yuzuki Shien walked up to Uchiha Yufeng and reminded him in a low voice. Well, it's okay. That's because Orochimaru appreciates me. Yuhi Kurenai, who was originally worried about Uchiha Mikaze, laughed out loud when he heard Uchiha Mikaze's nonsense words. Uchiha Yufeng rolled his eyes and then spat. You just took the Chunin exam and you said such arrogant words. Orochimaru-sama was a ninja who participated in World War II and became famous. Compared with the worried look just now, Yuhi Kurenai is more relaxed now. After all, the Chunin exam is over anyway. Let's go, have a meal, rest here for one night, and then go back to Konoha tomorrow. Uchiha Yufeng touched Yuhi Kurenai's head. Although Yuhi Kurenai pouted, she leaned towards Uchiha Yufeng unconsciously, seeming to enjoy Uchiha Yufeng's movements. After the three people left, the Chunin examiners present dispersed into the forest to look for Genin, who was alive in the competition. It wasn't until that night that the situation was fully understood. Record today's events, make a scroll, and tie it to Ninja Hawk's leg to send a message to Konoha. As the ninja neighed, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the lighthouse. Bah! A harsh voice sounded, and Umbu sent the news from the lighthouse to the Hokage office. Shimura Danzo happened to open the door and walked in at this time. Is there news from the Chunin exam? Shimura Danzo's eyes fell on a scroll above the Hokage's office. The third Hokage didn't take it seriously and immediately opened the scroll. I don't know how many groups I can pass this Chunin exam. When opened, third Hokage was stunned. This time, Shimura Danzo on the side was a little anxious. What happened, you tell me? Hiruzen, how many teams have you passed this time? No need to compete for the third exam. The Chunin exam is over. After the third Hokage finished speaking, he handed the scroll to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo quickly took it and looked at the information on it. Only one team passed, and it was Uchiha Yufeng, the one who didn't open Sharingan's first team. The third Hokage stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Yufeng to give me such a big surprise. The number of casualties is acceptable. The Konoha ninja who took the exam this time, compared to previous years, can be regarded as the least dead. Uchiha Yufeng is so powerful, and he also knows water style. Shimura Danzo's voice was distorted, and he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, and then his eyes became more fiery. Hiruzen, I think this Uchiha Mikaze is a talent. There is some turmoil on the border right now. Give him to me, and I will definitely train you to become a Konoha water-style master. Shimura Danzo assured him by patting his chest. Upon hearing this, third Hokage turned his head and looked straight at him. Let Uchiha Mikaze join your root organization. Joining my root organization is the time for him to show off his remaining energy as Uchiha. Third Hokage took the pipe and took 2 puffs. No, Uchiha Yufeng is one of my umbus. This meritorious service can help him become a full-time official. Upon hearing the change of direction, Shimura Danzo immediately slammed the table. Hiruzen, are you crazy? Shimura Danzo's face turned red. Facing his former companions, he started to spray. That's Uchiha. You actually let people from the Uchiha clan enter the official Umbu establishment. They Uchiha have a complete security system and are considered to have huge power in Konoha. Now, the Uchiha clan is getting involved in Umbu. What do you think? Do you really believe that they will not plot against Konoha? Do you want to hand over the Hokage position to Uchiha and his group? Hiruzen, you are so kind. After all, Uchiha Yufeng is just a child. At this age, he has a strong sense of family. At that time, as long as their family does something for Yufeng, this Uchiha brat might become a spy for their Uchiha clan. At that time, once they have gained control of our vital intelligence, Uchiha's people will use it to launch a rebellion. This will have a devastating blow to our Konoha society. The third Hokage was speechless this time. Apparently, he was persuaded by Danzo. After all, the interests of the village are above all else. The third Hokage was silent. Then let me think about it. A long time passed. The third Hokage looked at Shimura Danzo. My Umbu cannot become a formal official, and neither can your root. Didn't he pass the Chunin exam? Let's promote him to Chunin first, and the rest, we'll talk about it later. With the end of the Chunin exam, the first class Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, Wazuki Yin officially became a member of the Chunin. Afterwards, classmates such as Kakashi, Noara Lin, and Metkai celebrated Chunin's advancement in the exam. In mutual encouragement, the classmates enjoyed themselves and got along very harmoniously. Over and over again, Uchiha Yufeng's first shift finally returned to its previous calmness. Follow the team to do some D-level tasks every day, catch cats, help people water trees. Although life is simple, it is also very comfortable. Summoned by Hokage-sama. When Uchiha Yufeng was holding Yuhi Kurenai's hand to read her palm, an Umbu ninja came here and said. Uchiha Yufeng nodded and ran towards the Hokage building with the two of them. As soon as I arrived, I saw the Hokage building full of ninjas. Teacher Jinhong, why are there so many people here? The three of them found Yuhi Jinhong and asked in a low voice. There may be trouble. Yuhi Jinhong did not answer directly, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Seeing Yuhi Jinhong's reaction, the expressions of the three of them became more serious. I have observed that the lowest number who came here today is Chunin, so the three of you must be prepared. After Yuhi Jinhong swept around, she reminded the three of them seriously. Are they all Chunin and above, dispatching such a large battle? A flash of thought flashed in Uchiha Yufeng's eyes. After a while, the third Hokage arrived. Let everyone come here today. There is a task for you. After third Hokage finished speaking, he asked Umbu's people around him to distribute them. As the leader of the first team, Jonin, Yuhi Jinhong handed the document to Uchiha and the others after reading it. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the contents of the file, and his eyes were focused. Assigned tasks, a level. Tomorrow, the team will go to the border between the Kingdom of Sichuan and the Kingdom of Fire to expel the ninjas who have sneaked into the Sunagakure village of the Kingdom of Fire. The specific location is shown on the map. Uchiha Yufeng pulled out the file from the back, and a detailed map appeared in front of him. The arrows above mark the direction and location of this mission. Recently, our country of fire has been frequently invaded by Sunagakure ninjas. The daimyo of the Fire Country has sent a message to Konoha village to send ninjas to eliminate the Sunagakure ninjas in the Fire Country. After hearing what third generation said, Namikaze Minato stood up. Third Hokage-sama, expulsion means... The third Hokage groaned. If you find any trace of Sand Shinobi, you must first verbally drive them away. If they continue to penetrate into our country of fire, no matter what the reason, kill them. When they heard the word kill, all the ninjas were shocked. Yes, if there is no doubt, just follow the tasks just distributed, organize each team into a unit, and start taking action. After third Hokage finished speaking, he glanced at Uchiha and Yufeng, paused, and spoke again. In addition, if there is danger, give priority to ensuring your own life's safety. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone's eyes were firm, and they all said to the third Hokage, disperse. As soon as the words fell, the ninjas left the Hokage building one by one. Uchiha and Yufeng followed Yuhi Jinhong to Ichiraku Ramen. I really don't know if your promotion at Chunin is a good thing or a bad thing. As a veteran Jonin, Yuhi Jinhong is still relatively sensitive in judging the situation of the entire ninja world. Today's situation is on the verge of war. The three of Uchiha Yufeng fell silent when they saw Yuhi Jinhong. Look at each other. Teacher Jinhong, we have also looked at this mission. In fact, the location is not very in-depth. Yuhi Mahong looked at Uchiha Makaze. Yufeng, what do you think of this situation? What's the situation? Are there ninjas from Sunagakure village in the land of fire this time? Yuhi Jinhong nodded. I don't feel very optimistic. The ninjas from Sunagakure village entered the land of fire, either because they want to provoke a war or something happened in Sunagakure village, and we are afraid that Konoha will take action if we know about it. Uchiha Yufeng didn't say it clearly. After all, the shadow of Sunagakure village was killed by a boy. If he told it, no one would believe it. Some time ago, news came that Kazekage from Sunagakure village was missing. After Yuri Jinhong finished speaking, her expression changed. No, you have just become Chunin. I have to tell Master Hokage about you. I can't let you do this task. Shuri Jinhong looked solemn as she finished speaking. Uchiha Makaze stepped forward and stopped him. Teacher Jinhong, the people who came to receive the mission this time are all ninjas from Chunin and above. We have just been promoted to Chunin. If we don't go, what's the point of taking the exam to be promoted to Chunin? Yuhi Jinhong glanced at the three of them, looking at the young boy and girl in front of her with firm eyes. I couldn't bear it. After all, I was the student who led the team. I still had a childish look on my face. It looked like 3 children were just thrown to the border. It was too dangerous. Teacher Jinhong, we are your students, and we are also ninjas of Konoha. Mao Xian put down her chopsticks and said seriously. Ziyi Jinhong was silent for a moment, and finally turned into a sigh, her eyes more serious than ever before. Now that you've all decided, I won't say anything more. However, you must protect your own safety. Put the mission aside for now. Ensuring the safety of the 3 of you is the first priority. Do you understand? After you finish eating the ramen and go back, pack your things. Gather at the same place. Yes, for people each had a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen, and they ate it with gusto. After eating, Uchiha Yufeng headed towards his home. I simply cleaned the house, took my daily necessities, and left. I bought some daily necessities from the street and went to the Konoha orphanage. Pharmacist Nanoyu still insists on going out to make money, as always, and is not in the orphanage. After putting down the things he bought, he briefly chatted with the manager of the orphanage about the recent situation and stayed there until it was almost time to regroup before leaving. At this time, in a high-end casino in the Country of Fire, Tsunade stood dazedly at the cards on the gambling table, while Shizen, next to her, looked excited. Tsunade-sama, we haven't won since we left Konoha. This time, we will finally win. Tsunade came back to her senses after hearing Shizun's words. His eyes fell on the gambling table, his face full of solemnity. Tsunade randomly played a few cards. The faces of the people on the opposite side were ashen. How come his card is so smooth? It's really unlucky. Fold the next hand. Several rounds in a row. Tsunade made a lot of money. Shizun beside her was excited. Her eyes were filled with money. Tsunade-sama, your gambling luck is great today. Tsunade ignored her and turned around and walked out of the casino. Behind her, Shizun hurriedly collected the winnings and chased after her. Tsunade-sama, wait for me. The 2 of them went straight to the restaurant one after the other. Serve the wine, serve the food. Tsunade skillfully shouted inside and led Shizun to the innermost box. After a while, all the food and wine were served. Tsunade-sama, what happened to you today? Seeing Tsunade's furrowed brows, Shizun was a little at a loss for a moment. Sit. Suna pointed to the seat next to him, and Shizun sat down obediently. Let's have a drink together. Tsunade-sama, I haven't matured yet. Shizun looked panicked and didn't wait to say anything else. Tsunade had already poured the wine from the flask in her own glass and drank it all in one gulp. One cup after another. Shizun looked at the side and was stunned. This is also the first time she has seen Tsunade-sama like this. Tsunade-sama, please drink slowly. Tsunade ignored Shizun, raised her glass again, drank it in one gulp, and murmured, What kind of trouble is this? Uchiha Yufeng and his party finally arrived at their destination after running all the way. After taking over the patrol mission of the ninja station here, life gradually became boring. For a week, there was no sign of San Shinobi. Uchiha Yufeng felt that the place where this mission came was relatively remote. This is probably because the 3rd Hokage, when arranging the mission, took into account that Yufeng and the other 3 had just obtained Chunin and received special care. Under a simple wooden shed, Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shien were alert to their surroundings. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the vast sandy land, feeling a little bored. He found a clean place to lean on the pillar of the wooden shed and yawned. Staring at the hot sand baked by the sun all day long made my eyes very tired. Uchiha Yufeng took out eye drops from his arms and dropped them on his eyes. Protect your eyesight. Start with yourself. As for the sunset, it's relatively safe here. He had been called over for support by the area in the south where Sunagakure ninjas frequented. To the west, there seems to be a ninja coming. Mao Xian's sudden voice sounded. Uchiha Yufeng looked in the direction, and when he saw the person clearly, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. The person who came was 14 or 5 years old, wearing a green ninja vest, with a harmless and delicate face that was slightly melancholy, and red hair that was parted in the middle and slightly curly. Why does this person look so familiar? As if feeling the gazes of the three people, the oncoming young man raised his head. The figure disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, the pillars of the wooden shed were controlled by a chakra thread and pulled directly towards the outside. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Yufeng carried the two of them one by one and left the wooden shed in an instant. And the moment the three of them landed, the wooden shed they were in collapsed directly. Sunagakure Village Ninja, as long as you leave the land of fire, we will forget the past. Yu Xian took out the words she had prepared before, stopped and shouted directly to the surroundings. Seeing no results, he looked at Uchiha Yufeng. It's useless. For Uchiha Yufeng, his Sharingan can now easily see the chakra line. That is obviously the characteristic of Sand Hidden Village, the operation of puppetry. Red hair boy, Sand Hidden Village plus the chakra line, just now? This person is probably the puppet genius of Sand Hidden Village, Scorpion. The response is good. I still have dozens of puppets left, just in time, so I'll use you. A cold voice sounded. The puppet standing in the air sprang out from the darkness directly towards the three of them. The crimson puppet skeleton is very wide, and the blades of the modified hands have an abnormal color. Poisonous. Uchiha forms a seal with both hands to control the wind. Water style, water barrier. He opened his mouth and spat out a column of water, which turned into a water barrier surrounding the three of them. The hands then clasped together. Water style, water shockwave. The rotating water barrier surged upward like a tornado, and then a huge wave of water rushed towards the puppet. In just a breath, the puppet was directly washed away by the powerful current. Being able to release such a large-scale water style in a waterless desert environment. You are the first one I have ever seen. Scorpion stepped on the water and walked out of the darkness. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng, there was a hint of heat in his eyes. If I could transform you into a puppet, wouldn't it be another exquisite collection? The words fell. Scorpion took out a scroll from his pocket. After the smoke cleared, a male puppet in red clothes appeared in front of the three of them. It seems that I am really lucky. Although I was just passing by, I didn't expect to encounter good materials. CS said with a sneer, raised his hands and crossed them, and the chakra thread was immediately connected. Don't worry, I will make you a collection of the same level as him. Giggle. When the puppet's mouth moved together, it made a strange gurgling sound. Two knives pierced the clothes and were directly exposed. Like a spinning top, it rushed towards the three people. Uchiha Yufeng patted Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Yugao on the shoulders. The two fell back. Stab it! The rotating puppet's double swords directly cut Uchiha Yufeng, who was staying in place, into three pieces, staining the ground with blood. Wind control. Yuhi Kurenai looked at all this in disbelief. Trembling all over, he took out his kunai and started to go up. Mao Yuxian on the side saw this and grabbed her arm directly. Wait a minute. The words just fell. Bang! Uchiha Maka's corpse was now replaced by three pieces of wood. Substitute technique? Sie's cold face now had a hint of shock. When? How to replace him? Before he could speak, a Ronin sword mixed with rich water attribute chakra was attached. It was stabbed directly in from his lower back. He felt the severe pain in his body and watched the hot and bright red blood splattering out from under his body. Scorpion's eyes were full of shock. Without caring too much, Scorpio moved his fingers slightly. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes flashed. He was not greedy for merit and left immediately. Almost at the same time, a stream of black powder hit the spot where Uchiha Yufeng was just now. Sand iron. Uchiha looked at the black, sand-like substance and murmured in a low voice. A puppet with dark blue hair, yellow eyes, and a very precise shape was guarding Sie. It seems he is the third-generation Kazekage. Uchiha Yufeng glanced at the puppet that suddenly appeared, a little more seriously. The human body is so fragile. Scorpio felt the weakness in his body and muttered to himself. Then he instantly pulled away the scroll on his body. 8 more puppets appeared in front of them, but it could be seen from the lines on them that they seemed to be less accurate than the previous puppet with blue hair and yellow eyes. The scorpion's hands and chakra silk threads operate together, and a total of 10 puppets are driven like arms. He rushed towards Uchiha Yufeng again. The Ronin sword in the hand of Uchiha Yufeng is attached to the water chakra, and almost every strike is vibrated with strong chakra. Crack! A puppet's arm was chopped off with a knife. The moment it was cut off, poisonous needles shot out from the gap one after another quickly. The pair of Ronin swords in Uchiha Yufeng's hands were covered with airtight, and the poisonous needles were blocked one by one. Hiss! The switch on the puppet's back was turned on. Holes appeared, and tubes appeared inside. Blows the poisonous mist towards Uchiha Mikado. Uchiha threw the knife into the wind and put his hands together. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Open your mouth and blow out a whirlwind, and the whirlwind generated turns into a storm with the injection of chakra. Blow away the poisonous mist directly. It's so difficult. Xie hid behind a big stone, controlling the puppet more cautiously, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Are we going to use that? Scorpion thought about the kit he had previously installed on the third-generation Kazekage puppet and combined it with a magnet-style sand iron that came with his own material. Should be able to win the game. Suddenly, I sensed the surrounding ninjas coming towards me. I gave up this idea for a while. Quickly recalling the third-generation Kazekage puppets, the remaining 9 puppets immediately launched self-destruction. There were continuous explosions, mixed with hidden weapons and poisonous mist, making it impossible for anyone to step forward. Taking this opportunity, Xie looked at Uchiha Yufeng fearfully, covered his wound, and left in embarrassment. After a while, Yuhi Jinhong and 3 Jonin from the Yamanaka family arrived here. Yuhi Jinhong looked at the mess at the scene and asked worriedly, "Yufeng, what just happened?" Konoha Village, Hokage Building. One piece of information after another was sent here by Umbu. Auxiliary Shadow Shimura Danzo looked at the information thrown on the table by the third Hokage, stepped forward, and looked at each one. At the junction of the Kingdom of Sichuan and the Kingdom of Fire, traces of Sunagakure sensing ninja were found. They penetrated 20 miles into our Kingdom of Fire and have been killed now. At the junction of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, negotiations to invade the Land of Fire were unsuccessful. The Sand Shinobi team was completely destroyed, and 3 Chunin of our ninjas were killed. In the southwest of the Land of Fire, a team of Sunagakure Jonin sneaked in, but to no avail, the team led by Jonin Namikaze Minato was wiped out. Danzo looked at this series of information with joy in his eyes, looked at the third Hokage calmly, and slammed the information on the table. Is this Sunagakure village going to declare war on our Konoha? Danzo, who was extremely angry, now had murderous intent on his face. Captain Umbu on the side groaned and expressed his thoughts to third Hokage. If Sunagakure village declares war with Konoha, it doesn't seem to be in their current interests. Does Konoha need us to send an envoy to Sunagakure village for discussion? The third Hokage didn't answer. Confirmed news has been received that Kazekage is missing, and Sunagakure village is now full of factions. It is a time of turmoil, and sending Konoha envoys there can take the opportunity to confuse Sunagakure village and let them start chaos within themselves. Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? Shimura Danzo on the side stared at third Hokage and said solemnly. The third Hokage sighed. I'm wondering if there is still room for maneuver in this matter. Shimura Danzo, as a hawk in Konoha, is relatively tough in his form-related actions. When he heard this, his eyes widened. Hiruzen, Konoha, am not just a cat or a dog, letting these people from Sunagakure village test our bottom line again and again. The third Hokage was silent for a moment. Determination flashed in his eyes. Gather all Jonin in the village. I have something to announce. In addition, send someone to inform Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to come over to the village at night. If they're not in the village, let Umbu look for them. Once they find them, call them back and tell them that there is something important. Yes, the captain of Umbu agreed and left immediately. It seems that the ninja world will soon become unstable. The third Hokage sighed, and then turned his attention to Shimura Danzo. The previous wars and conflicts were usually in the Kingdom of Rain. You send your roots to the Kingdom of Rain to arrange arrangements and negotiate with Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village. Specifically, you should understand, it's not convenient for me to take action in this matter, so I'll leave it to you. Upon hearing the mission assigned to him, Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with light. Also, before officially declaring war on Sunagakure Village, control your men. If there is still a chance of peace, you must seize it. Shimura Danzo was unimpressed. How can he make peace with him, even if he goes into battle himself? Shimura Danzo looked respectful and quickly agreed. Anything that threatens Konoha, I will help Konoha eradicate no matter what method I use. This is the meaning of root. After all, with the tacit approval of third Hokage, Shimura Danzo left the Hokage building. The third Hokage looked out the window at the streets of Konoha Village and sighed. We must avoid war. At the border, Uchiha Yufeng, Yuhi Kurenai, and Wazuki Shien continued to patrol and conduct investigations as usual. There seemed to be a lot more ninjas in Sand Hidden Village these days than before. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the boundless wilderness and thought for a moment. Yufeng, what do you think? Yuhi Kurenai held a kunai in his hand, stabbed some poisonous insect on the sand to death with a kunai, and looked back at Uchiha Yufeng. Well, yes, yes, yes. Hearing such absent-minded words, Yuhi Kurenai quickly came to him. Yufeng, what are you looking at? Uchiha Yufeng ignored it and picked up the telescope. While blocking Yuhi Kurenai's sight, Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were scarlet red, and 3 Magatama were spinning in the eye sockets. The distant vision is clearly visible. This is Sunagakure Village team. Uchiha Yufeng looked at the ninja team appearing in his field of vision, and his expression changed. Evacuate. The army is coming to Sunagakure Village. He put away the telescope and looked back at the 2 people. The 2 knew Uchiha Yufeng's ability to sense danger, and they quickly packed their things. The 3 of them headed towards the place where Jonin was stationed. Teacher Jinhong, a Chunin team is coming towards us, about 30 people. 30 people? Chunin. The eyes of Yuhi Jinhong and the 2 Jonin dropped. Chunin has arrived. Will there be Jonin's team behind his team? Are the people in Sunagakure Village crazy? Is this a full-scale declaration of war? Akamichi, Haikawa, Yamanaki Yang, each of you brings 5 people, and we will go to stop it. Yuhi Mahong looked at Uchiha Makas. Ifeng, you are fast and strong. Go south and follow the path I told you before to find Minato and the others for help. As long as Minato comes, no matter how many ninjas are on the other side, they won't be afraid. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Kurenai and Wozuki Shien. Yufeng, this is an order. Don't worry about Yuhi Kurenai and Wazuki Shien. They're protected by me. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng nodded and ran out. Red, you don't want to be embarrassed by the huge gap between you and your sweetheart, right? If you want to prove yourself, you have to use the ninjutsu I taught you before this time. Yuhi Kurenai said to Yuhi Kurenai while packing her knife bag. His face became heavier. These Chunin raids can still be blocked, but if they are followed by Chunin or above, the Jonin team's main attack will be fatal. However, as long as they drag Uchiha to the wind and call Minato and the others for support, there is still hope. Yes, father. There was a touch of determination on Yuhi Kurenai's face. At this time, Uchiha Yufeng left the station of Konoha, the country of fire, and moved quickly towards the north. The speed is nearly 10 times faster than usual, because Uchiha Yufeng knows, under the high-pressure situation between the 2 countries, even an old scumbag like Shimura Danzo has no time to focus on himself and send people to monitor him at this time. Instead, he focuses on the interests of the village, let alone other things. People. Uchiha Yufeng can completely let go of his own strength this time and release chakra to his heart's content. The eyes inside the eye sockets sometimes appear as 3 Magatama Sharingan, and sometimes return to their original state, which is very coquettish and frightening. In front of the Jonin team of 20 people who had just lurked into the fire country, A sensory ninja noticed Uchiha Yufeng's rapid arrival and issued a warning. The group of people immediately became alert. This time, Uchiha Yufeng didn't hide it at all and appeared directly in front of them. A loud bird song sounded next. In the palm of Uchiha's wind-controlling hand, multiple stunning lightning flashes appeared. Chidori's sharp spear. Uchiha Yufeng didn't give everyone a chance to react and raised his hand to use it on the 5 nearest people. The thunder attribute chakra spurted out and turned into a solid lightning spear that pierced through. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning instantly penetrated the hearts of the 5 people in front. Chidori, Shuriken. Uchiha Yufeng attached the remaining Chidori directly to the shuriken, and the tricky shuriken flew instantly. The 8 jonin of Sand Hidden Village fell down at the sound. Damn it, shot. Jonin, the one in front, reacted first from the shock and was about to form a seal. When he saw Yuji Yufeng's eyes, he suddenly froze. A pair of Sharingan with 3 Magatama is extremely coquettish and frightening at this time. Uchiha Yufeng moved quickly, and a kunai appeared in his hand. When he came to the ninja with Jinjutsu in his body, the kunai in his hand pierced his heart directly. The Ronin sword appeared in Uchiha Mifeng's other hand at some point. Chakra with thunder attribute covers instantly. Uchiha Yufeng stepped forward quickly, and the small movements of the 2 people in front of him were clearly seen by the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. 1. Uchiha's Ronin's sword knocked over one person, and without losing speed, he rushed directly to the second person. The second one, the terrifying and cold chakra, made the remaining Jonin breathless and full of fear. Right, Sharingan. Are you from the Uchiha clan? What answered him was a cold voice and a Ronin sword. The third one, the murderous intent is so strong that it is quick and simple, as if it was created for the purpose of killing people. Withdraw. Withdraw quickly. The remaining 3 jonin from Sunagakure village immediately issued the last order. The 3 of them ran in 3 directions to avoid Uchiha Yufeng. Chidori Sunban. Uchiha raised his hand to throw out the Sunban formed by the gathering of thunder attribute chakra. With 3 pops of sound, the last 3 fell down. Uchiha Yufeng glanced around, stepped forward quickly, and performed last-ditch attacks one after another. These jonin should be the main force this time, right? The 3 Magatama disappeared from Uchiha Yufeng's eyes, and he recovered as before. He looked at Sunagakure jonin here and murmured in a low voice. Then he left this place. Hidden Sand Village, in the conference room on the highest ground. A group of senior officials from Sunagakure village sat together. Sunagakure jonin, standing behind, reported on the recent border war situation. In the past month, 3rd Hokage first dispatched a large number of Umbu, and then dispatched family ninjas from major families in Konoha, such as the Nara family, Akamichi family, Aburame family, etc., to kill the major border ninjas who were testing the Land of Fire. Whether it's the testing ninja or the sentient ninja who sneaked into the Land of Fire to search for Lord Kazakage's whereabouts, so far, no one has survived. Along the road, in the triangle area of Rain Country, Kawa Country, and Konoha, I found the sand iron used by Master Kazakage magnet style. After tracing its whereabouts, it finally fell into the Land of Fire. After hearing this series of information, the expressions of the senior officials of Sunagakure village became increasingly gloomy. So, Kazakage-sama was really kidnapped by someone from Konoha? Ebizo on the side raised his eyes, glanced at his sister Chiyo, and said in a deep voice, "This has not been identified, but traces of magnet-style sand iron were indeed found in the Land of Fire." After hearing this, the faces of several elders showed anger. Damn Konoha, you use such despicable means to kidnap our Kazakage. A Kazakage consultant slapped the table and stood up. Chiyo-sama, you make the decision. I don't want Kazakage to die in such an unknown way. Kazakage's disappearance concerns our entire Sunagakure village. After hearing this person's words, Chiyo closed her eyes and sighed. How many people in the village know about Kazakage's disappearance now? Jonin on the side was stunned, and then hesitantly said, "Chiyo-sama, most people in the village already know." Chiyo's eyes turned cold and glanced over. "Did you pass it on?" The jonin shivered and immediately knelt down. Back to Chiyo-sama. When I returned to the village after receiving the information from Sandite, the news had already spread in the village. An elder wearing a gauze coughed. "Chiyo, now is not the time to correct mistakes. Let's think about what we should do first. The disappearance of Kazekage has become a major event for the whole village, and now he has disappeared to the fire country. If we don't do something, we may not be able to convince the public in the future." Hearing the elder's pressure, Chiyo rubbed his painful forehead. Chiyo didn't expect that this matter would develop so quickly. If the news has not spread in the village, it is possible to control the news and avoid war, but now, most of the people in the village knew about it, but only the elders and senior officials like myself didn't know about it. There is no one behind this, and Chiyo definitely doesn't believe it. Behind this, Chiyo felt that there must be many forces, not only within the village, but also spies lurking from outside the village. Sand Hidden Village has just gone through a few years of recuperation, and some people in the village seem to be unable to hold back anymore. The struggle between various forces in the village, coupled with the disappearance of Kazekage as a trigger, may push the entire Sunagakure village into an abyss. Who could take Kazekage away quietly? Could it be that the Kage of Konoha did it? Kazekage disappeared, leaving the entire Sunagakure village passive. Now all the fingers are pointed at the country of fire, or at Konoha village. If it was really Konoha who moved it, what was Konoha planning? Chiyo understood. Is there really someone behind this who wants to provoke the two villages to start a war? The news that Kazekage is missing in the land of fire is confirmed. The news has spread, and it is basically impossible to avoid the war. In Chiyo's mind, she thought of the white-haired ninja in Konoha holding a short sword. Then he thought of his son and his daughter-in-law, who all died at the hands of this man. Opening his slightly narrowed eyes, a hint of coldness emerged. "Konoha, it's time to settle our grudges. Let's start a war. We, Sunagakure Village, declare war on Konoha." As Sunagakure Village began to prepare for the war against Konoha in full swing, Konoha Village also smelled the atmosphere of war. The ninja eagles scattered to recall Chunin and Genin, and Jonin frequently left the village. The root organization headed by Danzo has also left the village. At the border where Uchiha Mikaze is located, Minato Namikaze and others, who came to support together with Yui Mahong and others, had just wiped out a group of Chunin teams from Sunagakure Village, and it has been quiet for a few days. At this time, I received the message from Nining and began to mobilize. Uchiha Mikaze's red team was also one of the ones transferred. After receiving the news, Umbu sent a group of people over, and all the Chunin in the first class were to return to the village. "Yufeng, we've only been here for a few days. Why do we have to go back?" Yuzuki Yugan on the side poked Uchiha Yufeng's arm with the handle of the knife and asked in a low voice. "That's because we are too weak, so we are not allowed to stay at the border. Do you understand?" Uchiha Yufeng glanced at Wozuki Shien and continued to read the palm of Yuhi Kurenai. "Stop playing around. I'm telling you serious business." Uchiha Yufeng rolled her eyes. "What I'm telling you is business." Looking at Wazuki Shien, who is still in a state of confusion, Uchiha Yufeng explained. "Then let me ask you, what rank are you?" "Rank? That's strength." Chunin. Woyuki Shien felt a little guilty. During the previous Chunin exams, Uchiha was basically the one flying with the wind. After the exam, she was still thinking about it. If you bring in the perspective of other genin, you will meet participants like Uchiha Yufeng. I'm afraid I'll be so angry that I vomit blood on the spot, and it's impossible to graduate. This is a Chunin who has just passed the Chunin exam. He has no combat experience against ninjas. It is easy for things to happen at the border. The situation is getting more and more serious now. I am afraid something big is going to happen. We young Chunin cannot continue to stay here." Uchiha Yufeng said lightly. Next to him, Yuhi Kurenai looked worried. "Are you worried about your father?" Yuhi Kurenai nodded. "Don't worry. Didn't I call a lot of jonin from the surrounding areas for support? They are all the elites in our village. With this configuration, the ordinary Sunagakure village team cannot attack them at all. Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath and nodded, with a bright light in his eyes. I also want to become stronger quickly. Try to succeed in training as soon as possible and become the #1 Jinjutsu in Konoha. I can help my father relieve his worries and protect Konoha in the future. Watching Yuhi Kurenai swearing, Yuzuki Shien on the side was inspired. The white Kusanagi, sword in his hand, stopped moving. His eyes looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Yufeng, can you compete with me before you go back? Uchiha looked at Yuzuki Shien with a begging look on her face and sighed helplessly. All right. Please let me pack my things first. After Shien and I finish the competition, we will leave and go back to the village. Uchiha Yufeng pulled out a wooden stick from the side. You use a knife. After hearing Yuzuki Shien's request, Uchiha Yufeng looked up and saw those firm eyes. Throwing away the wooden stick in his hand, a Ronin sword appeared in his hand. Let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Wazuki Shien took a step forward and slashed directly at Uchiha Yufeng with the Kusanagi, sword in his hand. Konoha-style slash. Under the surging chakra, the speed became much faster. You have made a lot of progress compared to before, and you have given up some irrelevant fancy moves. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. The Ronin sword in his hand was not slow, and he quickly raised it in front of him. Block the blow. You've fallen into a trap. A hint of cunning flashed in Wozuki Shien's eyes, and the Kusanagi sword in her hand was moved forward and raised immediately. Uchiha Yufeng turned his wrist and made a sword. Lock his arm directly and pull him back. The Kusanagi sword in his hand fell away from Yuzuki Yugon's hand without any warning. Looking at Yuo Yushien's shocked expression, Uchiha Yufeng played with the Kusanagi sword and looked as usual. You can't even hold a sword with your hand, so how can you say you're a swordsman? Try your best to hold your sword first. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Yufeng took the two of them back to Konoha village from a border. That's what this trip to the border is all about. Uchiha Mikaze handed the prepared mission scroll to 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage smiled and put it on the table. Yufeng, you've worked hard. You seem to have lost a lot of weight during your recent mission. You need to take a good rest for a few days. Ding, Senju Tobarama, boy, fragment +1. Uchiha nodded in response, and 3rd Hokage continued. Do you know where Tsunade is now? Uchiha Yufeng shook his head. Tsunade-sama didn't tell me the specific place. The 3rd Hokage sighed and patted Uchiha Yufeng on the shoulder. Yufeng, in the village, you were the only one who studied with Tsunade every day during that time, and you were the closest to me. It's just that she likes to ignore me as a teacher. Can you rest for a few days and then leave the village to help find Tsunade? The 3rd Hokage sighed and began to play the emotional card. During this period, 3rd generation asked Umbu to search secretly, but Tsunade was not found. Thinking about Uchiha Mikaze, who was very close to Tsunade at Konoha Hospital before, she opened her mouth to explain. Yufeng, the village's finances and manpower are tight now, and you have seen the situation at the border. Sunagakure village is watching with eager eyes, and a large-scale war may attack us at any time. At this time, without the support of the medical team led by Tsunade, our Konoha ninjas will surely suffer countless casualties. This will directly affect the outcome of the entire war. Yufeng, can you bear to see those seniors who cared about you have a chance to survive, but in the end they all died on the battlefield? Uchiha Yufeng was silent. 3rd generation, this is another act of moral kidnapping, right? 3rd generation put the pipe in its mouth and took a deep breath. Yufeng, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Lord Hokage, don't worry. I will definitely help you find Lord Tsunade. Hearing Uchiha Mikaze's assurance, 3rd generation was all smiles. I believe in Yufeng. After the 3rd Hokage said some unhelpful words to Yufeng Huabing, he asked him to leave the Hokage building. Looking at the worried looks in the eyes of his two companions waiting for him outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Yufeng had a smile on his face. Let's go and treat you to dinner, Uchiha Yufeng said, walking in front. Yufeng, where do you want to invite us to eat? Yuhi Kurenai looked at Uchiha Yufeng passing by one small shop after another, and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Let's go to Shien's house. I haven't been back to my house for a long time. I'm afraid there's a lot of dust, and it would be too troublesome to clean it up. When Maiyue Shien heard this, her eyes widened. If you invite me to dinner, do you still have to go to my house? Uchiha Yufeng waved his hand. Don't worry, Hong and I are just occupying this space in your house. I will buy the ingredients, and so on. With that said, Uchiha Yufeng turned into the place to buy vegetables, picked and bought some raw meat, and then gave up. Let's go. This is enough for us to eat. Uchiha Yufeng handed the dish to Yuhi Kurenai and sent the relatively heavy raw meat to Yuzuki Yugon's hand. Wozuki Shien frowned and stared at Uchiha Yufeng. Do you want to try your swordsmanship next time? Uchiha Yufeng spoke to Wozuki Shien. This is natural. I will definitely defeat you well next time. Uchiha Yufeng spread his hands helplessly. Since you want to compete, just be obedient and get the things. Wait a minute and give me a hand when I get to your house. Your sword skills should be very useful for chopping vegetables. Mao Yueshi's face, which had just improved, suddenly changed. Chopping vegetables? You want me to use the swordsmanship I learned to chop vegetables? Looking at Yuzuki Shien, who was about to go berserk, Yuhi Kurenai hurried forward. Shien Yufeng didn't mean that. He just... When Yuhi Kurenai finished speaking, he looked back at Uchiha Yufeng and couldn't make it up. Tired, destroy it. What is he? He just deliberately belittles my swordsmanship. Mao Yushien's face turned red, and she snorted angrily. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Yuhi Kurenai with a resentful look, as if to say, why are you so angry at Shien? Uchiha Yufeng gave him a calm look in return. He coughed lightly and said seriously to Mao Yushien, swordsmanship actually has various training methods, and it is not limited to competing with others to improve. Cutting vegetables is actually a kind of practice. Real. Yuzuki Shien looked at Uchiha Yufeng with a suspicious look on her face. Of course it's true. Let me give you an example. You mobilize all the chakra in your body, try your best to concentrate it on the blade, and then cut it quickly. Then what? Yuzuki Shien pricked up her ears, listening to Uchiha Yufeng's method of improving swordsmanship, and felt as if a cat was scratching her head. Then it depends on how you cut it. What's the meaning? Mao Yushien frowned and came closer. If you chop it out, it will be just like ordinary vegetables, barely qualified. What? With all the chakra condensed on the blade. How can it be like cutting vegetables normally? Yuzuki Yugao directly rejected Uchiha Yufeng's idea. That's your problem. As long as you can control your chakra accurately, your swordsmanship will be extraordinary in the future. If you don't even have the ability to control the chakra, you will be just a chunin in the future. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes finally fell on the chunin vest worn by Yuzuki Shien. Feeling Uchiha Yufeng's gaze, Wazuki Shien fell into deep thought for a while. Precisely controlling chakra can improve your swordsmanship. Not only can it enhance your swordsmanship, but it also has many uses for accurately controlling chakra. Uchiha Yufeng looked at Wazuki Shien, who had obviously heard it, and said with a chuckle, precise control of chakra. Yuzuki Yugao wrote down Uchiha Yufeng's words. Okay, we're home. Let's go to the gate of opening. Uchiha pointed at Yuzuki Shien's home. Yuzuki Shi's face turned pale, and Uchiha Yufeng glanced at him, then quickly stepped forward and opened the door. Excuse me, Yuhi Kurenai said with a smile, and cast a pair of curious eyes on Shien's home. Shien, the house is so clean. Do you clean it every day? Maiyue Shien put the meat in her hands into the kitchen and then responded, yes, before I just cleaned it home. The two of them came to the kitchen one after another, sharing tips on life without saying a word. Yufeng, Shien asked me to ask you if you want to start training now. Uchiha Yufeng was stunned. What are you training for? Isn't it eating? Didn't you just say on the way here that you would let Shien control chakra and use it to chop vegetables with his sword? Yuhi Kurenai looks cute. Yes, but not today, after we finish eating. From now on, he can just train at home. If I use chakra control to cut vegetables today, Can the cut vegetables still be eaten? Yuzuki Shi's face turned red. While Yuhi Kurinai was making tea, she found some vegetables and put them on the chopping board, wrapped them in chakra, and went out. As a result, the chopping board was almost scrapped. If I hadn't tried so hard to cover it up just now, I might have really been embarrassed. Yufeng, didn't you say you wanted me to do something for you? Then why don't you come over? Mao Yuxian pretended to be calm and said. Uchiha Yufeng stretched, finally started to get up and walked towards the kitchen. Coming. Yufeng saw Yuhi Kurinai washing the ribs and rolled up his sleeves. Then I'll make the first dish, braised pork ribs. When his eyes fell on the chopping board, he was slightly startled. He turned back and glanced at Woyuki Shien thoughtfully. Watch well and study hard. Immediately, a trace of chakra appeared on the kitchen knife that he just bought. 3 days later, Uchiha Yufeng disguised himself as a businessman and entered several of the most prosperous casinos in the Land of Fire to collect intelligence. If you want to find Tsunade, you must be able to see her only in the casino. Fortunately, with Sharingan's help, ordinary people entering and exiting the casino can learn the information just by looking up. Another place where there is no news about Tsunade. Tsunade has only been away from the village for a few days. Why did she travel so far? Uchiha Yufeng was a little surprised and took out a map from his arms. Cross out the shady area above. This Shan is the name of the casino here. Okay, next target. Uchiha Yufeng did not hesitate and ran towards the next casino again. About half a day passed, and I kept searching for news about Tsunade in the Land of Fire. I was about to reach the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, but there was no news about Tsunade. Uchiha Yufeng was a little puzzled. That's weird. Where has this woman gone? After Uchiha Yufeng marked the map, he suddenly jumped back. Ooh! Uchiha Yufeng was about to form a seal when a familiar figure appeared in Yufeng's field of vision. With an angelic face, she wears a lavender paper flower on the right side of her head. Dressed like a capable Amage Cure ninja, this person is none other than Conan, whom he had met once before. It's you. Conan was stunned when he saw Uchiha Yufeng, and his eyes lit up. Oh, it's you. Uchiha Yufeng glanced around, and nearly 10 ninjas came over one after another and nodded to Conan, who took the lead. Aren't you ninjas from Hidden Rain Village? Why are you here? Although this place is a bit remote, in a strict sense it should still be within the territory of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Yufeng couldn't help but ask about it. A ninja next to Conan saw that Uchiha Mikaze was alone and spoke so rudely, so he took a step forward. Some time ago, a team from Sunagakure village killed our Akatsuki organization ninjas and fled here, so we chased them. Dawn. Uchiha Yufeng's eyes were locked on Conan. The person who called himself Conan from the Hidden Rain village last time has now changed his name to Akatsuki. Has the Akatsuki organization been established? Formal introduction. We are members of the Akatsuki organization in the Hidden Rain village. My name is Conan. The reason why it is called Akatsuki is because our country is being devastated by war and is plunged into darkness. We must be determined to change this country with peace and become the dawn that changes the ninja world. With a touch of beauty and longing on his face, Conan strolled up to Uchiha Yufeng and stretched out his jade hand. But there is no doubt that we are also ninjas from Hidden Rain Village. Looking at Conan with a serious look on his face, Uchiha stretched out his hand and shook it with him. If you want to change a country and become the dawn of the ninja world, you need absolute strength. Absolute strength is the foundation of peace. Looking at Uchiha Yufeng's somewhat immature face full of determination, Conan couldn't help but feel slightly lost as he chewed on Uchiha Yufeng's words. You kid from Konoha, you don't understand us Akatsuki at all. The ninjas of the Akatsuki organization on the side looked at Uchiha Yufeng's words, but they became unhappy. It can be seen from Uchiha Yufeng's face that he is still childish. He is extremely young and actually questioned their organizational philosophy. Yes. Everything you said is right. Uchiha Yufeng said to him perfunctorily, not arguing with him at all. His eyes fell on Conan. If you want to find those ninjas from Sunagakure village, I think you don't need to chase them. After Uchiha Yufeng finished speaking, He took out several pieces of Sunageki's forehead protector from his arms and threw them on the ground. I have met this Sand Shinobi team before. There are 5 people in total, 3 puppet masters. One can use wind escape, and the other can use fire style, right? Hearing this, Conan looked at Uchiha Yufeng again. This Uchiha Yufeng, exactly what he said just now, is exactly the characteristics of the team of ninjas they're looking for. However, looking at Uchiha Yufeng, he looks a few years younger than me. Can he actually eat a whole formation of Chunin? Uchiha Yufeng? I remembered. He is the only Uchiha who advanced to Chunin in the Chunin exam held by Konoha. Among the members of the Akatsuki organization, a ninja with his head wrapped in a bandage was suddenly startled and looked at Uchiha Yufeng. Oh, you know me? Uchiha Yufeng looked up, looking at this person's appearance, and seemed to have some impression. Is he a Genin who was eliminated in the first competition? What? The only Chunin ninja who advanced to the Chunin exam. No wonder he is so strong, but if he can take down a Chunin team, he is probably much stronger now than before. It's really surprising. At such a young age, his strength is so terrifying. He deserves to be a member of Konoha's famous Uchiha clan. The surrounding Akatsuki organization members couldn't help but sigh. Conan on the side listened to what his men said, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Yufeng has such a history. This time, I want to thank you again. Uchiha Yufeng waved his hand and didn't care. You don't have to thank me. Since I helped you, you also helped me once. How about we make an exchange? Hearing Uchiha Yufeng's conditions, Conan nodded heavily. Yes, if there is anything that our Akatsuki organization can do, just say it. After hearing Conan's answer, Uchiha pointed to an open space not far away. Conan understood and told the ninjas around him to wait where they were. Then he followed Uchiha Yufeng to the location pointed out just now. Okay, no one can hear it now. Just say whatever you want. Uchiha Yufeng pondered for a moment. I would like to ask you to help me find Tsunade. Tsunade? Lord Tsunade, one of the Sannin of Konoha. Conan's pretty mouth opened slightly. Remember the person who was beside Jiraiya when the 3 of them first met him? He came back to his senses and shook his head vigorously. We don't have the ability to monitor ninjas of Tsunade-sama's strength, so we may not be able to find. Hearing this, Uchiha Yufeng did smile. If you're like this, you can first help me find the casinos within 50 miles around, including in the Kingdom of Rain. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Hearing this, Conan frowned. This is not difficult, but does this have anything to do with your desire to find Tsunade-sama? You don't have to worry about this. Pay attention to a combination, a woman in her 20s, a teenage girl, and maybe a pig with her. This combination will definitely lose every bet. After hearing Uchiha Yufeng's confident words, Conan stopped asking further questions. Okay, I've written it down. Uchiha Yufeng nodded. By the way, after I get the news, how can I send you information? Uchiha Yufeng looked around. There's a small town ahead, and I will stay there. If you have collected enough information, just send the intelligence officer here. Conan nodded and then smiled. A pleasure to work with. Uchiha Yufeng stunned and then laughed. A pleasure to work with. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Conan quickly returning to the Akatsuki organization and launching a mission to their members. This matter is given to Shao. Conan did not forget to turn around and said confidently to Uchiha Yufeng. Uchiha Yufeng watched several people leave, then went to the town to find a hotel to rest. Just left not long ago. A group of ninjas quietly passed the border and headed towards Yuin village.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.